Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another day of the SEA DPC Lower Division, and the final day, in fact, of the Lower Division for the SEA DPC. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, a lovely day ahead of us, but I'll ask you straight off the bat, how are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great, Mike. We've got some great matches to close out. It's hard to believe. 6 weeks have passed. It's the last day. The DPC's about to wrap up. And unfortunately, this matchup, while hype it is, Galaxy Racer have been looking pretty good in their last few games, and Motivate Trust are basically undefeated. This matchup coming up first won't have any bearing. I think Galaxy Racer has already cemented themselves as number 3, so a win or loss here won't even affect their prize pool earnings, which is probably good news for Galaxy Racer, as I think they win the head-to-head with Southbuilt Esports. So not too much on the line, but of course, it's the last day of DPC. It's the last set of games before the major. You want to get a good performance out, and we'll see if either side kind of bring out that A game. And Motivate Trust already starting with a draft. Lion and Treant to start off with. So they go with their pause 4, pause 5. Galaxy Racer going with the Clockwork Grimstroke. So strong combos from both sides. You've got the Inkswell plus the Clockwork running up with Battery Assault or just going in with a hook shot. Lots of aggressive potential there. Maybe some level 1 tri-lane shenanigans that Galaxy Racer could explore. Motivate Trust, Lion on the pause 4. Probably going to see Q again, prioritize that link. Just work that offlane combo with Masaros and Leonak on a very defensive sort of Treant. You could be aggressive. You've got great base damage in Treant. You can run in, get your slow off, get some right-click damage depending on the matchup. So there's a lot of options already for both sides. Of course, when you lock in your supports like this, the core pickups can cause some issues. So let's see if either side will kind of abuse that here.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by the Treant Protector pick here, because we never see it coming out with Motivate Trust. I can't remember the last time we saw a position 5 Treant for this Radiant side, so I'm very curious to see what the game plan is here, because they've already switched it up quite a bit. I feel like every other time we've seen Motivate Trust, if the Elder Titan's allowed to stay, they'll just pick that up ASAP for Leonak in that pos 5 role, but it does seem like this time he'll be playing the Treant. Mind you, I have seen a lot of news about the Treant as of late. A lot of people do seem to think it is quite strong in the pos 5 role right now, just being able to hold those towers. I've heard ramblings as well about a Holy Locker build-up on the Treant, which, by the way, I believe the healing amp on the Holy Locker does count if you heal the towers with living armor. Believe it or not. Yeah. So it is kind of broken in that sense. And I don't know if that's what Motivate Trust is up to. But it could be pretty potent. Holy Locker Treant, I think it might be the next big thing coming for pos 5s. And Treant's still a beast, right? Like, in the laning phase, it still wins you the lane. Healing towers is always going to be valuable. And, I mean, Overgrowth is always a great AoE disable. I think the hero is still in a pretty good spot. And I think, if you get a Holy Locket, it might be just that much better.
Yeah, definitely. I'm keen to see that now from the Treant to come in. You saying Holy Locket amps up tower healing makes me now think of a weird niche late game Lich build. Frost armor healing buildings, you get Holy Locket. That sounds like you can't even push. But of course you have to hit level 25 in Lich, which is very unlikely in an actual game. So probably not going to see that anytime soon. But yeah, the Treant, great team fight, very valuable. I think we've seen it a couple of times, but every single time I think it's an OEDL. And those are the games where you were kind of very unwell. So I think we have seen it, but not as often. Motivate Trust do go into the Sand King. So now they've got Earth Spike plus Impale or Burrow Strike on the same side. So you've got great stuns in the offlane. You've got a lot of good team fight with Treant plus Sand King. Epicenter plus Overgrowth is a ton of damage with a Sandstorm on top while they're rooted up. There's a lot going on here for Motivate Trust. Galaxy Racer don't really have the best supports to prevent that aggression. They don't have something like the Nyx on hand to break up the initiation coming out from Motivate Trust. So the Clockwork and Grim will have to focus on getting their aggression out first. We have seen offlane Sand King feel weak. I know it's one of your least favorite offlaners to see, and there's a good reason behind that, right? Like, its early presence just doesn't feel great.
I mean, I love the Sand King, John. I really do enjoy this hero quite a lot. I want it to be good. It's one of my favorites, one of my highest win rate heroes. But it feels so bad. Epicenter's felt so useless for such a long time. And I just want some sort of a buff that makes it so Epicenter feels very, very strong if you land a big one. It's not quite like a Ravage or an RP or a Black Hole. It's just kind of meh. And I'm hoping it just gets a little bit better. Still GXR now, they go into the Tiny pickup, which I can't say I'm too shocked by, John. We've been seeing a lot of core Tiny popping up. We could probably assume that's going to be the mid lane Tiny here for the side of Galaxy Racer, but it is still open for debate. You could throw it in the safe lane as well. It just really depends on how much farm priority you feel like giving the Tiny. But I think it's probably the safest to assume it is going to be mid.
Yeah, I think that's the most common role for it, at least here in Southeast Asia. Despite the ramblings about the Ag Shard, you tend to go into a pseudo right-click build anyway. After your blink, you just go for Echo Saber into AC, maybe you get Daedalus up. So down the line, you will itemize that way. And the good news here for Galaxy Racer is because they have their support duo first, this is definitely a core Tiny. So we're not going to see pause for a Tiny that just hasn't had a good run this season. And that should, mitigate some of the issues you see with that. Motivate Trust going into the Gyro. This is just building into that team fight. They've just got so much AoE damage, so much AoE control. And beautiful thing about the Gyrocopter is that it can play aggressive. So you've got Gyro plus Treant in lane. You can go ahead, get your slow off, run them down to Treant, get the follow-up damage from the Gyrocopter. And that's something GXR has to watch out for. If you get run down in this lane, the Gyro is not going to take too long to get farmed up.
No, it's not. Still GXR, they could just continue drafting in a way that doesn't allow the Gyrocopter to get that kind of space to farm up this game. I think one of the strongest things you can do is obviously invade the jungle when you are up against that Gyrocopter. Just try and take any stacks away that they've made. And for now, GXR, they're going to go for the simple Juggernaut. So I'd say it's pretty good into the Gyrocopter. Obviously doesn't care about any of the magic damage that the Gyro has to pump out. Omni Slash is pretty darn good up against Gyro. He never really has a counter towards it. Overall, pretty safe carry. John, do you happen to have the record between GXR and Motivate Trust? Because a lot of people will already know that GXR has beaten out MGT quite a few times. And so you might think MGT is going to be the favorites here, but it's been a bit mixed with these two teams.
Yeah, it has. I think they have been winning over GXR. The one time they dropped the game was in the OEDL Fall Invitational in the group stage. They went 1-1. But beyond that, it's been pretty much 2-0s. Last year, there was two series where GXR came up. I think the one thing I'm surprised with Motivate Trust is after their lower Div C, and I'm on their Facebook, they keep posting their match results, right? And for the past week, it's all been lost. They've been dropping their games in PNXBet. They've been dropping their games in Moon Studio, I think. And it's surprising. And this is something we've heard from Paulson yesterday, right? He was like, they're great, but they're not infallible, or not as infallible as a lot of people think. So I think GXR are feeling confident after seeing the recent performances. Maybe Motivate Trust got figured out in this draft. And GXR, this is surprising. They had the Tiny, they had the Jug, they go for the Bristle. So they saved their Tiny mid from an atrocious matchup that could have come out from Motivated Trust. And now they've got the solid offlaner that can kind of deal with Gyrocopter. You can stand back, play with a Quilt Spray. You're probably not going to look to run down with your Nasal Goo just because Treant's going to cut you off every single time. But it's still kind of a good lane to run, especially with a Grim Orc Flock. I think in this case, you'd prefer Grimstroke 4 with a Bristleback, just because if you do want to run in, you've got Inkswell. You can slow them down with a Stroke of Fate. There's a little bit more you can play with on the off lane with a Grimstroke 4. And it's looking solid for GXR. They've got a steady lineup. MG Trust close out with a Viper just to have that natural break to deal with a Bristleback. So they just kind of are forced to pick a counter. I think overall the draft is actually surprisingly strong here from GXR. They've got a lot of good timings to meet. They've got a very stable core in the Jug, as you mentioned. For Motivated Trust, they have to pull off these team fights.
Yeah.
They need to be able to get Masaros at blink timing Q as well and go from there. And sometimes Sand King, even if you find the early blink, if you don't get fast levels, then there's that issue of not having Epicenter up as well.
Absolutely. Now, I realize the people in chat asking about the players on the side of Galaxy Racer right now. It is indeed in your dream. KYXY not going to be around again. So it's basically the same thing as yesterday. John, we may need to change the banner at the top where the player names are. Change it over to In Your Dream, perhaps, for today's matches, so nobody gets confused. Apart from that, though, 2 interesting drafts, John. I'm gonna have to ask you the hardest question of all before we do get into game number 1 of the day. Who came out with the better draft?
I'd still lean towards Motivate Trust. I think even if like the difficulty of pulling off good team fights is there compared to Galaxy Racer just wanting to run and gun. The issue for Galaxy Racer here is they don't have much control. They've got Avalanche Toss, Inkswell on the lay, Hookshot Cogs if you can land it with Battery Assault, but the team fight control of MG Trust is just much wider. Epicenter, Burrow Strike, Earth Spike, Overgrowth, Call Down. It's just a lot more to contend with, so as long as you initiate properly on Motivate Trust sides, it should be easier. For Galaxy Racer, they have to play a, not necessarily quick game, but they have to be aggressive. They have to shut down the Gyrocopter's farm. They have to be able to find pickoffs, because if it comes down to a 5v5, they don't have enough control. Like, once you expand Avalanche Toss, that's pretty much it. You can get some Nasal Goose lows from the Bristle. It's not the same as, say, Earth Spike and Burrow Strike at the same time, so we'll see if Galaxy Racer can kind of do that. I think Motivate Trust just have a lineup that can really play around their level 6 spikes at the 15-minute mark when everyone's kind of ready. You can just look to force some team fights and run Galaxy Racer down a bit. Okay,
fair enough, John. We are just about to move into the first game. There we go. Game number 1, Motivate Trust versus GXR. Looks like Fearless ended up buying the Arkosh support bundle as well. Fair enough. I believe the Motivate Trust boys have been buying quite a few of them, actually. So that's good to see the boys. They've obviously won a bit of money as of late. You know, getting it spent in the right places.
Yeah, just supporting other teams.
Not themselves. That's the thing. Where is the SEA support packs? Where are they?
We have Fnatic, right? We've got Fnatic with the voice lines, which is pretty much, I figure, something like out of their comms in game. And it's funny because I was watching the Fnatic series. They all had their own support pack, most of them. So they're all spamming their own voice lines. It's like, go, go, go! I'm strong, I'm strong. It's like, all right, boys, feeling good, you know.
But be careful there, John. Very, very cautious. You don't want the CEO watching that different support packs.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's keeping an eye out.
I love the Twitch chat too much, dude. The Twitch chat makes every stream so good. I was having a very good laugh last night at the games that was on TNC vs Fnatic. Is bloody hilarious, John. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh yeah. Well, this one is not going to be. This matchup, at the very least on paper, should be a very serious matchup. I think when we were talking to Paulson, it looked like he had a message to send to Motivate Trust. You know, he wanted to show them that they're not all powerful. He wants to send a message that Galaxy Racer is strong as well. So again, we'll see if they can sort of pull that confidence off. Even start 2-2 on the bounties. Not too much excitement there. And the lanes do break out. No early tri-lanes, it looks like, yet from either side. So up top, you've got Masaros on the Sand King, along with Q on the Lion. So they are going for the Lion Sand King combination. A lot of early stuns to play with there. It's actually pretty scary once you get some levels up. It's going to be pretty hard to go against that. On the bot lane, though, you do have Jackie around. He is going to be solo laning against Mizu for now. So it's Miracle on the off lane once more. Again, Gyro versus Bristle is sort of all right for both sides. Mizu can still clear out creep waves with a Quill. Jackie can sort of try to stand back. I think he might want some early flak to just have some additional range out, attack from a pretty far spot just to be safe.
Yeah,
but I like supports are kind of getting started here.
I like what Paulson's doing. I think he just wants to get his level 2, and he's probably just going to leave the lane. Obviously, with the clockwork, there's not really much you can do with the Bristleback, I don't think, up against the Train Protector and the Gyrocopter. He's going to cop a homing missile now, and never mind that, because mid-lane, Alacrity gets a kill, solo onto Fearless at level 2. Now, I wish I saw how that happened, because I didn't. But, that's not a great start for Motivate Trust.
It's one of those things with a Viper. You feel like you should have the advantage against melee heroes, but if you kind of overstep your bounds, you don't have the best armor, you've got decent HP. The Tiny can still kind of rip through you if you cop all of the cleave damage from the tree grab. then the avalanche toss comes in. Could be a bit dicey. So Fearless dropping first blood is not good news. Alacrity sets himself up quite nicely. He gets a full creep wave lead over Fearless as well. So he's going to have a great time here. Bottle already up. He's going to be topped up for his spell spam. You already have the bottle in Fearless as well. At least here for Fearless, once you hit your level 4 spike, it should feel a bit nicer. You're not going to be bullied out too hard. And because it's a tiny, he's not really going to be able to snipe both water runes. So you should at least be even on regen here in mid.
Absolutely. Of course, top lane, the one lane we haven't really talked about too much. 343 and In Your Dream going to be up against Masaros and Q. For now, In Your Dream, he's not really struggling whatsoever, which is kind of to be expected. In fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, there is a bit of a dive going on. Leonak and Jackie just kind of standing their ground. Mizu, he's going to give his life away for the Leonak kill. Well, he did get the kill first. I don't know how worth I'd call that. I think he really didn't want to die, but I suppose he's going to come back in with the full reset now, and he has 1 kill under his belt, so not too bad.
Yeah, it's kind of okay for a Bristle, as long as you drain your mana out and you come back in full. You're doing your job. You're making this lane pretty awkward for Jackie. He's not having free farm at all, especially when you compare it to In Your Dream. In Your Dream's about a creep wave up. So you're feeling good here on Galaxy's Racer side. You don't really mind that too much. Mizu just comes back in. It also gives Paulson some space to soak at least a couple of creeps. So you're getting your levels up in the clockwork and starting to build up the aggression there. The last lane we haven't really seen is the top lane. Of course, we briefly mentioned it. In Your Dream is free farming up here, 18-1. Not really being slowed down by Masaros, which is a bit interesting. You tend to see Sand King overtake in melee versus melee matchups because of Caustic. But the Juggernaut's one of those heroes that he can just kind of Blade Fury and ignore a lot of that damage. So it's a bit tricky for Masaros to really, truly bully out In Your Dream. And they're not quite ready to play with their chain stuns. Like, Q's at level 3, got the level 2 mana drain. He's really just looking to remove In Your Dream's mana for his spin.
Oh, top lane. 343 going to turn around with the Ink Swirl now. Back in onto Q. In Your Dream's coming in to help out. He might be able to get in range for the spin, but instead will decide onto Masaros. Still holds on to the spin. Now an Earth Spike flies out. Q making sure they don't get too much damage off onto Masaros. And well, looks like the opportunity just wasn't going to be there for In Your Dream. That's one thing you do expect, though. You expect the spin plus Ink Swirl combination to be flying out constantly here from GXR. But I haven't really seen that happen whatsoever yet.
Yeah, there's just no mana in Your Dream. Q is focusing on mana draining the Jug, which is just, you're stuck at 0. You have wand charges, but you don't necessarily want to pop that just for mana. So you're stuck in a situation where you can't really play this lane aggressively. I think it's still fine for In Your Dream. You're still getting farm up, but Masaros is not lagging behind at all. So you have to watch yourself if the Sand King gets his timings up.
Yeah, Q's being a real nuisance here. That mana drain being screwed up to 2, John. This is something a bit more unorthodox. So, I mean, usually we'd see maybe level 1 mana drain, max Earth Spike, and a point in Hex. Level 2 mana drain, though, very interesting, but I don't necessarily disagree with it. And I'll tell you why, John, because after this laning stage, after In Your Dream and 343 have suffered enough, eventually you're going to have to deal with Mizu on the Bristleback. I think having max mana drain up against the BB is going to be very good, because in the end, if he's got no mana, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's one of those things that Bristle can't really deal with. And I believe this kind of build-up is sort of credited to Secret. I think it was Puppy who kind of ran a 1-1-3 build. It's pretty darn good. Like, if you have other stuns, you're not completely relying on the line. I mean, in this case, you've got Sand King anyway. You can kind of afford to do it. Like, level scaling on Earth Spike is 0.4 seconds per stun.
Massive group up. Mizu, though, he's going to be the one to clean up. And they got Polison. But you lost Jackie and Leonak in the process there, and they just kind of tried to man fight. 2 versus 1, but it's still a Bristleback. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fearless. Oh, they dived Alacrity again. And Fearless is going to go down before he secures the kill onto Alacrity. That's another piece of bad news here for Motivate.
Yeah, it's bit of a back and forth. You definitely don't want to lose your Viper like that. You do manage to sort of even it out with a tiny kill. but that came after Fearless died. So the Tiny gets the EXP, he's gonna get a bit faster in levels, already at level 7. Fearless not too far behind there. This is really good for your Tiny. Blink timing should be pretty on point for Alacrity. He's got 900 in the bank, right around 1,000, so he's just lacking about 1,200 with some change. And Galaxy Racer are just kind of allowed to play their pacing. Like, they're punishing the clump ups up against a Bristle. You're at that level for Mizu, level 6 up, where you can't really deal with him in lane if he does decide to run in. So you have to just focus on your farm here for Jackie. You do see Leonak going all the way in that triangle, plopping a ward to watch the stacks. This will enable MG Trust to contest those, and they've got the Gyrocopter. As long as Jackie's free enough to do it, they can easily clear it out, and he gets a good courier snipe here as well. There's some nice gold, and killing off that wand here for Paulson is always kind of nice.
Yeah, going to be very annoying for Paulson. Bottom lane, Mizu going to be chased down. Spike is going to connect. There's your cooldown out as well. They still have to be cautious, but with the Hex committed, this time they'll get him. Looks like Q, he did decide to go for that 1 point in Hex and go for another point in Earth Spike. So maybe just committing to 2 levels of mana drain instead of the max level straight off the bat. And that's fair enough as well. Meanwhile, Leonak, he's been caught out of the tree and he may die to neutrals, and he does. He gets the deny off. Paulson now going to be punished here by Jackie. Oh, that is such bad news here for GXR, just losing the kill that they had in the bag. The Alpha Wolf just securing it for the side of Motivate Trust.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see there for Galaxy Racer. Despite having that early kill lead, Motivate Trust has always held on to the net worth advantage just slightly, and you can see that on the board as well. Jackie and Fearless are still popping. They find another.
I suppose Mizu wasn't really expecting Fearless to be around, but it seems like that might be the game plan now for Motivate. Just kind of huddle around Jackie and make sure when Mizu shows up, you just take him out again. Now Mizu has no TP for another 40 seconds, so it's going to be a bit of a long walk back to the laning phase. There's 3-4-3 now being caught out. Fearless should be able to secure this kill, and does. And this is more like the Motivate we know. Just getting very aggressive early on. They've got a great draft for it. And if they can keep this up, GXR, they just may never get online.
Yeah, they're just working that map superbly. A bit of a mistake there coming through from 343. He inkswelled up. He was still being hit by the Ancient Creeps. I think if he didn't have the Inkswell on, he might have just gotten denied as well to waste some time there. So a bit unfortunate. That does signal that Mizu has to start clearing these Ancients. So he's just going to go ahead, pop his back towards it, pop some Quilt Sprays, and build up. Of course, you are now playing a farming game here. Like, you are getting some free space out for In Your Dream. The Jug isn't really up there in farm yet. In Your Dream is opting for the Maelstrom on his Jug. So there's some more early fight potential for the Jug, but that does mean that the Gyro is just going to have a lot more farm, just because he's got Flak to play with. And that does allow Jackie to just kind of run around. He finds a double damage rune to bottle up. They're going to look to play with that now.
Well, they got to protect these Ancients. Leonak, he's still hanging around. Alacrity going to jump in with that blink. Avalanche toss. Inkswell connects on two. The call down is there from Jackie to try and help out. And look at the damage output. Jackie! Oh, he has a double damage active. Well, that would explain it. Mizu, he's still going to be able to clean up Leonak, but no, he gets denied again.
Wow.
He gets denied again.
Oh, that is not ideal for GXR, but they kind of win that trade. Like, they find 2 for 2 in the end, not counting the deny. They found a core for 2 supports. A core and a support for 2 supports. So it's a bit better on paper, but they're just not allowed to play in that triangle. I think they've got to be really cautious, because Jackie will always show up for these fights, and the travels are up for Fearless. So he can literally be all across the map finding these opportunities.
Oh, top lane. Q, he had the finger ready. Masteros just goes for an easy burrow strike, and In Your Dream, that's a big pick-off to get. Onto Paulson they go. Paulson, he's going to try and juke around the tree line, but the likelihood is he is just dead. They block him off. That Q will be the one to take the kill on the line. Why the hell not, I guess. Just allow your supports to get some itemization too. But now it's an 11-7, 3k net worth lead for Motivate Trust. GXR, they are slowly but surely just falling apart.
Oh yeah, it's starting to lag behind. They haven't been able to play with the aggressiveness that they can with their support duo. Like, when you have Grimstroke Clock, you kind of want to just run around, get some kills. They've got the Blink and Alacrity ready to go as well. And they haven't been able to play aggressive. It's all been defensive plays. They are lining up in bot lane, but it's a bit hard to dive that tier 2 just yet, although maybe they can intercept.
Alacrity doesn't go in. Will blink in eventually with the Avalanche toss and the Inkswell. Fearless is still pretty tanky on the Viper, but should eventually die, surely, as he goes for the Viper strike now. He wants to try and turn around. Can they stun up the Grimstroke?
Ooh.
No. Hugh, he did try his best, but the Earth Spike just taking a bit too long. That's a bad sign, though. When your Avalanche toss Inkswell can't kill off Fearless, it's not going to be a great feeling for the side of GXR. And it's not like Fearless really has any defensive items either. The thing, I guess the Dragonlance gives him a bit more strength to tank him up, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's more of the corrosive skin. With that innate match resist buff, you can't really jump the Viper with your burst and tiny. You have to look for the Gyro, you have to look for the Sand King. Even the Sand King's a bit tough with the early hit to find. So,
Overgrowth. Leonak is going to go in with Fearless. They've got the Tiny. Polisan going to show up with a hook shot, but he hook shots right into 4 heroes. That was a bit of a panic hook shot there by Polisan, I think. Just needed to try and help out some way, but Alacrity was already dead, and Motivate, they just get another for their trouble.
And they're just really playing as 5, and this is what we talked about. They have such great team fights, such great AoE control on Motivate Trust. None of it's on a particularly long cooldown as well. They can just be really active on the map, whereas for GXR, it's all about pickoffs, and we haven't seen any of those pickoffs fly out. They need to use these hooks, they need to use that Blink on Tiny, they need to find some softer targets. But the side of Motivate Trust, at 4k up, they have a lot of major items. Still, Galaxy Racer are smoked up. Leonak breaks beautifully, though.
Leonak. Oh, he's out of there. They're not going to spot him out in time. Bit unfortunate for GXR. Because right now, they can take any kill that they can afford to get without giving their own bodies away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In your dream, he's fallen so far behind Jackie now as well. Like, it's so hard to catch up with the Gyrocopter. Even if you have that Maelstrom up on the Jug, Jackie's got the Aghanim Scepter up. He's going for a Diffusal Blade next, so they are really committing to making sure there is no mana on the side of GXR. This is the Thompson build. But MTG, maybe they've been watching OG a little bit. You know, maybe they watch True Side again. They feel like running the Diffusal Gyro, and I say, why the hell not?
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare. Not just for the Bristle, but the Tiny as well. In the middle of a fight, if he's empty, he's not really set for right-clicks yet. So a lot of these heroes won't enjoy that mana drain from Jackie coming through down the line. And they need to find an answer for this Gyro. I think he's probably the best target you can go for the burst. They just haven't been able to get that movement out to the Gyrocopter just yet.
Well, Masteros TP in, but nice silence out from 343. It probably won't save his life, but it is going to save Alacrity's. And that was a very fast silence out onto Masteros, just not allowing the Burrow Strike to occur. That definitely saved the life of the Tiny that time around.
Yeah, it's rather curious for GXR. They're playing as 2 every single time. Like, they're running with basically Alacrity plus 1 support, usually 3-4-3. They need Paulson around as well. I think if you've got the Tiny, the Grimstroke, and the Clock with a hook shot, Avalanche Toss, the Inkswell, I think that can lead to kills, but just going as 2 means once they spot you out, you're forced to retreat, you can't fight back. They lose their mid tower with no defense here on GXR. Motivate Trust, just getting perfect control on the map so far. The only boon here for GXR is that In Your Dream is still free farming on a Jug, but you can see that farming rate. He's just not keeping up with Jackie, who's, you know, despite being active on the map, has so much more flash farm potential because of Flak Cannon. Whereas Jug, he only really has the Maelstrom procs, and that's just not enough to compensate.
343 has been spotted. He'll try to go for an Inkswell. Fearless, he does have a Haste Rune, so he's just going to juke it out. Mizu is around, but now they're going to try and chase him down. Fearless, he still has the haste going. Mizu does have help around, though. Hook shot. Oh, it was onto Q, but Paulson does not connect. Even if he did, I don't think it would have been a kill. So maybe he might be feeling a little bit thankful that hook did not connect.
To their top tower.
GXR once again will be forced to back away. They are yet to find really much in the last 10 minutes. It's been a drought for GXR.
It's really been just Motivate Trust taking all these wins, taking all these trades. They even find them farming that jungle. There's some good injection of gold from Mizu at the least. You really need a Bristleback to step into the front line. It's just so difficult when they itemize against you.
This is such a hard game for a Clockwork, let me tell you, John. There is no worse feeling as a Clockwork than feeling like you have nobody to play with. And that's exactly what's happening to Polison right now. It just doesn't seem like any of the cores are really interested in fighting on GXR. Obviously they've fallen behind and they need to try and farm up. But for a Clockwork who needs some help to get some ganks going, it's torture.
Yeah, it's just not... They just can't find opportunities, and I think it's just weird, because a while ago we were seeing Alacrity hunt around with 343, but then that was Paulson missing. So there's something going on with GXR, maybe something in communication, maybe a weird read of the game. They get a good scan out here with the smoke.
Yeah, Masaros right in. He's found Mizu again, and Mizu, he just can't survive the damage output. There's just no way. Into the tier 2 tower they go. And why the hell not? They know nothing can stop them right now. They are quite literally unstoppable. So, GXR, they just need to find more farm, but space is getting smaller and smaller for them. And time is running out. I just don't know what other kind of play they could make here to try and turn this game now.
It looks like they're just trying to stall, maybe trade objectives where they can. Even In Your Dreams kind of forcing that bot lane to play with that push. And there are TPs coming in for the defense on Motivate Trust though, so you could easily look for a counterfight. Even Masaros alone is going to be pretty hard to contest, and they're just forced to TP out already.
He brings up to the high ground. He's looking for somebody else. Alacrity was around in the tiny, but they won't spot him out in the tree line. Meanwhile, Paulson, hookshot right onto Jackie, but a nice 4-staff away. That was Q, just getting the 4-staff off, and Jackie will literally take no damage. So now Masaros is blinked in, Burrow Strike is out. It's only onto the tiny, but now a big overgrowth there from Leonak to hold them all down. And this is going to be a nice wipe out for Motivate Trust. They lose Q on the line, but who the hell cares? Onto Mizu they go. And Mizu, he's going to get a bounty rune for his trouble. But he knows he's dead. A 4-for-1 trade and MTG, they are probably going to go Roshan.
Yeah, they have it opened up. There's no real heroes around from GXR to contest it. Respawns are short, but I don't think this rush is going to take that long anyway. So, going to be a nice Aegis to give out, probably towards Jackie here. And you could maybe hook on Paulson, but he's going to walk through. So, but after TP and on the outpost, it's not going to be on time. And just a freebie coming out for Motivate Trust, still keeping their huge lead in the game. 21-8, 6k up. There's just no answers. GXR, they've missed their timing with their tiny. Alacrity had a pretty quick blink considering his mid lane. They didn't really find pickoffs for that. They don't really have natural soulbind combos. They've got Inkswell plus hookshot or Inkswell plus blink in, but they've been jumping the more awkward heroes because MG Trust have been very disciplined in who they show on the map. So it's just down to the fact that Motivate are playing a little bit too clean. I think if GXR managed to maybe get some more farm on In Your Dream, you can maybe take a fight. We haven't seen the drug really show up to many team fights. That's still a factor there for GXR. Just In Your Dream getting this decent farm up.
Mid lane. They found Alacrity again. Jackie's got the Diffusal Blade up. Alacrity's going to try and run. The help is coming in. Maybe they can try to turn this. Soulbind is out. In Your Dream needs the Omni, but there are creeps around. He'll wait it out. Now it's a Jackie with the Omni. That's the one you want. You'll get rid of the Aegis, but now can you survive? They'll get Paulson on the Clockwork. Can they get out of this? It doesn't look like it, Mizu. He's going to BKB and run. They'll get the Aegis, and they'll trade Paulson's life away. I don't think you'd call that too bad for GXR. It is going to relieve a bit of pressure, but they are going to have to avoid any kind of team fight until you have this Omni back up. And in the meantime, MTG, they're going to take the tier 2 mid tower.
Yeah, they're not really going to be able to defend that without the Omni coming through from In Your Dream. Not the ideal Omni as well, as the creep wave was still alive for a bit, but did manage to get the damage he needed.
Nice spin away. That Observer Ward really saving the life of In Your Dream, just giving the vision over Masaros. In Your Dream, he wants to stick around. He needs to farm this triangle, but he's got to know MTG are around here. GXR, they're looking like they're going to move in. Jackie, he's going to be targeted. A nice toss back. Maybe this is it. Jackie way out of position. He needs some help ASAP, but the help's not coming in. They just keep locking him down, and he cannot survive it. That's a very nice play in from Alacrity to be able to find the most valuable hero on the map and just toss him back into imminent death. That should buy a little bit of time and space now for GXR.
And that's what they needed to do this entire game, just jump the gyro. Even way before when they had this blink time, they could have done it now.
You've still got to go into this Sand King Viper. It's not like they're going to be able to push anything down. I think they've just got to take this space and try to get that farm out. If you're GXR, there's no time for objectives right now. Just farming.
And just gotta head back, try to build back some gold parity here with Motivate Trust. You're not too far behind your big cores. I think that's where the silver lining is for Galaxy Racer. Jackie's only about 2k above your Jug. Fearless is only marginally higher, about 800 to 1k as well. So they don't really have big item advantages. The net worth disparity really comes down to the fact that I guess Alacrity's kind of lagging behind on all the cores in comparison. So that's probably not too bad for GXR. Like, the Tiny's more of a mid-game tempo here anyway. Towards late game, he can take it slow, build into the Ag Shard, go into that Daedalus, already has the Echo Saber. So I think GXR, if they can keep stalling out, they're going to have a good power spike coming in relatively soon. And for Motivate, you're going to need Jack to at least finish up the Satanic. Once he has that, he's going to feel a lot better in the middle of those fights. As long as the side gunner's firing, he will regen through some HP, and that's going to complicate the burst down from Galaxy Racer.
That it will. It's not going to take too long either. He's still able to free farm with this gyrocopter. They've just chosen to fight so often, but they don't really need to. They can afford to just kind of wait it out. I suppose maybe you fear In Your Dreams Jug a little bit later on, but now it's actually going to be GXR that go for a big smoke up. Line being drawn out. They want to try and go after Jackie. They want the big one. But Jackie's not getting greedy. He's backing off. GXR seem to have assumed that maybe he'd hang around the Dire jungle. That is not going to be the case. He's actually backed off right behind the tier 1 tower at the top lane. It's a really nice read on the movement of GXR to know they might be smoked. Though I suppose it could be considered somewhat obvious because the top lane is so pushed in. In Your Dream now going to show up and clean that up, but will Motivate Trust. They've already avoided the big smoke. They might even go for a smoke themselves, but no, that Rocket Flare is going to make it very obvious.
Yep. And just kind of don't really need to respond to that aggressive clump up from GXR. You're still farming up from Jackie. Already has the Reaver up. It's just a couple of parts away from full Satanic, so you can kind of just wait until that's done. There's no rush here for Motivate Trust, as you've pointed out, and they don't need to play fast. They've got the gyro. They can just keep farming, keep winning the farm trade, as Jug without a battle free doesn't really keep up, and go from there. They will smoke up now, though, so we'll see if they find some good initiation here.
Yeah, GXR seems to know something's awry here, though. Rocket Flare giving no vision. They back off immediately, understanding they may be smoked. And they are correct in assuming that. Now they'll definitely know as the wards were placed. TG not going to be able to get away with this smoke either. They'll just take an outpost for their time. I suppose that is somewhat of a win here for Motivate, just getting that bonus XP coming in and locking GXR out of that jungle again. That'll pretty much be it. GXR, they're still biding their time. They're still trying to pull back. In Your Dream's done a pretty good job of catching up in terms of net worth. He's sitting at third now, about to overtake Fearless, but he does need a bit more. But there's a big item, John. Mizu, he's got the Aghanim Scepter up now, so that Nasal Goo is going to be a lot more annoying. And this could prove to be a problem for Motivate.
Yeah, it's that massive spike for the Bristle. They've got a lot of slows now on the side of GXR. They're always going to be basically at max warpath on the Bristleback. So Mizu with a BKB can just stand in the middle, do the damage for his team. And if Motivate Trust don't expect that timing, it could be a bit risky. It's even just kind of using it to shove in the mid wave. The mid tier one is still at full HP though, so it's really not safe to just go up and try to melt it yet. It's not low enough to just snag it in a quick second. And Motivate Trust just keep farming up. Even if you're keeping up in the jug, you're not keeping up well enough. Like Jackie's still at 2k above. It's not a major item spike above the jug yet, but once the Satanic gets up, that will be your major item above it. Yeah. The Scotty timing for In Your Dream is not going to line up with that Satanic. The Satanic's definitely coming first, so Jackie's going to have a lot more presence compared to the Jug in that case. There's no mitigation for the healing coming through. They will eventually commit for the mid, but...
Fearless.
Oh, Fearless.
Being caught out early, he'll BKB up though. Alacrity can't burst him down. There's your finger out. That'll mean Paulison, he's gone. Alacrity now needs to back off. He hasn't got a BKB of his own, but there is your Omi into the Soulbind. But the Yules is going to cancel it off into the Overgrowth now. Jackie might just be able to have his way, or maybe not Mizu. He'll keep running forward, but it looks like it is about time to back as the BKB has worn off. And look at the slow from the Nasal Goo. That seems to be the one thing that halted MTG there, is the fact that they really couldn't move. And all the minus armor, you can't underestimate how much it can do, so they did have to hold back there. GXR, maybe if they can hold out a bit longer here with this draft, it may eventually just become a bit too worrisome for the side of MTG. But here comes the smoke. Mizu, he's already aware. Did break the smoke of Fearless on the Viper. And that's going to be it. Everyone backs off, back to the base. No risking it, back to farming. Motivate Trust, they'll do the same.
They've got the Satanic up now and Jackie. So that insane lifesteal, the synergy you have with the Ags, where even if you're stunned, the side gunner is still going to heal you up. It's going to be harder to burst Jackie down, even with the Ags up on your Bristle. Like, you need some, not just some, you need a lot of stacks up on Jack to really take care of the Gyro at 3.1k HP. And I think with this, Motivate Trust should look to keep invading. Maybe they wait out the next Roshan. Still a minute away, roundabout, 49 seconds, so got a little bit more time needed there for Motivate Trust. And if you're GXR, you want to keep control near that Roche pit as well.
Mizu, having missile. Gonna fly in, there's your Earth Spike out. Call down even been committed. It's a lot of damage out, Mizu. Oh, nice bound, but, excuse me, stun out. Burrow Strike from the Sand King, and they do blow up Leonak. Mizu, hook shot in. Paulison gonna go right after Jackie, but Jackie's just gonna stand his ground with the flat cannon and just burst them out. Another Burrow Strike in from Masaros. And 343 is trying to just run out of range of the Sandstorm, but he is just gonna tick out. And I'll tell you what, Sand King is a hero, obviously still very strong if you can line up the burrows. That's exactly what Masaros does last team fight. A 1-2-man burrow strike can really just change everything.
It's just so strong, especially with the follow-up you have here on Motivate. You've got the Earth Spike from Q. You've got a lot of control and damage coming out from your Gyro. There is the Scotty up now in your dreams.
Masaros, he's gone in again. Alacrity's been caught out mid lane. They weren't respecting the fact that Masaros may not have left, and now Paulison's been caught out. In Your Dream, he could try to fight this one out, but it looks like he does not want a bar of it. Paulison going to constantly try and back off, but Q is going to be there with the Hex out. Mizu doesn't know what he can do to help right now, and the answer is he can do nothing. In fact, he can get caught out by a Burrow Strike, but here comes the spin out. In Your Dream now might be able to turn it around. Inkswell does stun up Jackie. Overgrowth is there. They've got the Gyrocopter down though. Fearless now trying to back off. Leonak's going to drop. In fact, they'll go after Masaros. He'll try to blink away on the Sand King and does do so. But Mizu's right behind. Another Burrow Strike available. Oh, but he does not get to the high ground. He's right in the corner. He'll try for the TP. Mizu, he's not going to have the damage. The corner does work out. Meanwhile, Roshan has been started. It is terrible, yeah, John.
Really bad timing for Motivate Trust. GXR, if they find us, that's the second Roche with a free Ag Shard. They have to do what they can to prevent this from coming out. Epicenter up in a few seconds. It's enough to kind of dissuade GXR for now, but they've got the numbers advantage. There's no gyro. They could easily just kind of go back in. No Omni Slash for the follow-up fight, though. Got to be a bit careful. Let's see if Masaros can maybe make a snipe play here.
He's got the epicenter up. He should definitely try to go in, but it's very difficult without vision. Scan out. Roshan's so darn low, and there's your Aegis. Gone already. Masaros, he might still try to initiate. There goes Fearless after In Your Dream with the Viper Strike, but they're going to get to the high ground, and they'll immediately smoke up. Meanwhile, Fearless, he's trying to rush towards the DD rune down to the bot side of the map. In Your Dream's gonna meet him there though. Q gets in range, denies the double damage off. Hook shot, not gonna land. A big Earth Spike out, but they're still probably gonna lose Leonak and Q when they do. Jackie's still gonna try and fight along with Fearless. Buybacks out, Burrow Strike in from Masaros. Onto 3 heroes. In Your Dream, trying to run. Mizu, he'll try to fight back after Fearless, but, oh, actually eats a cheese, will survive a little bit longer. Fearless eventually is gonna drop. Onto Jackie he goes, but no, it's time to run. Diffusal Blade is there though. Masaros with the Burrow Strike, the stun's out, the Earth Spike, the Epicenter, they commit everything and they will get another. The one bright side for GXR is they did not lose the Jug nor the Aegis. But even with that Roshan, Aegis and Cheese, it just did not seem to make much of a difference. Motivate Trust still proving to be stronger in these team fights.
And then that's the risk they took there on GXR. They come into that fight, they forced a lot of bodies out just for a double damage rune. They did not have Omni Slash there. Again, coming out of Pit, it was still on cooldown, so they just couldn't really leverage this Aegis immediately after taking Roshan, and I think they kind of overestimated how tanky they really were. Motivate Trust now, going to use this opportunity to get more push out. Jackie saving up for a BKB. Once you have that in the gyro, it fixes a lot of Jackie's issue. Control, it's not going to be a problem. You can just easily pop his Satanic when he needs to. And for Motivate Trust, they are smoked up as tree right now. They could go hunting just a bit.
They could. Oh, they're going to run straight into In Your Dream. If he can get the spin away, he'd be very happy, but Q sees him. They just need the Hex off, but no, he does realize something is wrong here.
And it's off.
Motivate, they may have just waited a bit too long to go in for the Hex. Nevertheless, In Your Dream, I guess he still had the Aegis anyway, so eventually he probably would have been able to spin TP in. But now, GXR, they're going to smoke up. Mizu's going to show himself in the bristle. Line's been drawn out right to Masaros. He's going to break the smoke here for the team very soon. But in they go, Alacrity waits for the right moment with the avalanche toss. Now the overgrowth out, Leonak though, Polison, great hook shot in, catches out Masaros, and it looks like they are going to be left behind. No one from Motivate Trust able to get in range to try and help out, and they decide better of it. GXR, they'll be very happy with that.
Great kill coming out for GXR. Managing to drag back some of that net worth lead down to just 4k for Motivate Trust. MG Trust are using this time well. Scotty's up on Fearless, so he's got his own slow to deal with. That along with his poison attack. Very infuriating now to run into that Viper. And the BKB for Jackie's already up. So you can kind of look at that next fight, go back in, you know, that spell muties on hand. The gyro is not going to be scared of all the silences, all the controls, and the chain stunning shouldn't be an issue. The EXR, they get enough space to clear out the mid tier 1, gonna start chipping away to tier 2. Could look to defend here though.
If they could. Tier 2 mid tower, about to drop, Motivate, they are setting up. So is Polison though, he's looking for a good hook shot here. They'll leave it be, GXR. They're able to get that tier 2 mid tower, and that's going to be enough for them. Now, the tables, they've turned, John. It's this net worth graph, it's not updated yet, but it's about to dip to around the 1k mark. And GXR, it's anyone's game right now. It's very hard to tell who could win this one out.
Yeah, it's super close from both sides. GXR managed to hold out well enough. They managed to get some great items up, especially on Alacrity. Like, his Tiny's been lagging behind for a very long time. He's still behind in net worth, but with the Shadow Blade up, along with the Blink, he's got multiple options to initiate, and this speeds up the Tiny's right-click. So you don't have that problem with atrocious right-click without having to go into an AC. Shadow Blade kind of mitigates that just a bit. On the side of MGT, and they still have this gyro that's super big. It's just that he's not as big as he was before. It's still only a 2k lead over the Jug. You don't have that one step up right now on Jackie. This next side from the SMY though.
Yeah, setting up. Avalanche tosses out there from Alacrity. Finger being committed. Massaros, he can't finish the job off. He's going to have to back off. They'll just try to protect you. Well, In Your Dream does come in, and there's your Soulbind out now with the double silence. Overgrowth being committed, but there's your Omni Slash. In Your Dream, going to get Massaros and Fearless. He's not going to be very safe either. He's going to die. Onto Leonak. He's going to try for the TP play, and will make it. But it's still a massive win now for GXR. They're just kind of still waiting here for Jackie to feel confident and comfortable to start fighting with the team again. You start to feel like it might be around that territory now where you start looking towards that Divine Rapier, John. So GXR, they've taken over the lead, and they might find the mid-racks out of this.
Yeah, it's just super strange for Motivate Trust. They keep forcing these engagements out when GXR has their full roster and they only bring 3 heroes. It's the same mistake we were seeing from GXR early on. Now the tables have kind of flipped. It's the other side doing that bit of a misplay. They take the tier 3 onto the racks without any of these teamfight heroes up. There's really not much Jackie and Leonak can do to stop this. So a racks advantage out for GXR. They're going to be feeling great. They take the net worth lead now. Their end 4k up, 30 to 20 with GXR ahead. Motivate Trust, they're not quite out of it yet, but they are really giving way too much out to GXR. Being 1 racks up opens a ton of possibilities. They got AC up now on Mizu, so they are super darn strong and really tanky up front. The physical output of Jackie doesn't feel amazing into that AC, especially on the Bristle. Even with the break on, it's just going to kind of tickle for now, so we'll have to see Motivate. They have to get these initiations down. They need to play as we saw them do it around the 15 to 20 minute mark, jumping in, lining up the Earth Spike and the Burrow Strike, getting the perfect overgrowths, having everyone stuck in the Nether Toxin, because if they don't find that, GXR will just run you down now.
GXR, they're just going to stick around at this top side, see if they can start setting up into that tier 2 top tower. Won't be too hard of a task for them, considering Motivate Trust won't be around to try and defend. Eventually, they are going to be able to get this tower. It's a matter of whether they want to keep going, but they are going to back off. I think you just wait out the next Roshan. In fact, we're about to find out when it spawns, but it is going to be a late timer. So they are going to be left waiting a bit, and this could be that point where Motivate Trust, they might take 2.5 minutes, keep farming up, get maybe 1 more item on your cause, and that Roshan fight should be the last fight of the game.
Yeah, it's starting to line up along those lines. Like, the winner of the next Rosh can potentially just rush down these objectives and win out. I think for GXR's end, they've got a little bit more leeway if they do lose the Roshan. They can still fight in, they can still hold their high ground, there's still a full set of racks in each lane. We've got 1 outer tower to protect. Motivate Trust are the ones under pressure, and they will smoke up here looking for a pick-off.
That they will. Leonak gonna get the vision of the tree, and they'll also find Massaros. Top tier 3's being pushed in though. Someone needs to respond to that. There is a siege creep just hitting away. Nobody's backed off quite yet from Motivate. They're allowing the damage to happen, while they still rush through the mid lane. Really trying to wrap around and set up for that Roshan attempt, it seems. They'll take the outpost back. What's the play here for GXR? Like, could they possibly force in the top lane again and just apply the tower pressure? Should they just stay in the triangle?
I think they can just kind of hold a triangle spot, keep the waves shoved in. GXR can't progress in objectives playing on this end. They still need a ton of farm and jack if they kind of want to overtake. In fact, you're at the point where In Your Dream has overtaken the net worth of the gyro, so you're in a really comfy spot for GXR. You don't have too much to worry about, and they can't play it. Like, Motivate Trust has to eventually TP in for defense.
Yeah, it was a great play in from In Your Dream to just force the TPs back now, and they can just take the triangle back themselves. Roshan, 30 seconds left, so this is very good timing for GXR. Motivate Trust, they'll realize the Roshan's up any second now. They've got to find their position. They really cannot afford to lose the next one. They are moving in through the mid lane. They'll get the lane pushed out. Meanwhile, GXR still right around the Roshan pit. And even better timing now because In Your Dream's got the MKB up. So even more damage output from our Jug as they are moving in. Fearless is going to try and test out the waters. Roshan is up. So both teams know about it. Fall down. Going to get more vision, but they'll see nobody in the pit. There is a refresher shard on this Roshan as well. Could be very handy for both teams. Especially GXR, if you had a double Omni, you'd be very excited as a hook shot is in. Jackie! Nice Hog's pushback. The overgrowth's going to be there to try and help Jackie up, but he might have to man fight this. He's way out of position, but Masteros is in with the epicenter onto Alacrity. The damage output is insane. They get one, but Jackie, he's going to have to try and fight up against In Your Dream, but he can't do it. The Eye of Skadi reducing too much heal. He's going to buy back. In Your Dream now dropping very low himself in the junk. He'll try to run away. Alacrity, can he help out? Just barely, no. In Your Dream, he's going to have to buy back. Mizu now will go on to Fearless, the Viper dropping quite low himself, but he's going to keep trying to fight this one out, but he will drop eventually as the call down now comes in, but it does not connect on anybody. They do back off, at least for a bit. So both teams committing quite a few buybacks. Roshan is still very healthy. And neither team's going to go back to the pit yet. They're just going to play chicken with each other.
Yeah, it's a scary spot now, though. Both sides absolutely need a Roshan. GXR took massive risks in having to buy back themselves. So this is it. Like, if you lose here, you're probably going to get your tier 4s pushed in if you are on Motivate Trust. And if GXR loses this one, they could just cut one tower and just go straight for tier 4s as well in the end of Motivate. So got to find that angle. You do have a hook shot up here on Paulson. Could look for a cheeky play if he finds the angle.
Mizu's going to try and scout it out. Roshan less than half HP now. GXR, they need to go in soon. There's your ink swell out. Jackie going to pop the BKB. Alacrity, he took too long. Now the call down's in with the overgrowth. Leonac setting up for the team. Mizu's trapped between a rock and a hard place. They're going to lose 3-4-3 along with Alacrity. And now the BB dropping so darn low. Policy will drop. They'll find another. In Your Dream, they even find the Jug. This is the big one. Can they kill him off though? Not quite. He'll be able to spin TP away. But this Roshan is going to go the way of Motivate Trust. Oh, and Leonac with the Tree and Protector overgrowth, John. He snuck up from the backside of the tree line. There was no wards watching this clip here, apart from Motivate Trust, and Leonac was able to sneak up to the high ground and get a massive overgrowth.
Yeah, he just really set up for his team. The follow-up was coming through from Motivate Trust as well. And GXR, it's one of those awkward things. In Your Dream kind of wants to help, but he didn't have Omni until right around the middle of that fight, so you couldn't really help out until then. You're also seeing Fearless at his level 25 spike just be really, really annoying. It's a massive spike for the Viper at that point. Nether Toxin at the 3-second cooldown. I mean, you just kind of cover the entire area you're fighting in with a Toxin. The damage over time is ridiculous once it reaches its max, and of course the Bristle just loses its tankiness. So you've got your answer back for the Bristle now, because you can't BKB for as long as the Nether Toxin stuff, because it's just all over the place. And Motivate Trust have found their opportunity. They take the network lead back down their way. They've got Aegis Cheese refresh. They're onto that high ground.
So easy to take the tower as well when the poison attack from the Viper can affect buildings. just makes it that much easier. Onto the racks they go. GXR, they are still lacking 2 heroes, and well, they're not going to have them back up in time to defend this top racks. MTG, they'll get 1 racks for themselves, and that's going to be enough. They're going to back out. GXR, they are not out of it yet by any stretch. It is a 1-for-1 in terms of racks going down so far. They've got to be very cautious though. As MTG, they might look for a team fight while this Aegis is up. Now, obviously with GXR not really having any buybacks left, you can't afford to get wiped at the moment.
Yeah, they've got to be super cautious here on GXR's end. Kind of just try and sit through, wait for some buybacks to be back up. So far, they only really have 3-4-3's buyback. So it's only the measly little Grimstroke buyback to defend themselves. They're going to need about 4 minutes of waiting time till the rest, maybe around 5 minutes until the rest are ready. But the smoke's out from Motivate. They're just going to take back the outpost just to prevent some sort of ambush from GXR in the jungle. And just go back to shoving the lanes. I don't think GXR is going to be popping out after seeing the outpost taken like that. So it's just time for defensive play and maybe setting through the 5 minutes for buybacks to be back up.
Money changes hands.
GXR, they're just going to wait it out. The only thing they can do, but in the meantime, MTG, they're going to be able to continue growing this net worth advantage that they got back. Jackie's just casually holding on to over 5k worth of gold right now. I wonder what he does want to buy out. I suppose you could just save the gold again for that Divine Rapier if you know, shit hits the fan. You could always just pick up the Divine and kind of have that backup available. But now he's just going to hold out. It's GXR, they're going to hold the high ground. And Motivate, it seems like as long as they're not farming on the side of GXR, Motivate are more than happy to just stay on the low ground and keep the farm up. In fact, they're going to go ahead and push the bottom tier 2 now. They'll get rid of Mizu's Courier, so no secret shop access for him. But you see the lines being drawn out on the minimap. They want to push out the top mid lane, and this is probably the best thing they can do for themselves at the moment.
And they see they have some space with Motivate Trust kind of grouping in that bot lane. So they take the opportunity to just get a bit of a shove back, maybe retake their outpost as well for some XP per minute while they can. But the Divine is up for Jackie. Does buy it out. So he does not have buyback gold with this, but he has the Aegis for about a minute. They've got to go now.
Very confident, they toss in Fearless, but here comes the flat cannon, the Soulbind down. They've caught Jackie with it, he's still got the Aegis, and Leonak is there with the big overgrowth again. He will lock them down. Alacrity's going to drop it, they've got the Aegis. Jackie, you've got to be careful here, sir. BKB popped, he did save it for the secondary line. The Inkstorm not going to matter. Jackie still trying to fight with the Satanic now. Look at the damage output in your dream. He's going to go down. Mizu with the Epicenter is dropping very, very low, and looks like he won't survive either. Another little mini overgrowth there from Leonak. Mizu trying to run. Hookshot there from Polison. It will clean up Q. Buyback is in from Q now as Jackie will continue going in onto the Clockwork. They will get another. 3 down with that buyback as now Masaros finds the 4th. But 3-4-3 does have buyback available. He will be able to come back in and try to defend as long as humanly possible. As Mizu even just buys out a Heart of Tarask now. They've got to somehow defend these tier 4 towers. Jackie, he does not plan to go for Megas. He wants to go all the way. Healing up with the Satanic, back to full. Mizu just trying to stack up those quill sprays and the nasal group, and now he's been caught out. He's a very tanky boy, but instead they go after 3-4-3 in the backside. They'll get the die back onto Bristle. It looks like Mizu has no way out of this one. He's going to try and run. Locked down again by Leonak. There's your overgrowth, but now with BKB to be popped, Mizu, he actually does get one. Maybe he could fight back. The buybacks around. Q does drop again. Masaros, he is very low, but there goes Mizu surely. Not dead yet. He is still alive with that Heart of Taras, but Jackie is ignoring him. He'll go after the Ancient. They can't stop him this time around. There goes Mizu, and there goes your Ancient. What a game one we got to witness between Motivate Trust and GXR. A very entertaining game indeed to get us started, and this is kind of what we talked about, John, throughout the drafting phases. These two teams there are a lot more even than people would once have expected. And it always seems to be when GXRs versus Motivate is when they have the toughest time. On the side of Motivate at least, and you saw GXR, they were very close to being able to pull off game one. And I've got to give a quick shout out to Mizzle as well, John. 13 kills on the Bristle. You saw how much work the man was trying to do, but in the end, it just didn't turn out to be enough.
Definitely. It's a hard-fought fight from Galaxy Racer. Motivate Trust looked like they had pretty much control maybe the entire game until they dropped the call for those fights. For Galaxy's Racer's part, I think what could have gone better was definitely that initial laning phase into the mid-game. Like, they had Alacrity's Blink, they had Hookshot ready on Pulse, and they had the Inkswell that could come out from 343, and they ended up running as 2 heroes rather than a trio. They needed to go as 3 to find those pickoffs. Going as 2 meant that once you lost your support, you can't do much. You have to retreat, or you just basically lose Alacrity if he's jumped first. I think we're going to have to see Galaxy Racer maybe tend to their game plan at those timings. Motivate Trust, they got a bit hasty in a couple of those fights as well. They were jumping in, Jackie was dropping the back line. They'd be sort of split up, and Galaxy Racer was finding punishment. If they kind of give those opportunities to Galaxy Racer in Game 2, there's a potential there for Galaxy Racer to win out and head into Game 3 here.
Let's see if they can get it done, John. Game number 1 in the books. Game 2 coming up in roughly 10 minutes from now. So till then, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we'll see you all again after a short break to see how Game 2 does pan out. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for game number 2 between GXR and Motivate Trust Gaming, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, I'm going to ask you a very difficult question because it was a pretty close matchup last game around, but where do you think GXR need to change things up to force us to a game number 3?
I think they've got to play faster in that early to mid game. They had that quick blink timing on Alacrity. They had their level 6 spike with their aggressive supports on Grimstroke Clock. Instead, they were running around as 2 heroes for the most part. They couldn't really find a big pickoffs they want. If they found a kill, it would only be a support they couldn't keep chasing after. So, stronger foundations to build off of, I think, are key for Galaxy Racer, especially with their Game 1 draft. Like, it was a lot faster of a draft because you had a core Tiny on mid. You had, again, those 2 supports that play really fast once they get their EXP spikes. So we'll have to see them step up to that plate there. Jackie was just kind of allowed to free farm. And the main reason for Motivate Trust having a bit of that drop in game 1 was because they were taking some awkward fights, and they were also very split up at some point. Like, maybe they got a bit overconfident. We saw Jackie going solo for a while. Sometimes we'd see Masros plus Leonak just running together as 2. So it was the same sort of mistakes we saw from Galaxy Racer early on that Motivate Trust started to do. I think if they need to clean up their game a bit as well, because you don't want to give Galaxy Racer those sorts of opportunities. But yeah, just stronger early game presence for GXR. I think they're kind of correcting that in the draft. They've got Puck and Earth Spirit on hand. So they've got the Dream Coil plus Kick combination ready to go. Motivate Trust go into a combo they love though. Snapfire plus Elder Titan. We know Leonak loves this Elder Titan. If you loves the Snap, they could still swap around as well. But you have that combination with Magic Resist on the Astral Spirit out front, while the Kisses fly through. They do not have the natural Puck counters though. They don't have a line. They don't have a Nyx. They are just building off on their own team fight here.
I do love this this combo though. Like Snapfire Elder Titan, the minus magic resist on the Astral Spirit is just such a high amount of damage boost for the Snapfire Kisses, and you kind of underestimate how much damage it does once that Astral Spirit is around with the aura. It does get somewhat ridiculous. GXR though, I'm sure they've seen it many times, as they have versed MG Trust many times. So I'm sure they're well aware of how to deal with this combo that does come from Motivate. Still, GXR, they go for the Warlock job, which is something we haven't seen quite as much as of late. I suppose with the Dream Coil and even the Magnetize from the Earth Spirit, the Fatal Bonds and the Golem drop is going to be quite nice. Even the Upheaval, as you love to point out, is going to be quite nice when you're allowed to channel it within the Dream Coil. Do you think the hero is going to fit nicely here, though, for GXR? Whoa.
Well, not with the Omni Knight in the pool for Motivate Trust. They've got that great status resist from Heavenly Grace already. So the one big hero you'd want to link up in your Fatal Bonds will probably be safe. If you drop your Golem and you don't catch the Omni, again, he just drops Heavenly Grace, and you don't really have the impact you'd want in at least locking that one big hero. I think when it comes to laning, when you have something like Warlock, that could signal a slower farming core, because you don't tend to play an aggressive lane. I mean, you could play aggressive with Warlock, but ideally, you have a core that just wants to farm, that just wants some stacks built up. Normally, we see something like the Spectre with a Warlock. They could still go that route, but I think Motivate Trust have some pretty good answers, like just Omni Knight on the offlane here for Masteros. It's going to be pretty nice. You combine that with, say, Elder Titan or Snapfire. Either option is great. With Snap, you get Cookie Stun. With Elder Titan, you have these 2 heroes that can run you down, especially once you have your aura up. With the slow, just run down heroes, get damage off, out-sustain you on the opposite side. It's a bit tricky for the Warlock to completely out-sustain that. Early levels on Shadow Word are nice. You kind of want level 3 Shadow Word. That's where it starts to feel really comfy for your core. Early levels are great to go back into lane, but they don't necessarily out-heal the damage that Motivate Trust can pump out. So we'll have to see what sort of safe laner they'd want to go with the Ursa, which is something that can play a bit more aggressive with a Warlock. Like, you can go offensively with your Shadow Word in that case. You can go for Upheaval in this lane. And like I'd say, something like 0-2-1 by level 3 is actually pretty nice here. For Galaxy Racer, you get your Earth Shock off, you get the Upheaval on top. If you're not stunned up by the Snap or the ET in that lane, the slow is going to be obnoxious, and the Ursa can keep chipping away. So there's an option here for Galaxy Racer to play quicker. Motivate Trust, it's still kind of open. but the Omni Knight seeing the Ursa should probably just play a little bit safer. If you can just kind of keep your spacing all right and allow your support to trade hits with Warlock instead, it shouldn't be too scary for Motivate Trust.
Fair enough. I think the Ursa is going to be a nice pick into the offlane Omni as well, right? Like, you could just kind of run this Omni down, and you have the Heavenly Grace, you have the Purification, but the Ursa is still going to have his way with you in that lane, and I think it is going to be quite difficult for Massaros to be able to try and win out this offlane with the Omni. But I'm very curious to see how they try to make it work. I mean, we haven't seen the hero in such a long time. So it is very hard to tell what the game plan is going to be with this Omni. But we shall see. As Motivate Trust, they do have their 4th pickup coming out now.
You know what's funny? I think we saw a lot of Omni Knight in the OEDL from Army Geniuses, and that was because GXR were running it as well, if I recall, in their lower div games last week. So it was actually really impactful. No, SMG was running it with KP.
Right.
And it's actually really obnoxious. It was super obnoxious in those games AG played. They played them against Motivate Trust as well. So they kind of, maybe this time, AG learned from the game against SMG, and then AG ran it against Motivate Trust. Motivate Trust learned after taking a 3-0 from AG. They go to the Omni Knight as well. I think it's very potent in the right hands, and you just kind of have to play with that sustain you get, play around with just how obnoxious it is for physical cores to play against Guardian Angel. You even have this Raid King now. So you have a lot of heuristic frontline for you here in Motivate Trust. 2 melee cores, which can maybe be a bit awkward against a puck. There's a lot of kiting potential here from Galaxy Racer because you've got, well, basically 2 melees into Earth Spirit, Warlock, and puck. Like upheaval from a mile away, roll in, magnetize the slowest coming through from the Earth Spirit. It can be pretty obnoxious, but once you get some BKBs up, that kind of fixes itself. So just kind of have to maybe prioritize the spell immunity here for Motivate Trust. Otherwise, Raid King, you don't really have a natural counter on the other side here from GXR. You don't really have mana burn on hand to force the Raid King to buy the Ag Shard. You could maybe go Diffusal Ursa. I think we've seen that once or twice. It doesn't feel amazing. So I think you'd really have to weigh your options there if you feel that the Raid King's really that big of an issue.
Fair enough. Wait out these final ban-outs now before we can finish off these drafts. Shout out to I am Dotarian in the chat. I love you too. Someone said I love you, John, and I had to. As a married man, you learn to respond every single time somebody tells you they love you. You'll learn one day, John, when you get married. You know, if your wife tells you she loves you, you better say it back. Trust me, John. It's gonna cause
Speaking of, Mike,
yes,
you promised a dinner for your wife.
Yeah.
I saw some initial chat. Well, what's on with it?
Yeah,
what's the plan?
Someone was asking about how the dinner was. It was very nice of them to bring it up, but I haven't made it yet. I wasn't going to make it right after casting. I realized that the pho broth is going to take 4 or 5 hours to make just on its own. So basically, my idea is when we've got a day off, I'm going to go ahead and make it. Going to make some Vietnamese pho for the wife, but I don't know when that's going to peach on, because we just had a few updates on our schedule, and the schedule's gotten busier instead of less busy. So we'll find out how that's going to go. Motivate Trust, though. Leshrac will be the pickup, their final pick. That should be the mid laner there for Fearless. And I think overall the draft does kind of make sense. It all kind of meshes together quite well. I am still a little bit concerned about how this Omni Knight goes, but when you consider Leshrac plus Omni, pretty disgusting kind of combination to have. You've also got the Elder Titan there to amplify all the Leshrac damage with that Astral Spirit. So it's a very strong draft if MG Trust can get through the laning stage, is what I'm saying. If they struggle there, it might be a bit of a slower process for them. But if they win out the lanes, they could just run all over GXR, and it may not even be close.
Yeah, I mean, they've got such tight timings here on Motivate Trust. Galaxy Racer go with the Necrophos to pick up, so they've got a solid way of at least chopping some heroes down if they are low with Guardian Angel or with Heavenly Grace. Necrophos doesn't care for that. You can just chop away at them, and it should allow them some good control. I think with Galaxy Racer's draft as well, they've got some pressure to play fast. You don't want to stall the game out too long. Necrophos, pretty much the site means that you can focus on Omni and Lesh, but it also means you can't focus on the Raid King. And that could be a problem in the late game. Like, you feel like you've dropped him low enough, maybe it takes too long. At level 18, maybe the reincarnation's already back up. So there's some tight windows for Mizu to consider with that spell use. But it's a great back and forth draft. I think this time it's a bit faster coming out for Motivate Trust. They can play a lot faster with their Lashir, run down objectives. Even Masterus is going to be joining in, keeping heroes alive, getting them out of stun with the Heavenly Grace. And I think that's something Galaxy Racer will have to sort of prioritize. Maybe look to jump the back line, jump Masterus first instead of Fearless. Just take care of the Omni. You can clear out everyone else with no issue here.
Fair enough, John. So, without going on too much further, hard question. Who had the better draft, John, in your opinion? Give me the outright answer.
I am actually going to lean towards Motivate Trust, and as much as it hurts me to go against the Warlock and all the synergies here, I think the Omni Knight is really good. Yeah, I think the Omni Knight's really good. I saw like 3 games in a row from Army Geniuses where they just absolutely crushed Motivate Trust with it. And before that, AG played against SMG, I think, or they saw SMG play it with KP, and he just crushed with it. So I think the hero has a spot if you know what to do with it. It's like a souped-up Abaddon that can really hold the offlane nice, and it kind of scales nicely down the line as well. For GXR, they have to play around certain timings. Not only do they have to play relatively quick and consider their spell use with Necros, but they also have to maximize the Golem drop. They have to look for a way to round up Motivate Trust into a... Geez, In Your Dream already bought the Boom one, huh? That one just came out right before we start, I think.
Right.
And he just immediately has the Bahasa voice lines. There you go.
Nice. I haven't
Where's
actually
the
checked
Neon
out
one, White?
I don't know, John. The TNC hasn't got theirs out either. TNC tweeted out just, I think, a few minutes ago asking where their support pack was. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm sure there's a lot to vet through, though, so... Uh-oh, Fearless has got a question for the admin. Someone's in trouble.
Oh?
He mods
All right,
around.
so
The admins.
no
Looks
cats, no admins. We cat jam.
Yeah. So moving on. I suppose this is rather depressing news, but the author of Berserk died today, John. Very, not today. He died, I believe, I don't know the exact date. It was a couple weeks ago, I think, but he has passed away, unfortunately. Very bad news.
Yeah, I believe it's today.
It was.
Oh
today.
no, they just announced. They just announced it today. All right, I think that's fair enough. Yeah, it's tough. Like I know a lot of people who absolutely love the manga. The anime was a bit more mixed from some of them, some of the purists of the manga, but
Yeah.
he is regarded as, this fodder figure of dark fantasy. Right, all the gory bits and pieces in manga and anime, he's one of the biggest ones to make that. So it's a great loss for not just the anime lovers, I think for literature in general, right? Like that, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's illustrated literature at that point. So
Yeah, I'm going to be quite frank. I personally haven't read it, and I was actually thinking just a few days ago, man, I should read that manga, because I keep hearing so much about it, and I guess I'm going to have to read it now, even though it's not really going to be finished by the sounds of it, but, I think some very, very sad news.
That was
Like,
costly.
some more sad news, John. Apparently we might be remaking.
what? Okay, can we see
What's-
what happened here?
Well, what has happened? Everyone's saying they got kicked.
No, I think they're talking about being kicked from teams.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Wrong pick between two.
The
Oh
stench
my
of
goodness,
death
really?
is upon
Oh
you.
yeah, Leonac Snapfire.
Oh.
That's the mistake. It's not Leonac Elder Titan.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Where's the admin?
Oh, might be behind the scenes. Maybe they're pinging around.
All right, well, we'll just have a casual conversation, I suppose, while we're waiting. Definitely not a great start for MGT in this game, or MTG in this game, if their supports are switched up. I do know Q does play Elder Titan though. Like the thing is, he does still play it very well, I believe. But I suppose when you've got Leonac there,
Costly.
you'd rather Leonac just play because he plays it every single game. And
Yeah,
indeed,
definitely.
Insania would have liked the remake, John. Insania, he didn't get it. Maybe MTG can't get it.
Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't think it's too bad for Motivate Trust. This is still pretty fine. I think Q will do a fantastic job. I think Leonax can do fine the snap. Maybe he's just not as comfy with it. I think that's the bigger one. Like, we have seen QET much more, but perhaps Leonax just not as comfy on the snap comparatively. So you have to wait and see. As you know, it's Southeast Asia. You tend to always get that minute zero pause, but this is a new reason. You know, the first time we've seen this reason pop out in the pause, so that's pretty cool on the last day.
Yeah,
Kind of spices it up.
The funny thing is, MTG, they don't need to win. It doesn't really matter. They're coming first place no matter what in the groups, I guess. But, I mean, you may as well just get every win you can get. In fact, I'm not 100% sure whether... There we go. There's the remake call out. So, the admin says, no worries. We'll throw the remake out. That means, Jonathan, we'll have to spend a bit of time talking, it looks like, while we too wait for the remake to come out. I suppose we could also go to a break screen, but that's a bit boring. So,
Yeah,
how's your day been, sir?
It's been all right. Woke up on time, had a good lunch. I had a very good lunch, actually. It's like pork chops and a nice cream mushroom
Ooh,
sauce.
Very nice.
Excellent. We had a bit of salad and some penne pasta and some simple garlic oil mix. Lovely lunch, Mike. You know, good stuff. All set up. Kind of sad. I mean, last week of DPC, I still can't believe it. I feel like it blitzed by. It's been really busy for us, and you know, it's great. But then now it's like, all right, majors are coming, and stuff's coming. I don't know what happens next, and I don't know if we even have a bit of a break or a breather.
No, we don't.
Before that really kicks off as well.
No, we don't, John. Just I am meant to update you, but we don't have a break. Just so you know.
No. All right, well, good to know. I guess it's best to know early, you know, rather than knowing the day before. I think this is a improvement of 3 days, 3 days notice. So that's a big improvement there, at the least.
Oh my. All right, well, the lobby is filling up, ladies and gentlemen. We are just currently waiting for all the players to rejoin so we can start the game again, and I imagine it should just be all picks so we can just kind of fly through it and get into the game. Good to hear you had a good day, John. Very, very good to
How was
hear
yours, Mike?
It was okay. I woke up a bit late, you know. I've been sleeping in a bit too much recently. I noticed you've been doing the same as well. I've been seeing those Discord messages very late at night from you, not, you know. It's 4 a.m. yesterday, I think it was. 4 a.m. this morning you were messaging me on Discord, so there you go.
I think it was 3 a.m. your time. 3 a.m. your time. A 1 hour difference. Not as bad in Southeast Asia, you know.
Don't make me check,
it's
John.
like...
I'm pretty sure it was 4 a.m.
Actually, I think it was around... Are we still 2 hours apart? We are, right?
Yes.
I think it was around 2 a.m. actually, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. I feel like I sent it at 12, but I might have sent it at 1 a.m.
I'll give you the benefit of benefit of the doubt, John.
Yeah, sleep is for the weak, Mike.
No, I'm not going to give you the benefit, John. I've had a look at the time. It was 3:42.
Oh, I didn't realize it was so close to 2 a.m. when I sent that out. Took some time there. I think I was watching I've been watching some videos on history. Stuff like, you know, what killed the Victorians? What's the worst job in medieval England? I don't know why. It's just fascinating. Kills time. You know, just like we're killing time right now for this lobby to kick off, which looks like I have to respond to Raid. Ian ready. Whoops. There we go. They were waiting for us.
Oh.
So we should be able to go in a bit into all pick. Looks like we are set, on all pick. So it should jump in. And this time, they shouldn't make that mistake unless Q is absolutely trolling his team.
No,
Hopefully not.
The second time you make the mistake, you play the hero, John. I mean, it's enough that we've remade once. You misclick again, that's your problem. You're playing it. I couldn't care less if they choose the completely wrong hero. You're playing it. You're going to have to suck it up, play that position 5 Meepo, but it looks like they are probably going to go ahead and make the right picks anyway, so we'll switch over to that screen so you guys can enjoy it as well, and I know how much you guys like seeing heroes get picked up.
Oh. Look at those picks. Elder Titan.
Amazing.
Raid King last pick. Whoa. How come I feel like I've seen this before? Deja vu.
Deja vu indeed. There's the Leshrac flying out. Straight into the game. No thinking time at all for these two teams. They can just get straight into it. See how this one pans out now. I believe when we were talking, John, you were leaning towards Motivate Trust's draft, were you not?
Yeah, I believe in the Omni Knight. We've seen it win a couple of times outside. We know that this is basically inspiration from KP, and you can see Jackie just keeps yelling out to IYD Bahumu, which is apparently their arms. It's a carry, pretty much, to IYD, and he is the carry. Very, very smart for them to point that out. I have no clue what Bukori is. I don't think it's offensive because I don't know the word, so that's a heads up for you. Because if it was offensive, I'd know. You know me, Mike.
I do know you, John. Oh boy. So it's good to see the support packs are, slowly but surely finally coming out, right? Like, it's kind of annoying that they all didn't come out at the same time, but at the same time, as long as they get there, just get them out.
So what if I swagger?
Yeah, pretty much. Just because DPC's over, so some of the team packs are for teams that might get relegated, that might be not in major, that might be in the major.
Let them have a bit of money for little bit of money, John. Nothing wrong with that.
What is this? A
Yeah.
game of some
That would
sort?
be fair.
Is upon
Still, I guess we kept waiting. I'm still looking forward to one big one. I think the Neon is what I'm really looking forward to when it comes out. It's gotta wait. As Bounty and Scuffle? Not really. Are they?
They're going to try and get some damage out. Nice cookie onto Polison. There's your Wraith Fire Blast as well. They are really just locking him down.
Thanks and have fun.
Maybe for Jackie, you may not have wanted the level 1 Wraith Fire Blast, but I don't think it matters too much. I think he'll be happy either way. Leonak the one to take the first blood on the Elder Titan. And maybe it wasn't such a good idea that GXR allowed them to switch heroes. Maybe they should have just left it the way it was.
Yeah, they're on the Comfort Heroes, and in a tri-lane, level 1 Raid Fire Blast is super good, so they can look to make some plays again.
Yep, two heroes in that spirit. Onto Polison they go. Q going to be there with the cookie. Again, they would love to kill Polison. They won't surely get him this time, but they will get him extremely low and already force out the salve usage on Polison. GXR looks like they might have a pretty rough time at this top lane, so we'll have a look at the other lanes for a second. Mid lane, of course, Alacrity going to be there up against Fearless. Hard to know who this is going to favor. I think it could go either way. Could definitely see some kills flying out of this mid lane as well, but for now they are going to just trade a lot of harass. Looks like Fearless is going to be somewhat ahead, but not by much.
Yeah, you're taking really good control here on the Lush early on. The puck in this case actually has to watch itself when you pop your phase shift and orbit. If you do it at the wrong time, you're going to be stun locked.
Mizu top lane ends up dying again. Leonak will find another kill off this map. In fact, he's gotten every kill off the map so far. And they're not giving up on the tri-lane. They'll just keep it going. And with Mizu on this Necrophos, he is stuck at level 1. He really just can't do anything right now, apart from just soak XP, and even then MTG are trying to get very aggressive to not allow even that to happen.
Yeah, it's just not a great time for the Necrophos. You really need level 3 to start winning out by playing around with your Heartstopper and just securing CS. And right now, Mizu only has 1. So even if he had that Heartstopper for the passive, he's really not getting too much value, and there's not much Paulson can do to relieve this pressure.
Stomp set up. Q could go in for another cookie. Has the Scatter Blast to boot. Jackie gonna go for the stun out. Mizu gonna try and survive, but they have the slow. He'll eat some Fairy Fires, but Leonak, he really wants the kill. He may get punished, but no Q. He comes back in. He'll clean up the kill, and Leonak is barely gonna get out with his life intact. This is really turning to be a problem, John. GXR, they've got to figure this out one way or another. That they can't keep this up.
Yeah, and the issue is they can't really run a tri-lane themselves. A Warlock won't really contribute too much beyond maybe a heal. And we can look at that off lane for just a bit. Despite running a solo lane versus 2, Omni Knight's not being bullied out. Monstrous is still sitting in. He's not getting too much CS, so it's a free lane for In Your Dream, but he's getting the EXP. And that's all you really want on the Omni. You know, you get your level 5, level 6 timings, can play around with your team after.
Oh, cheeky kick there from Paulison. Tried to get Q onto the cliff, but won't be able to quite reach with the kick. Mid lane. There was a bit of a rotation in from 3-4-3. Looks like he's just giving some regen over to Alacrity and gets the Fatal Bonds off on Fearless, but it's not the greatest sign in the world when you're safe lane Warlock. Your Pos 5 Warlock is here in the mid lane just kind of soaking XP off Alacrity. I'm not sure if Alacrity really feels like he needs this much help, but seems as though 3-4-3 does believe it.
It's just basically for, I think, rune control as well. He wants to be there to prevent any sort of bottle top-ups for Fearless by contesting one additional water rune down line, or even just maybe snagging that bounty. And it's really important for the puck in kind of winning out that lane, preventing options for the Lush to flash farm, preventing him from getting his mana refill. He does still get the water rune up though, so they don't really deny that resource off. And you're even seeing Q just chase down Paulson. It's so awkward. You see an Earth Spirit mid, and he's actually not able to do as much. While Fearless
Getting very aggressive. Gonna take a lot of harass roll. Gonna connect very nicely from Paulison. Knocks him down to the low ground. 3-4-3 still gonna be here, and they get the orb. It will connect, and Fearless does end up dropping. Meanwhile, Mizu does die again on the Necrophos. And that's the one thing, they see Paulison down at the mid lane, and they say, screw it, let's just kill off Mizu again.
Should look to their middle
Yeah, I
tower.
think it's much worse for GXR to lose the Necrophos than for Motivate Trust to lose the Lush. Like, sure, that's a mid lane for off lane, but think about how these heroes flash farm. Necrophos just doesn't. He just doesn't flash farm well. He can clear out a creep wave at Death Vault. It's slow. It's not fast. He can kind of jungle it slowly, whereas the Lush can just flash farm super fast. Has a lot of damage on hand, can shove in a wave by himself as well. There's lots more catch-up potential there compared to Mizu. He's stuck at level 3, 1-1-1 build, just to protect himself with a Ghost Shroud, and it's just not a great lane. You're not bullying Jackie, he's still allowed to free farm. Your only consolation here is that In Your Dream has much more farm in a solo lane. So you might not be getting the kills on Masteros, but he's not stopping the Ursa, and that should mean In Your Dream has a very quick Battle Fury timing here.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but he's going to be much higher level than Jackie, considering he's been pretty much solo for the past 3-4 minutes now. Just been able to solo the lane up against Masteros. It is still just an Omni Knight, so you are quite limited in what you can do up against the Ursa. Meanwhile, mid lane, Coil has been committed. Cookie out from Q, going to stop them in their tracks, and now it's a lot of damage up, but a nice kick out of the Coil. Or was it Alacrity? He's going to drop 3-4-3. He will be the third one down. Oh, I thought it was a great setup there, but Q with the cookie. Landing onto 2 and just turning it with the Scatter Blast. He is not leveled up Lil Shredder, so that Scatter Blast does do a lot of damage, especially at point blank range. Now on MTG, they make a very nice turn in that mid lane.
Yeah, and you have to appreciate Masaru showing up there. The Heavenly Grace just giving enough HP out to Fearless to keep him alive, along with the Purification. You just can't underestimate the survivability of Motivate Trust with that Omni Knight. If Masaru shows up and commits, your focus on one hero, your burst damage is just not enough at this point. And that's Masaru's at level 5. Once he's 6 with Guardian Angel, your physical damage is just going to tickle as well. It's not going to do much. And that's really the big worry for GXR. Like, you have a big physical core in your Ursa, Guardian Angel is just going to ruin all his damage out.
Looking back at Mizu, still level 3, Leonak. About the same level, by the way. He's pretty much exactly the same as Mizu. So that your Pos 5 Elder Titan, getting the same amount of XP that your Pos 3 Necrophos on the other side of things, and now Fearless is going to show up at this top side. He's going to force the rotation, but they'll go on to Mizu again. He does have help around, but he might just start at Fearless's damage. But no, Alacrity shows up. A big Dream Call out will put a stop in their tracks. They will even find Jackie. He has the reincarnation, but it's not going to matter. He'll try for the TP out of Paulison. It's a level 1 roll, so the cooldown is quite high. I thought if they could find Jackie, it'd be a massive pick-off. If they do at least get Fearless on the mid-left rack. Mind you, it does cost them 5 heroes up that top lane to make that happen.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that. Look at the lanes that come out because of that. Mizu's head spot, Masaros is going to solo the Necrophos, and this is something Masaros can play with now, because Mizu is still level 4. So the Omni can just run up, right-click down, play with Purification. You're still not getting some space here from Mizu.
Leave Mizu alone, he's had enough. Nobody's gonna TP down to help him out. Masaros, he's just waiting. Here comes Mizu, right into the backside of Masaros. He doesn't have a Purification, and they are still trying to just dance around this tree line. Mizu is going to be able to get out. It looks like the double fluffy hats have kept him safe. And sometimes that's what you need, John. If you're struggling, just buy yourself a fluffy hat. Seems like that's what's been working for Mizu.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy wasting some time there. That's time where Jackie wasn't really farming. It's not very efficient for him to show up there. They also get a better lane for In Your Dream to just solo.
Yeah, he thought he was safe.
Oh boy. No.
Another nice cookie set up there from Q into the Mortimer's Kisses. Just no second thought. That's going to make it a 2-8 now. 1k net worth lead for Motivate. The one saving grace still being that In Your Dream is farming very nicely on the Ursa. And Alacrity is right behind him on the puck. See if they can just make those two cores work and maybe buy Mizu some space as he does TP back down bot. They're going to try and go on to Fearless. Mizu's still not level 6, but they don't need him to be level 6. They'll still have the damage output. He might die in the process though. They try to go again onto the Necrophos. Jackie will turn onto Alacrity now. There's your stomp out. It does connect. Alacrity going to lose his life for this and does. Jackie gets him onto Mizu. A nice roll will save the day. Jackie's the one to die. In Your Dream now showing up. They'll turn onto Leonak, the Elder Titan, going to try and stop his way out of this. And he may make it, but no pulse, and he lands the boulder smash. He will get the kill. And they will finally punish once again for Mizu being dived like that. It wasn't the best punish in the world, but it still ends up being a 2-for-3 trade, and I think GXR will be pretty happy about it.
And they find really big heroes in that trade. They take Fearless and Jackie for the price of, what, Mizu and their puck, Alacrity. It's really good for GXR. They finally find a big win. That's a lot of gold going out now for In Your Dream. His Battle Fury is just 2 parts away. It's just a Perseverance missing. So you're going to hit that flash farm timing the Ursa very quickly, and you're getting some EXP flowing out for these supports from those kills. 343 is about to hit the level 6 mark. If they have the Golem, they can find even more, and he eats the Tome. So he's got that 6 up. And you're seeing the effect of the upheaval against these 2 melee cores especially, right? Like, you can't really run out once you're stuck in the middle of it for Jackie, and neither can Masaros. Like, your Heavenly Grace doesn't really do anything to that slow.
No, it certainly does not. In Your Dream, gonna get very close now to that Battle Fury timing on the Ursa. I have been seeing quite a few different builds on Ursa these days. Like, a lot of people seem to be gravitating more towards the Diffusal Ursa and trying to be more aggressive, but I guess with the way this game's gone and the fact that Mizu's struggling so much on this Necrophos right now, you'd rather kind of just go into that very hard, safe lane kind of Ursa, not the fighting build where you want to roam around as a team and keep going, but rather just a hard CSing kind of build where you could just try to snowball into the late game and beat Jackie's Wraith King out there.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to progress. I think the one thing with Diffusal Ursa is that once you get to Diffusal, you absolutely have to take fights. And it's just not safe for the Ursa to do that this game because you have the Omni Knight. So even if you have Diffusal time, you come in, once Guardian Angel flies in for Masaros, you're kind of not doing anything for about 5 seconds. As the Ursa, everyone else will have to pick up the slack. And then because you have Diffusal, you just get kited around, they clump up against you, you can't cleave damage off. So in this specific case against Omni Knight, just not very feasible. You'd much rather at least have the Battle Fury for late game once you have your Blink up. GXR, they are smoked up here. Looking for maybe a play to make with a Chaotic Offering. See if they can catch Jackie out.
Shall see, it'd be a big one. They also have the Reaper's Scythe up. Can just kind of burst through Jackie, but he does have the Reincarnation line. And he's by the T1, they're going to try. In Your Dream, going to show his face. Alacrity now. Gonna be there, but Leonak already read the movement. He's around on the old Titan to try and help out. There's your stomp onto In Your Dream, and now they might be able to turn a golem drop. He's gonna be pretty big with the Earth Splitter. Gonna blow up Holison. In Your Dream, he does at least get Q, and there is your Reaper Scythe onto Masaros. They'll get the Omni Knight, but now they need to just try and run away. But Mizu's gonna be caught out on the Necrophos. So it ends up being an extremely even kind of trade between both teams. Both the position 4 and an off lane are dropping on either side. Alacrity's going to try and get a bit more of a positive trade going for his team, but he doesn't seem to be able to finish off Leonak.
And sweet.
And so MTG probably not going to be too upset. I guess losing the reincarnation does suck a little bit, but Jackie, he'll probably move into the triangle now and just play it safely until he does have a backup.
Yeah, and you don't really care for it for Jackie. They were prepared for that move mainly because 343 dropped the ward on their way up, and there was a sentry on that cliff. So Motivate Trust saw the new ward on the minimap. They TP'd in time to get the kills back.
Mizu, they just won't leave the Necrophos alone. Mizu just can't catch a break, but Alacrity will punish Fearless for that movement. The Q now, pretty far forward. You've got Leonak around, but the Silence making it very hard to turn. He will break the coil. Now Masaros might save the day, but Q does drop. Leonak trying to back. Jackie even showing up on the Wraith King, but he doesn't have that reincarnation. He feels quite safe with the Dream Coil being down, but eventually he will need to just get back into that triangle and keep farming up. GXR, 2 nice kills for themselves in that mid lane. And it kind of feels like, yeah, it sucks to keep losing Mizu, but he's died that many times now that it's not even really worth much anymore.
No, it really isn't. The side of Motivate Trust need to start eyeing other heroes. They need to find a way to stop Alacrity here. He's just doing way too much work. Once his silence flies through, yeah, you're in an awkward spot in this Lush for Fearless. Like, we see him use the Euls offensively. I think in this game you might actually want to pocket that for defensive Euls. You want to get the silence off, you want to dodge the stuns, you want to be able to keep using your spells and try to live longer. You're also seeing how squishy the side of Motivate Trust are against GXR, especially if the bonds fly through from 343. Like, the magic damage flying around is just way too much to deal with. You're going to want either a pipe up or really fast BKBs from everyone to kind of preempt that and just prevent the damage from being uncontrollable. You are seeing In Your Dream use this free time quite nicely. Battle Fury up, going into BKB next. So he is still focusing in on having early presence, joining in for these early fights. And once that BKB is up, beyond Guardian Angel stopping him from getting damage off, there's no real way to kill him off cleanly unless Jackie keeps getting some crits on, but that's a bit of an RNG element with a bit of a cooldown on as well. So it's going to be a bit easier there for In Your Dream to apply all that damage on the enemy heroes, and Masaros has to be, well, he has to invest in the Guardian Angel at some point if he wants to have that, and he does finally do it at level 10. So next time they show up, In Your Dream will have to be a bit patient as to when he pops the BKB once it's up, because if you pop BKB during Guardian Angel, you lose 5 seconds of your spell immunity doing nothing.
Very true. And both teams just kind of sitting back now, a bit of a peaceful period. They both kind of accept the fact that they need some more farm up. I wonder who it does favor, though, to be able to play the farm game. Like, Jackie's about to have his Radiance up, and that is going to cause some issues for the side of GXR. In Your Dream, not going to have anything to really counter out the evasion provided by that Radiance. Plus, the burn damage is going to be very annoying towards the puck, towards the Necro. Will also allow Jackie to escalate even further and farm. And behind this Ursa In Your Dream this whole time, but only about 1k behind pretty much the whole game, and starting to wonder, like, who has the advantage with more farm between the Ursa and the Wraith King?
It's a strange one. I think Wraith King, once you reach a certain point at the ultra late game, feels a little bit better because reincarnation's just stupid. Especially if you have, say, refresh or ags up down the line, then you have to deal with 2-3 lives on Wraith King and an additional life for the rest of the heroes with the ags. Whereas for Ursa, it's just all about raw damage. So I feel like the scaling at some point, there's only so much raw damage you can pile on. Still, GXR are smoked up here.
Smoke might be broken. No, not quite yet. Polisson now, he is going to have his broken as they do immediately trying to jump in with the Dream Coil, but here come the Mortimer's Kisses. Polisson is going to get burnt out, and now a big stop in from Leonak, holding 3 of them down. They've got to make a run for it now. MTG, they might be able to turn this. GXR, they're going back into the fight. Jackie's just baiting though. The cookie's there in your dream, and the BKB might be able to try and fight back. The buybacks are committed. Jackie is going to try and run. Reaper sight there. Still trying to run away, but in your dream's got him. Finally, but Mizu, he might drop on the Necrophos and does in your dream. Going to give his own life away for this as Fearless does clean him up. Polisson back in. Might have enough damage. Fearless still in the air, just trying to survive back in onto Alacrity, but eventually they'll get him. Alacrity looking for the cleanup now. Q also going to drop an ultra kill out for Alacrity. And for a moment there in the middle of that team fight, it looked very bad for GXR, but you saw the buybacks being committed. And that may have made all the difference. It's Alacrity now with an ultra kill. Going to be feeling pretty darn good.
That is a heavy commitment coming out from GXR to win out, though. I can understand why, because they did have to commit pretty much all their big spells. They had to get the Reapers out, they had to get the Golem out, and I think they were looking to transition to Roche with the buybacks. Unfortunately, with no Ursa around, they can't really get there. Interesting career position there from Leonak as well. Going into the opposite, you could chop with luck, like they're maybe trying to scout Roche, which doesn't work. Right now, Roche is going to be the big objectives for both sides, Widow's buybacks. And of course, with an Ursa, the Roche shouldn't take too long to clear out. Motivate Trust need to jump in and stop this.
They've got the Elder Titan. That can certainly delay things quite a bit here from Leonak. It's only going to be delayed in your dream. He's not backing off. He still feels very confident. He has his BKB up, but Fearless has run in. Mizu looks like he's going to be targeted again on the Necrophos with the Mortimer's Kisses, but now a coil on the high ground. In your dream, still trying, but the Roshan is going to be contested by Fearless. And in your dream, he's got it. He barely picks it up in time. 3-4-3 will drop. Mizu does go down as well. Alacrity, though, still cleaning up the backside. On to the Ursa. They will be able to get the Aegis down. Polisson trying to stick around and help out, but in your dreams will be slept by Leonak. As Jackie trying to run. Alacrity has a double damage rune and is still trying to fight back. They will buy the space for In Your Dream to make his way out, but the Aegis is immediately going to go down. So GXR, they are going to hold a 3k net worth lead, and in the end, I suppose they do force a buyback from Q, so not all is bad.
No, the big issues for Motivate Trust in these fights is kiteability. You're seeing Alacrity just dance in the back line, go up front, force the heroes to run around. You've got pretty much 2 melee cores and 1 very soft range core, so you don't have the best ways to keep pace with a puck. You don't have the instantaneous stunts you need to keep a puck down from your supports. We need to see some Force Staffs come out from Q and Leonak, and we are seeing at least Q go for it. He does have the Ag Shard as well on the snap, so the pushback on the Scatterblast is going to be nice with the extra damage. Very useful in getting that burst off. And Motivate Trust, once you have some Force Staffs, it should be easier to get Jackie in a good spot. Like, I think the big thing that happens here in the fights that GXR does win out is that 343 stands all the way back, Alacrity's up front, jumping around along with Paulson, rolling about. There's no hole to stop that. And then, once you kind of clump up...
Mizu, caught out by the Scatter Blast, Split Earth, they are going to blow him up. They'll try to turn though, Wall of Golem's going to be dropped in your dream onto Fearless. They love the Ursa, or rather Leshrac to die. In your dream, still going to keep going through the Guardian Angel. They'll lose Paulson, however, as Jackie now is going to try and turn. They would love to kill off this Ursa, but here comes Alacrity. He's the real problem on the puck. Can they burst him down? Not quite. He already gets 1. Meanwhile, on the left side, they get 3-4-3 on the Warlock. As Alacrity is still hunting the supports and will get another.
Not rise in my presence.
But they are still going to get the mid-tier 1 tower. It looks like MTG are not going to back off. They still have all 3 cores alive. Alacrity and In Your Dream just going to be a little bit too scary for them right now. They are not going to risk giving their lives away. They'll back off.
and they have no way of stopping the puck. They need silence out, maybe some chain stunts, but Alacrity always waits for the last moment, or at least waits for someone else to get hit first before coming in on the puck, and he's just doing a ton of work. Just with a Kaya Sanj up, along with a Witchblade and Blink, he's just so mobile. His damage amplification's great. He's got great stat resist with the Sanj factor, and he's just able to control these fights for his team. I think Motivate Trust are building some good responses here, though. Nick, they might not be building into silences or even more stable stunts for the puck, but Jackie's building into the Heaven's Halberd, and he's very close to it as well. So you're really just taking out the Ursa factor, trying to make it so it's only the puck that's an issue, and the puck does have some pretty sensitive timings. I think once you hit 30 minutes, you might feel a bit more equipped to deal with a puck. But Alacrity's itemizing really smart here. He's going for the right-click puck with a Scotty coming through to maximize his phase shift attack. That just means more kiting. There's so much slows on hand from Galaxy Racer. It's hard for these melee heroes to run around.
It sure has been. Now a big smoke up behind Mizu and In Your Dream. They're trying to just bait MTG into going onto the low ground. They'll try and sneak up into the triangle. It's going to be a counter smoke here, but Cube may get caught and now realizes they're right behind, but quick reactions. And Paulison, he's going to roll in. Yeah, sometimes you do it, John. Sometimes as an Earth Spirit player, you just... You know, someone gets away and you just can't have it. You've got to roll in and get something done. But, oh, Jackie, be careful. In Your Dream now, apparently rolling in himself. Mizu being caught by that Split Earth and the Stomp. And here come the kisses. He can't survive the damage. Hollis's roll in was weird. In Your Dream jumping in like that, I'm not sure what that was about either. But they are going to lose that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. I think as the Ursa right now, even with the BKB, you kind of don't want to go into the Raid King. It's not very comfy, especially when the Heaven's Halberd actives comes out, and if the Guardian Angel's allowed to happen in the back line. Still, respawns quick and Paulson. They should be around to maybe slow down this top tier 2 push, but Jackie's just going to stand in the front. No real other objectives to play for. Like, it's all tier 2s all the way down. No Roche for a few minutes. They will smoke up though and try to look for a wraparound, but GXR are kind of split up right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See what they can do here, GXR. Alacrity holding that cliff In Your Dream on the high ground. They know Coil's going to be there. They'll go after Leonak first. Get rid of that Elder Titan because he's been a real nuisance throughout these team fights. Always just allowing the Stomp to come through and just turning them, but Fearless, he's thinking about going for a very aggressive attempt. He's going to think better of it and does back off. They think without Leonak around on the Elder Titan, there's no real need to try and risk going for another fight. The Stomp is just too valuable along with the Astral Spirit. You may as well just wait it out a bit.
Yeah, just be a bit more patient, wait for the respawn to be in before looking for that opportunity. You still have some nice spikes coming through from GXR. BKB up in Paulson, so you can roll around with safety now. Not going to be too worried about the control and the damage output coming through from Motivate Trust. For Motivate Trust side, they are building into the AC here on Jackie. So he's going to be much more durable and, of course, faster right clicks coming out on the Wraith King is always nice. He's at his level 19. So max level reincarnation, which means that if a fight drags too long, you could see Re back up.
A lot of TPs in. Jackie not going to be targeted first. They'd love to get the supports on the backside, but no, in fact, they are going to jump in after the Wraith King. In Your Dream is right there, but the Heaven's Halberd going to make it very hard. Still, Paulison is in onto Fearless. Still, they go on the Wraith King as well. They'll be able to kill off Jackie once. They need it the second time, though. Jackie, how do you get out of this? He's going to try and run with the Guardian Angel, the Heavenly Grace, but it is making it rather hard. Mizu about to die, but does not drop. Paulison, meanwhile, does go down on Alacrity, has been caught out, but they do get Jackie in the end. MTG just got held back by Alacrity and Paulison that whole time. Leonak not going to be scouted out fast enough, but eventually they do get him. Another successful team fight for GXR. Motivate Trust, again, they were just held back so long by Alacrity. He would not let them pass.
Yep, he jumps the backline. I'm just surprised Motivate Trust has the backline so far away from Jackie in the first place. Like, he was right up at the tier 2. He was not going back to his team, which made it much easier for the backline to just get blown up without the frontliner helping them out. And they couldn't really keep him alive for too long. He was too far from Purification spam, too far to get the initial Heavenly Graces off from Masaros. So GXR managed to abuse that sort of spacing out from Motivate Trust. They do lose Alacrity for that, though, and Alacrity is pretty valuable, but you are building up an Iron Dream. This Ursa is starting to hit that point where he's going to be able to hit bigger item spikes compared to the Wraith King. He's going to be able to start bashing through once the Basher is up, go into the Swift Blink next to fix some of that movement issues, and it's at that point where you get pretty scared for the Wraith King. You don't have anything close to your Ags up. You're not close to being that ultra strong core. We're very far off from seeing, say, Giant's Rings on the Wraith King as well. So it's a long way until the Wraith King kind of feels like he's on top of the world again. And we'll see if Motivate Trust can kind of get that feeling back. There is a smoke play out from GXR. If they win this, they take the Roshan.
Roll in. They've got the Titan. Leonak, he's the main target they want first, and they'll get him, but Polisson is going to drop. Earthsplitter was there. Jackie, he'll try to fight onto Mizu. In fact, never mind, they'll get In Your Dream as Fearless will take care of the Necrophos. Mizu still running, will die. In Your Dream, still trying to fight. Meanwhile, Alacrity does kill off Masaros on the Omni. In Your Dream is still going in onto Fearless, but he'll turn around now with the Yule Scepter. But where's the follow-up stun? The silence was there. He gets caught out. Jackie's still trying to help out with the Heaven's Halberd, but it's not enough. Fearless is going to go down. Alacrity now still just kiting in and out. Is going to move back in onto the Wraith King. But we'll eventually let him go. He still have the reincarnation life. And it just seems to be the name of the game. Get everyone else but the Wraith King, and eventually Jackie just has to back. And now the Roshan will go the way of GXR.
Yeah, they win the fight, they go into the Rosh, they force the buybacks. So important for them to find us. They get the free Ag shard out. Gonna be really big here. It looks like they are giving it onto Mizu. So they've got the Death Seeker to apply Ethereal up, save some heroes out. Very nice for GXR. Motivate Trust. I don't know if you saw it, but Jackie could not go in. Like, he went through Upheaval, pretty much max duration Upheaval channel, and he just struggled to walk up close to help Fearless out. They have no way of cutting off the Warlock from just channeling safely at the back line. No one was close enough with a Force Staff to help him out. In fact, they don't have a Force Staff. Q did not finish it up. So once your Wraith King's isolated and slowed down like that, your big high net worth hero is just kind of slow moonwalking towards the fight, which is never what you want to see. But Motivate Trust just lack mobility. They don't have a jumpy hero like a Puck to go into the back lines and stop the supports from doing what they want. They just don't have that kit in them. So they're going to have to find some way to compensate for that. GXR, clean out the top tier 2, no contestation. Take out the outposts as well to slow down some of that EXP. They're looking good. Very reminiscent of how good they looked in Game 1 at around this time as well. So we'll see if they can kind of hold it out. You do at least get the Force Staff on Q. So you can kind of help your Wraith King out of the Upheaval slow, at least now. Heck, you could even go for a Blink, because you don't have the Upheaval DPS talent on 343. He went for the Shadow Word cooldown, which is fair enough when you're playing this aggressively and you don't see any Blinks on the other side. But I think that should be something Motivate Trust considers. They need some way of just jumping in and killing off one of the supports first, or just bursting one of the cores first before anything else happens.
Very true. There might be a big smoke up here. GXR want to keep this momentum going. 5k net worth with an Aegis up on In Your Dream, and there's just no real reason for them to stop. They even gave the cheese over to Mizu just to make sure he could survive it long enough for that Reaper Scythe. They found Leonak. There goes the Elder Titan again. Good start as they'll get the outpost back. It may not lead to a high ground attempt yet, as there are still tier 2 towers, but you might be able to force a sneaky buyback here from Leonak if you're lucky. They'll go into the tier 2 mid tower for now.
And Motivate Trust, they're going to have to play high ground here. You do have good hold with Kisses, with Leshrac, with the Elder Titan once he respawns. You kind of have to surrender these outer towers, and GXR are just going to keep building off the back of this, as they are just really hard to hold down. I'm looking to build up an Alacrity. He went for the Crystallis instead of finishing up the Scotty first, and his damage output is just insane. Every time he phase shift, it's just painful. Just so painful. Like, they still have no way of really dealing with that puck as well, so you have to worry about the Ursa running you down and getting saved by Force Staffs and Glimmer Capes, and you have to worry about the damage output from Alacrity, and Motivate Trust just need to land their spells perfectly, but those spells are really hard to land in a big group.
They are. Roll Paulison right on target. He's got Jackie with the kickback and the coil on the backside. Look at him hold everyone else down. There's your Warlock count. Jackie, he's trying to run. Splitter there. It's just not going to be enough. He'll lose his first life, but he'll try to go back in perhaps. After Mizu, they'll go. The Necrophos, he will eat the cheese. Turns around with the Reaper Scythe. It's not going to be enough. The roll blocked up by Jackie. He is dropping low though, and your dream is there. They will get the Wraith King down. He has buyback. They found Q as well, however, and Leonak does also drop. GXR looking pretty darn good to force this to a game number 3. There's your buybacks out. GXR, they are not going to overstay their welcome, apart from Mizu apparently, who'll kind of just walk around as a ghost for a little bit before he gets blown up by Fearless. They are one tier 3 tower ahead, and that's definitely great news for GXR. More importantly, they are 12k net worth ahead.
Yeah, they're feeling really good about that scaling coming through. Most of that lead is on In Your Dream, seeing how far ahead he is, and also from Masters being as far behind as he is on that Omni Knight. So it's not unplayable yet for Motivate Trust. It is massive though. You need to kind of catch up here for Jackie. He needs a BKB just to prevent himself from being held down by the upheaval. Like, it's the one thing. Wraith King into Warlock is never pleasant, especially if you die under upheaval. You get back up. If you don't have a blink, you are stuck trying to run out in a very awkward spot. And Motivate Trust, they just kind of step off their high ground just a tad. Like, they should not have been on the ramp. They aren't respecting the Earth Spirit's initiation. They're not respecting the fact that Chaotic Offering can absolutely make those tight spots where you feel comfy on the high ground be really awkward anyway. And they just... They're not respecting the control Galaxy Racer has from their own teamfight potential. So Motivate Trust has to dial it back a notch, get some farm going somehow, and they have to get ready for the next Roche. They need some good wards watching at Roche Arena. Get ready to jump in. They're going to need Aegis Cheese plus either the free Ags or Refresh. In this case, you want the free Ags. You absolutely want the free Ags on someone like Jackie, just to have that reincarnation for all the allies nearby. That's one of the only ways I see them kind of turn around these pretty abysmal fights going their way.
I mean, if you get the Aghanim Scepter and you go into a Divine Rapier, that might be it. I don't know if it's damage they're really lacking, though. It just seems like In Your Dream, once he's close enough to Jackie, it just feels so hard to be able to fight. The Ursa just has such an advantage with those Fury swipes. And see, GXR once again quite grouped up. Smoke is here and they will pop it. If they win this team fight, the game is just all over. Nobody's got buyback on Motivate Trust. They can just go straight for the Ancient. Counter smoke out MTG. They're going to have the high ground. At least for now. In Your Dream, he's going to show himself in that mid lane. Looks like MTG, they want to try and just fight in the base, but the roll is there. Paulison again with the roll into the kickback, getting Jackie out of position and a big golem drop out. Odds are 4 heroes with the fatal bonds. Now, can they finish him off though? They're going to try. In Your Dream, already killing off Masseros. Your Omni's gone without buyback. Jackie now just being kited around. He's going to try and fight the golem, but the golem's not even a hero. Reaper Scythe in. This game is looking to be very, very over. is they'll kill off Polison. They will continue to try, but Fearless is going to drop as well. Again, no buybacks left. They will buy back on Polison. They are looking to finish this one off. Motivate, what can they do? They're not calling it yet, but it should be any second now. Unless GXR do not go for the T4 towers. No, they will. There you go, there's your GG call.
It's pretty rough time there for Motivate Trust. GXR played to their strengths quite nicely. They had a really abysmal start there with Mizu, and you even see In Your Dream closing out with the Divine pick up at the end, just to close with style. But they bounce back well. They punish Motivate Trust for grouping up and for really lacking control. They saw the puck in the first phase. They went back for their Elder Titan Snapfire combo, which I know they're confident in. Their team fight was looking good. But Alacrity just ran around him. He literally just danced in the backline, killed off the supports before anything could happen, and just made it all happen. It's all out of the back of Alacrity, really. Like, In Your Dream did a fantastic job jumping back in with his farm, but it was Alacrity finding those early fights for his team. It was Alacrity who was setting up for those golem opportunities and the upheaval opportunities from 343 and making the most out of Paulison's initiations. So I think you have to be very careful when you give Alacrity one of his special heroes and not pick a direct counter. I think Motivate Trust got a bit overconfident through draft. They went for the Omni Knight this time around, trying to play with it as we saw AG try it after watching SMG try it. And the chain finally breaks. It worked well for SMG. It worked well for AG. It didn't really pan out for Motivate Trust, but I wouldn't even peg it on Masaros. I think the supports just could not do anything about that mid lane. Like, Alacrity was just too big on his puck.
It certainly was, John, and with that we are going to have the pleasure of watching a game number 3 now between GXR and Motivate Trust. Should be roughly 10 minutes of a break before we do get into that game 3 draft, but for now it is MLP Dota and Gen X Fire, and we'll see you all again very, very soon for our final game of this BO3.
Start it up. Lit. Start it up. This is lit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for game number 3 between GXR and Motivate Trust Gaming, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. John, we are here for a game number 3. GXR's made it, and I've got to ask you the reverse-roo question now. What's Motivate Trust got to do differently to try and pull off this series victory?
Well, they've got to be careful about letting certain heroes through. They do ban out the puck. So I think that's a big change up from game 1. Alacrity just did so much to turn the game around for his team. He went for the right itemization, focusing on a right-click build, knowing that there was not much they could do to really stop him from just jumping into the backline and cleaning up. They do start off with a bit of a similar start for both sides. GXR do go into that Grimstroke and Earthspirit. Sorry, I got distracted. For some reason, the lobby score is showing Galaxy Racer at 2-1 against Motivate Trust. So it looks like we got a bit bugged there. I was like, the series isn't over yet. This isn't a best of 5. And yeah, it's a bit of a bug. Beta game, as it is. But yeah, the openings, Grimstroke, Earthspirit for Galaxy Racer. So they've got the roll-in Inkswell combo. They've got Paulson back on his big comfort hero. We know how well he performs in the Earthspirit. So we'll see if he can give us a magical performance once more, as we saw in Game 2. Motivate Trust back to Snap ET. Hopefully there's no confusion over picking their supports now, as we saw in the start of Game 2. But this is a combination they know and play well. And you don't have to worry about a puck actually just running around doing what it wants. So stable picks for Motivate Trust to play with. I love that Galaxy Racer kind of ban out the Faces Void. Prevent the Chrono Stomp and Chrono Earth Splitter and Kisses combo from coming through, just preventing the Wombo combo for Motivate Trust. I'm wondering if they experiment with the Omni Knight once more, because it felt like Masaros couldn't maximize it the way we were seeing AG and SMG use it. Again, in the OEDL Grand Finals, Motivate Trust played against AG. They got 3-0'd, and every single game, it was Omni Knight for Wami. So I think Motivate Trust studied it and figured it was a good hero. They couldn't quite execute the way they wanted. So we'll have to see if they can give something else for Monsters that could be a bit more active rather than reactive.
I do agree with that sentiment. I feel like it was a pretty tough matchup for Masaros up against the Ursa. There's not really much you can do as the Omni, apart from soak XP and kind of just hope for the best. Obviously, the tri-lane from Motivate was extremely powerful, and they shut down Mizu and the Necrophos very well, but after that point, it was kind of just falling apart. They have got the same opening, so there is a large chance that they go for the same kind of tri-lane if they so wish on Motivate Trust. GXR, we'll see if they really care about that. They've got the Grimstroke, they've got the Earth Spirit. I'm sure they're more than happy to go into a tri-lane this time around. If Motivate Trust do wish for it to occur, or even if they don't wish for it to occur, you can still make it happen. No problems here for GXR. See how they go with this final ban though. They have one left. They are going to think about it for a little bit. I wonder what they are going to be looking at.
Yeah, it's deep into the reserves for these last few bans, going into the second pick phase. I know if they're worried about Jackie heroes, they aren't. They actually do take out the DP instead, which usually is Monsters or Fearless. And they go with the Ember here down mid. So they've got a very strong mid here once more for Alacrity. It can zip in and out. You've got the 2 Spirit Brothers on hand for Galaxy Racer to play with. You have some of the same issues here with Snapfire ET in that your control for something like the Ember isn't very stable. So you're going to have to find a way to mitigate that somehow with one of your core pickups. Just have something with good control to stop the Ember. I think a Centaur would have been nice if it wasn't banned out. Galaxy Racer kind of covered their bases early on. So we'll have to see what Motivate Trust opt for. If they want to start with the Masteros hero, I suppose something like the Tidehunter is still available. We don't see Masteros played as often now, but that could be pretty nice here in terms of team fight, at least. If you can somehow catch the Ember up with a very close range Ravage, that's one way to get control off. You have the option for maybe something like the Timbersaw as well. We've seen Masteros play that one a bit more often, and it is pretty impactful. Elder Titan plus Timbersaw lane is something we've seen a couple of times. They opt for the Kunkka first, so that should be our Fearless here down mid, which is interesting again, because this is something they played against more often than they have run themselves. Like we have seen Fearless Kunkka a couple of times, but where the Kunkka really popped off recently was once more with Army Geniuses. Mamang Daya Kunkka was a sight to behold from mid. So we'll see if Fearless can kind of replicate that performance. They've got the X to hold the Ember now, so there's always going to be some stable way of dragging him back. You still have to watch his dodge capability. And GXR into the Magnus. They get the classic Wombo combo. And power on Ember, RP up. They could close out with something like the PA if it's not banned out. Or even the Jug. It's looking pretty nice here for GXR.
It certainly does. Well, we'll see if they do manage to pick up that Jug for In Your Dream and kind of maximize the Magnus pickup. For now, Motivate Trust, they do have the option to take it for themselves if they so wish. Of course, it doesn't really have to be the Jug to really maximize the Magnus, but it is one of the heroes that does enjoy it quite a bit. Instead, they kind of preemptively go for the Ursa. So if you do want to go into that Jug, you're going to be playing into an Ursa, and they ban it anyway, so they're not going to allow it to happen. What other kind of carries would you like to see here for the with the Mag?
PA. Hands
PA?
down, just PA.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got Inkswell blink in. It's pretty darn nice. Ursa's going to be forced to get MKB, which is mildly annoying for Ursa's. It's not a priority item anymore. I think Motivate Trust has to ban it out. They banned a Slark instead. So
Wow.
it's signaling maybe something like the Timbersaw in the off lane here for Motivate Trust that can come true. And Galaxy Racer banned out the Bristle, so preventing maybe that big tanky offlaner coming through for Masaros. No option for Tide, no Bristle, no Centaur. I don't know if you really want to go into Sand King here for Masaros. Still could be nice because you have good team fight with Kunkka, Snap, and ET. So Sand King might slot in, but options are pretty limited. They could still go for the Timbersaw here. I just don't know if it's really valuable in the specific lineup. Like the damage output is great, but they go with the
Oh.
Axe. All right. So Masaros Axe. Now the question is, will he go for the Manta buildup? We'll see. I think you have the potential for that. It is pretty darn nice. And of course, this preempts a PA. So they're expecting the PA to slide through. They've got that big here that punishes PA, especially once you get the Blade Mail off. So Galaxy Racer, are they confident enough picking PA into Axe? They go with Troll instead, which is pretty nice. Still has the same shortcomings against Axe. And you're not completely protected by your Battle Trance. Axe can just chop right through you anyway.
That you can. With that, both drafts are completed. I do kind of like where GXR has gone with this draft, but I'll ask you the hard question, John. Who came out with the better draft?
It's a bit tough. I can see a back and forth coming out here. Offlane Magnus can be something that the Ursa can bully out, especially with the support you get from Q on a Snap. You could play really aggressive with the Ursa Snapfire combo, Cookie out, Urchok out, get a lot of damage off. So Mizu's going to have to watch himself. The one big issue with Galaxy Racer's lineup is the cores are pretty passive. Except for the Ember. Magnus, we always tend to see on a core roll need a Blink. And from the off lane, Arcane Boots, Guardian Greaves, rather than Echo Saber. You're going to have to follow around your Troll, give him Empower. Of course, that does mean In Your Dream can opt to not go Battle Fury, and instead focus on maybe a quick Maelstrom, maybe a quick SNY, build up some early damage and stat resist to start running down Motivate Trust with the Empower up. But it is fairly greedy from GXR, whereas for Motivate Trust, you could argue it's a bit greedy as well with Ursa Axe. I think they clear out the camps a bit faster, although Ursa will need a Battle Fury first compared to Troll with Empower, so there's that. The tempo has to be set here from Kunkka. So Fearless has to be ready to show up in the side lanes, ready to match the movement of Alacrity, prevent Galaxy Racer from finding those team fights they'd want, and punish them for looking for more farm on basically tree cores that need them. So and Motivate Trust has to play pretty quick. I think their big combos outside of Kunkka is Call into Kisses and Split Earth Splitter. And that's the big one. So blink timing is going to be really important for Masaros as well.
Okay, fair enough. Bit late on the predictions to get started, but it's okay. I'll get there in the end. With that, Game 3 about to begin. Again, Motivate Trust, they are yet to drop a series throughout the whole Lower Division, so if GXR could make this one happen, it could be a very fun time for them, but see if Motivate Trust are allowing that to happen this time around, as
I
But
love
do
that
you-
voice line.
Well, what does it mean, John?
Where are you going, boss? Where are you
Oh.
going?
Pretty cool.
So good. You find a kill and you just Malcolm on a
This
bus.
will do just fine.
Malcolm on a bus. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? So good. That's actually so good.
Is that an Indonesia? What was that? What team? was
Yeah,
that?
it's Boom. It's Boom's.
Right. Okay.
Good old Boom. So trolly. I can't help giggle when I hear it, especially when you find a kill and just spam that. Oh boy, it's almost as good as another one that's coming out. Hey.
GXR, they're setting up for that top bounty rune. MTG, they're going to wait around. We'll see if they try to go for another first blood attempt like they did in game 2. They may decide just better of it this time, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Masteros and Q going to show up at the bot side.
Shane.
Fearless. I do like that watch out, watch out, watch out voice line from Slacks quite a bit. I believe he got that from wrestling, WWF or WWE, whatever they call it these days, but it's a long time ago, but it was one of the better commentary lines that came out of that product.
Yeah, good old wrestling. Missed that. Still, there should be quite the smackdown mid, Mike. Of course, you've got Alacrity running down with Fearless. Kunkka versus Ember Lane. Should be pretty nice for both sides. I think Alacrity should have a better time with a Flame Guard to protect. Of course, as long as you have the Tidebringer here, you're going to be able to zone out the Ember quite nicely in the melee matchup. Up top, the dual lane, going to be holding the Elder Titan up against the Ursa. Up against Paulson's Earth Spirit and Mizu's Magnus. Kind of even. You can kind of harass out here. Paulson's just going to go for the pull, but Leonak's going to be able to punish. With some good right clicks coming through. Paulson's not going to be able to sustain this one for too long.
Fair enough. In fact, he's copping a lot of damage. Leonak, he's got the brown boots. He can keep going. Another Astral Spirit up if he wants to commit it, but he's diving the T1. He's going for it. No, never mind. He won't go too far. Anyway, we'll have a look at the other lanes as well. Of course, mid lane, Alacrity going to be there up against Fearless. Looks like Fearless should have a... Oh, actually, maybe first blood about to occur, and it does.
It's quenched.
You've just achieved.
Managed to find the first blood on that Kunkka. That's one thing you can never underestimate. The amount of damage you can pump out with the Tidebringer. Fearless with that level 2 Tidebringer already doing so much damage.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's the one thing for the Ember matchup. It's a melee laner up against Kunkka. Kunkka has a pretty good time just harassing you out with Tidebringer. Your Flame Guard doesn't block that damage. It's counted as physical. You'll only really block Torrent, and even then that's not a key thing for Fearless in terms of really getting his output. So you have to really play on edge with your Sleight of Fist, and Alacrity's just going to have to watch himself. If Fearless is allowed to hit this level 5 spike into 6 quicker, once the boat is ready, Alacrity might not be feeling so safe on mid. We'll have to watch it. Bottle is up at least for Alacrity, so you can sustain. Kunkka still saving up for the bottle. He did opt for the double bracer first, so that he does have more stats on hand. And I suppose you don't really need the mana factor in terms of regen, and your HP is fairly fine because Alacrity can't really out-harass you yet. This is a pretty stable way to start for Fearless, and gives us a chance to look at the last lane. Down bot, you've got In Your Dream with 3 for 3 on the Troll and Grimstroke up against Masteros and Q on the Axe Snap, and it's relatively even for now. In Your Dream's not able to really get the free farm he wants. Masteros is harassing quite nicely. You have to watch for the level spikes on Masteros. Once he has a value point in the call, or at least 2 points in the counter helix, if you get the cookie combination off, jump in the middle of the creep wave, you can definitely start to melt through In Your Dream. And he is playing smart, mainly playing in a range form just to find that safe CS, not giving the Axe the opportunity to spin on top.
Absolutely. That's all our mid lane going again. Fearless, still way ahead. So that is to be expected, as Alacrity now going to try and get a bit more aggressive on the Ember. Does get the chains off. Fearless now looking to be in danger. Gets the X back, but Alacrity still wants to chase him down with the Flame Guard and should eventually get him. And does just before he dies. So 1-for-1 trade, but you definitely get the better end of things if you're Alacrity. Meanwhile, bottom lane, it looks like Q does kill off 3-4-3. Same skill build up, by the way, on Q. Not bothering for the little shredder. He does go for the scatter blast max out. It does pan out up against the Grimstroke.
Yeah, it's what you want to see. Level 3 spike up. Masaros goes for the value point in the call. So the cookie combo is very scary coming through here from the Axe. You have to watch your spacing now from the side of Galaxy Racer. The mid lane, you're still seeing a bit of a chase for the bottle room, but Fearless does grab it in the end. Despite that,
he gets stunned up. In they go. Try and kill off 343 before he might go down, but no, he will die first. Q still trying for it, but we'll have to eventually just back. Because now in your dream might be able to find a secondary kill here. And oh, he gets the ensnare off as well. Paulison, he'll be the one to take it on the Earth Spirit. And a bit lucky there for in your dream with that final ensnare. And well, I suppose you had the roll anyway, so it didn't really matter too much. But definitely a great set of events happening down at the bot side for GXR.
yeah, they get the tri lane off. They get some aggression on their end now. They've got that beautiful Inkswell combination with a roll in that can fly out. So you have to watch yourself here for Masaros. I mean, he does have the Ring of Health up, but the full Vanguard is still about 400 gold away. You're going to need to wait that one out. Once it's up, you can maybe look to apply more pressure. You are already seeing Paulson starting to camp around, watching for where Fearless might be, waiting for the bounty rune, taking as much control as possible on that Earth Spirit. The solo lane for Mizu is alright. I don't think the Earth Spirit really helps you out anyway, which is why Paulson's allowed to go here. Mizu's just trying to farm up the camp and trying to get Pulse off while he can, but he can't really stop Jackie at this point. This is pretty much free farm for your Ursa.
Certainly is. Bottom lane, a bit of a group up coming in again from GXR. They've got Paulison around. That Grimstroke Earth Spirit combination just so darn powerful with the Inkswell. And now it looks like he's going to go... Yeah.
That's a really good scan coming out from GXR. They spot the TP rotation from Leonak. So they walk away. They instead opt to steal the bounties. And Paulson does manage to snatch that one away, taking some gold off. Leonak's still going to stalk him, though. But he can't really do too much against the Earth Spirit at level 3 now. He's just tankier. He's got roll on hand. So he can just bail out. And you can maybe start to look for wrap around bot instead.
If they could. They're going to give it a shot. Q has been caught. Inkswell there is going to connect in time. They won't have the follow-up damage as now Masaros is in with the call out onto Paulison. A nice boulder smash and the slow within your dream. Still trying for the snapfire and might get it, but it's not going to be worth his life. In fact, he misses out. He's still trying to run, but he's gone way too far forward. Unless he gets away with this juke, but no, Masaros, he gets the blind call. Oh, that is very unfortunate for In Your Dream, and that was just on the edge with the call. I would not be happy if I was the troll, but then again, John, he did go way too far.
Yeah, he dove way too deep. Paulson wasn't committing any of his spells out to help secure that kill under the T1. So you don't get anything out from GXR. The only blessing there for GXR is that we saw Fearless show up, so there's a lot of free space down mid for Alacrity to build up just a bit and Paulson to soak through right now. But you're not pleased. 3-4, 2k lead up for Motivate Trust, down to the fact that Jackie is free lane, although he's being jumped.
In they go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Line's being drawn out at that top side. It looks like GXR really want to start applying that pressure on Jackie. He's really following suit quite yet. It is still 2 up the top. Bottom lane, they're trying to deal with Masaros on the Axe, who is starting to creep skip now, and it's pretty standard stuff for the Axe to try and escalate his own farm and XP this way. Especially when you're up against the troll, you want to just try and avoid the lane altogether if you can, especially up at this stage. Now, that is exactly what he does. Keep trying to pull those creeps away and farm safely. I suppose in all, when you look back, it's been sort of a quiet game, right? Like, it's 3-4 right now, 2k net worth lead for Motivate. Lanes are going okay for both sides. I wouldn't say anyone's too far ahead, but if you do look at the net worth graph, MTG slowly but surely is making their way up into the higher echelon. In fact, there's going to be a big smoke up now. Bot lane, John, they brought Fearless down along with Leonak, I believe it is, and yeah, it is. X out, boat is there in your dream. He does not have battle trance yet. He gets called anyway. Now he levels it up though. He's got enough time, but they just dunk on him. And that's one thing, right? You can always dunk with the axe. Onto Mizu they go now. Mizu, he hasn't got much to play with.
Yeah.
RP is available, maybe they can turn with it, but there's your call out. Masteros, he's more than happy to keep fighting and trying to bait it out. Now, Paulison does roll in onto Leonak. They will get 3-4-3 on the Grimstroke. Meanwhile, Masteros is still alive as Mizu is being very patient with this RP. He's waited out the skewer. He might just commit onto Fearless, and he does, but where's your follow-up damage now? They'll come in within your dream. They'll clean him up. Leonak gets a stomp off, but it may not be enough. Still, Masteros, who are you going to try and fight now, sir? He'll go for the call attempt onto Paulison, but they've lost Leonak, and they will not get the call either. The Earth Spirit is going to be alright. And in fact, they'll try to roll back in now onto Q with the boulder smash from Paulison, and it does land. Jackie's going to show up on the Ursa. Why the hell not? Let's just make it a full-blown fiesta down at this bot lane. As in your dream now has been called out on the troll. He doesn't want to really die again, but he may have no choice in the matter. In fact, he will make a run for it. Battle Hunger going to slow him up. Jackie could Earth Shock, but he is quite far away. Leonak's looking for a stomp attempt, I believe, and might be able to find one. Is it in your dream? No, the silence is in from Paulison. They will not allow the stomp to come through, and Masteros is still chasing them down. Meanwhile, Mizu dies to Q apparently in the mid lane. So you lost your off lane Magnus. The bot lane, they've backed all the way now. This GXR just don't know what Motivate are doing. They just continue to run at them. And suddenly Motivate Trust is a 3k net worth lead.
Yeah, they're building up. I think the one thing for GXR is that, you know, while they're taking these fights, they're not farming on their troll. They're going for the diffusal in your dream as well. So that means Mizu has to step in, give him empower every single time. And for Mizu, not stuck at level 1. He was a laning Magnus, of course. He had to get Shockwave. So the flash farm for your troll here is going to be a bit slower than the Ursa. Battle Fury is pretty much up for Jackie, just flying out now. They clear out the bot tier 1. Masteros have a very long lane to just dance around in. Rushing the Blink next. So they do need that setup for the team into the BKB. So we're not seeing the Manta-style rush. You could still opt to go for it later on instead. You need to really prioritize the build-up, I think. You just want to enable your team to take some fights, enable yourself to get some control out, and go from there. GXR, they've got to give some space out to In Your Dream, get the diffusal up. Once that's up, you can join these fights a lot easier.
That he can. From lane, Paulison's going to be there to try and push this lane back out. Masteros going to be around, and we know Masteros wants to dive him, but a nice kick away from Paulison. He's on guard now. Make sure they can't just have their way. Still a bit of a quiet period after that long kind of bot initiation. We might see a big fight happening at the top side if GXR do end up committing, but it looks like Fearless has found out one. It's going to be Mizu. It does connect, Inkswell will not. He does not have Skewer away, so he is going to be forced to just kind of take the Mortimer's Kisses and die. While the rest of MTG, they will keep moving forward now into that triangle. They know In Your Dream's around there somewhere. And now they've spotted him out. Instead, though, they might just settle onto 3-4-3. Inkswell's going to be out onto In Your Dream. It will land onto Masteros, but it won't matter. They've already lost 3-4-3. They'll try to turn around, but a big stop out. Leonak turning it right back around. There's your cookie out from Q. Paulison is going to try and run, but the block is there. And now Alacrity, he's the only one left. He will remnant a little bit. He does get Leonak, and maybe even finds Masteros, but there's your call out. Masteros going to try and buy more time. Back to the Ancient stack. Running down south, another remnant forward from Alacrity. He will eventually get the axe kill. But I'll tell you what, John, Masteros is just making so much space. He just continues to run at them over and over again. And you look at Jackie on that net worth board, he's just slowly trickling up. He's got the Battle Fury there on the Ursa very early on. And this is going to be a big concern for GXR, because In Your Dream, he's not been left alone to farm himself.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's not been prioritized as well. His jungle's just constantly contested. He has to look for the push up top, but even that's not safe. Fearless is here for the defense already.
He is. Gonna try, RP gonna be committed. A very nice one from Mizu. Onto the high ground, no. He won't reach. It would have been a pretty sick play, but he won't reach. It will indeed just be to save in your dream. Look at Masaros, right back into the triangle. He knows exactly where in your dream's going to farm. He's going to force the rotations in again from GXR. And speaking of, Alacrity now has been called out. It's only a level 1 call though. He went max battle hunger to be able to be this aggressive. As Polison now is going to roll in with the Ink Swap back on a queue. They'll get the Snapfire, but now Polison, he might be in danger. They'll have the Stomp out and they'll dunk on him. Back on a Jackie, who does kill off 343 on the Grimstroke, and they want a bit more now. They'll rush forward onto Mizu. And poor old Mizu, he has not had a fun series at all. He's already had 3 deaths going for himself into the X-Pac now. Masaros going to control him up into the Earth Splitter. They'll get another. In your dream, he is still trying to kite out and fight, but I don't think it's going to work out in his favor. Or maybe it does with 343. He did buy back. Alacrity with the Inkswell. He will stun up Masaros, but Jackie's going to be around now on the Ursa. He'll try to turn around. Fearless is there with the boat. It won't be enough to save the Axe, but are they really going to keep going? Yeah, they are. Alacrity's not safe. He'll try to juke out the X, but it's not going to be enough. Onto In Your Dream now. The Battle Trance is there, but he's doing no damage. The Enrage from Jackie going to be more than enough, and In Your Dream going to give his own life away. It's a fiesta, John. This is what we're watching. We're watching a fiesta.
Oh yeah, it's just wild here. Constant running around, constant fights. In the end, Motivate Trust come out in a big way. They kill off the Ember and the Troll, and along with a couple more heroes. Jackie just building up now. You're seeing the matchup of Troll versus Ursa. It doesn't work all too well for the Troll. Enrage just counteracts everything you want to do. Your damage output in that window is cut. Your stun control with your roots are cut off.
Oh, they won't
Ursa can
stop.
just stand and fight here.
Olison,
Oh my.
just going to be run down again by Masaros and the crew. And this is really clever from Masaros, John. I didn't really pick up on this, but the max battle hunger is so much more effective than, say, the call before you have the blink up.
Dire's top tower
Only problem for Masaros is he's got the blink up now. So I guess level 1 call, I mean, it's still working out. Like, who the hell cares?
Dire's top tower
And if you think about the level gain, the power spike each level gives, Berserker's Cult adds 0.4 seconds each level. You get so much more output from the DPS here.
Running away. Blink is off cooldown now for Masaros, but Alacrity's going to cancel that off. And threaten as if he has a team behind him. They are going to finally have a bit of a quiet period. I'm scared I may have jinxed it, but it does seem that way.
Smoke out from Motivate Trust.
There we go.
Invading Triangle, 2 for 3.
Yeah, 3-4-3, getting caught out again. They love starting with the Grimstroke, and they'll get him. 8th kill of the game already for Masaros, 17 minutes in. It's just not very often you get to see an axe this impactful from about 5 minutes to up until now. They go into the Roshan pit, and of course with the Ursa, it's not too hard to take this down. They are going to try and contest, though. Alacrity is here. He's going to try and steal it, perhaps. They do stun him up, though, with the turret. Masaros unable to land the call yet, but Alacrity, he is out of remnants. He has nowhere to go. Or maybe he does, because his team is going to protect him. That'll be it. No, it won't. Top lane, they found Mizu. Skewer away. That's enough. He'll TP up.
They've got to play safe now. Blink is up on Mizudo, so Blink RP is available. They can look for that big team fight they can get off. With her Ember especially. Maelstrom already up as well on Alacrity, so once you empower up, that could be good, but there's still smoke here.
And they are call out. They've got the control. The kick away, though. Polison. Oh, that is a beautiful kick away from Polison. He makes it so the Ember's out of range of the boat. And that was just enough to allow him to survive, as now they go back in. Mizu had the Inkswell. Maybe they can turn. There's your RP out, but he's already gone. In Your Dream with the Battle Trance trying to fight back, but he doesn't have the damage. He just can't survive. Alacrity has been X'd back into a turret, but no, the Remnant away. He's gonna make it out. Or is it Masaroth? He's having a look. He won't be able to find him, but what an absolute bloodbath this game number 3 has been. Into the tier 2 mid tower they go for a bit of chip damage.
Yeah, I mean, they still hold the Aegis. They could look to fight again if they wanted to. Nothing to be scared of, although. Masaros.
Oh, that's a big one. Maybe they could kill him off, and it looks like they will. They finally get the axe down.
Step aside.
Mollison onto Leonak. Won't be able to connect the roll. Alacrity misses the chains as well. Now Fearless will go back in for an X-Torrent onto the Ember with the Stomp out and the Cookie, but a nice slide of Fist Dodge. Meanwhile, Jackie killed off 343. What is Jackie doing? He's all by himself going after the Grimstroke, but he's gonna get out. In fact, he'll turn around. He still has the Aegis. The Dream. Mollison gonna try and roll, but the X-Back is gonna be there into the loving arms of Jackie. 10k net worth lead now for Motivate Trust. John, what the hell could GXR do? How do you stop this?
You keep holding back, try to prevent fights, avoid fights as much as possible. Keep farming up on your troll, and honestly at this point, start planning for a high ground. If not, looking for the big RP chances.
See, every time Alacrity shows in the map as well, Masaros is literally just chasing them. He hasn't stopped the farm. He's not stopping a farm, John. He just keeps running.
Yeah, that should be the game plan. Like, you're so far ahead in MG Trust. They've got great flash run potential here. You don't want to allow that to happen.
Cookie, bit off the mark there, but it won't matter because they have the blink call. 343's gone again, and now the boat will fly in right onto Mizu, and there's your dunk out. Oh boy. I get afraid when I see performances like this, John. I'm scared Ice Frog's watching.
Oh.
It's Jackie now, gonna move in. Alacrity, he's been dodging so many abilities this game. He's been doing a great job on the Ember, but it's just not enough yet. He needs more items.
Yeah, he definitely needs way more farm. Trying to work onto the Youth for protection. I think that's fine. Maybe the Axe is going to be a bit better. At least you're going to have more uptime in your spirits. You're going to be all over the place even more. They do manage to isolate in your Dream, though. That could be good, but the rest of the cores are a bit too far out to really play with the info Leonak finds. So they'll just kind of hold back. They take that the mid tier 2. So they open up lots of potential here for the push. Age is still up for about 50 seconds. They can still look to make something happen here in that short time span.
Oh, they certainly could. Big smoke up, GXR. Can they get it done?
Eager to know Dyer's whereabouts.
Leonak going to be around. They won't break the smoke. Jackie is going to break the smoke, but he has an Aegis. He's happy to break the smoke for the team. Alacrity's in, though, onto Masaros. He wants to get rid of this axe ASAP, and he's doing a lot of damage. Masaros gets the call off. Fearless finally gets the boat in to try and help out. There's your Soulbind. Mizu not committing the RP yet. Jackie, meanwhile, connecting with the Soulbind. Where are they going? In your Dream, he got cubed, but it may cost him his own life for that. Or maybe not with the Battle Trance. He's going to try and fight back, but it's still an Aegis you're fighting into. And Jackie's going to have his way with him. So Leonak also drops, and now the Aegis is gone. But Motivate Trust, they are not done yet. They want to keep this fight up. Mizu's in with the RP. Put him on the high ground. Make him think about what he's done until he has the Earth Shock back. He's going to be KB ready as well. You've got to be careful. Alacrity now going to be jumped on, but he has the Remnants forward. They'll get the chains into the torrent, but he gets the Yule Scepter. The Earth Splitter, though, is going to connect. Where's the other Remnants? It's not going to be there. Paulson, he tried to save the day, but it's going to cost both their lives.
A dead mother would have done much worse.
MTG, GXR, they were so close to winning that team fight, but it's just not enough. It is just not enough.
No, they keep trying to focus down the Axe. They managed to find that kill on Masaros, but they couldn't handle the Ursa. Like, Jackie's way too big. They still have ways of keeping In Your Dream from just getting what he wants done. They've got the Heaven Halberd running right now on Fearless, on top of all the other control they have. So it's a tough game for In Your Dream to just stand there and do what he has to do. And the side of Motivate Trust, well, Aegis is gone. They lost a couple of heroes, but they are still 15k up. It's 14 to 31. A hell lot of kills to have at 24 minutes in, as the farm is just trickling through from Motivate Trust. They've got the Guardian Greaves up in queue, so they've got even more sustain. And up top,
In Your Dream again, being targeted here. Jackie and Masaros going to be held back by the Soulbind, but it looks like they're not done yet. Masaros wants to try and see if he can keep up. Yeah, he gets the call off. It's always poor old 343. Give the kill over to Jackie again. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they've started another team fight. Q, he's the one being targeted right now, the Snapfire. The boat is going to protect that area, though. But how do you get out of this, Q? He'll try, but the Remnants will give vision, and eventually they will get the kill. But here comes the cavalry again, John. War just never seems to end, as Mizu is going to be able to skewer. Masaros not going to land the call. But the chaos, it ensued for a bit, but it will slow down, at least for now.
yeah, the temper is off. You don't lose the biggest heroes from either side, you only lose your supports. So that's a bit of good news for Galaxy Racer. They get some time to try and keep farming, try and keep building up. In Your Dream needs that PKB up ASAP. It's a long way off from it, lacking every single part to buy out. Leonak does see that, though.
Mollison going to be targeted. Jackie gets a nice little kill. In Your Dream going to try and run, but gets an instant bash. Why the hell not? Just bash on command. In Your Dream, that's the 7th death of the game for the Troll Warlord. It's been a very tough time. He's just got no farm, and this is just the way you shut down a carry like Troll. You just keep running at them.
Yeah, he can't farm. He can't leverage his Empower to clear out camps. He can't do anything. Like, every single time he's just jumped on by Motivate Trust. They need to figure out some spot on the map where he can farm. Maybe start to plant some wards around the area. And really just focus on giving that Troll a way of catching up. Motivate Trust, they're just still chasing. Ooh, Masaros.
Masaros loves Alacrity. Just absolutely loves catching the Ember this game. Fearless been doing a great job on the Conqueror as well of setting up with the X's for sure. This is the Motivate Trust you love to see, right? Like this team that just works together so darn well. Like they're extensions of their own hands almost. It's your Abyssal Blade out now on Jackie, but a big smoke up from GXR. Props to them as well, considering the net worth deficit. You'd think they would have lost a lot more objectives by this point, but that has not been the case, and they are still within territory to make a comeback happen. This game is certainly not over.
No, there's a lot of opportunities. I think for GXR, we have to see Mizu really land these RPs for his team. He has to step up to the plate, get the control off. The follow-up is there. He just needs to find the angle. Motivate Trust makes it really hard to look for that angle, though, as they do smoke up now on Motivate Trust's side. GXR, we just saw them smoke to really just get control back. We'll see if they manage to avoid this one.
Mizu, he targeted here on the Magnus. He's well on 3-4-3, but they got the call off. Masaros gets the Magnus, gets rid of him. No RP for 40 seconds or so. Should mean another tier 2 tower for the side of Motivate Trust. Back to Lacrity now is going to go for a creep skip, but he may be spotted here by Leonak. Now he is, but he's going to try and go for the kill. Stomp out. Jackie immediately wants to go after the Ember. They are not going to be able to find him instead. Paulus mid lane needs to be very careful, as Fearless now is going to have a look. Roll away. Masaros is right behind him, but doesn't have the vision. Instead, he'll go on to 3-4-3 and just takes the easier kill. And Roshan's up in about 7 seconds, John, and there's a double damage rune up top.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty darn big. Free Ag Shard coming through from Motivate Trust if they manage to clean it up. Of course, the DD will speed up that process as well. And they should probably just look to take Roche. GXR can fight in the pit. It all relies on Mizu getting an RP, but that kind of tight spot could be his best shot at that RP.
Fearless trying to save the DD rune for Jackie, but Jackie just says he does not want it. No bottles up either, I don't believe. So Jackie, he'll take the chance, and now you've got that enrage on the Earth Shock, which is quite devastating to fight into. GXR, they're doing the best they can of just split pushing out the lanes and trying to delay the game out and buy more time for In Your Dream.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
MTG though, they're looking to go high ground now. Jackie's on. DD's still got about half the duration. GXR will slowly make their way over, defend the high ground, and Jackie, it looks like he's not planning to back off anytime soon. They will X him up, just in case he gets skewered back. At least you can guarantee you can pull him back to safety without really costing anything. And this is a very smart way of fighting into the Magnus. As you can see, Mizu's going to try, but it's not going to work out because he can always get X back like that.
Yep. It's just the low committal push for Motivate Trust. And GXR have to find some way to counteract this, but they can't get a good RP angle. Motivate Trust are disciplined to de-split and just kind of stay far apart, preventing any sort of access here for Mizu. And it's a slow process on the rack, so eventually they will go.
Roll in, they get the kickback and the Yule Scepter. So the X has been cancelled now. Jackie might have to commit to the team fight. He'll pump the Enrage, and no, he's going to back out. In fact, never mind, Masaros is in. He's found In Your Dream, but they are not going to commit for it. Leave with the range racks for now. Not looking to try and rush this game and give a way back for GXR. Just take it easy and get some more farm up.
They know that the high ground's the scariest part of pushing into Galaxy Racer. The RP is always a big factor. It goes through your BKB, and power on Ember at the high ground is very, very scary as well. So they respect that output on GXR. They know that they can defend quite nicely. They'll just go back, take over the triangle, get some more farm. They have a lot of time left in that Aegis. No rush. Still about 2.5 minutes. So really nothing to rush out for. It's down to Galaxy Racer to try and force something awkward to come in. If not, just keep holding the high ground. There's a bit of a smoke out from 343 and IYD. Looking like they're just trying to farm, although...
Oh, they're gone on. The X-Back is there. Paulison is going to be able to get himself out. Jackie wants to try and do the X-Back play over and over again, it seems, to finish off this mid-racks. He is respecting the side of GXR. Once again, you can't skewer like that unless you have the Yule Scepter straight after from Alacrity. But they had to stomp out to make sure Alacrity could not follow up. Now Jackie's in. He found 343 and he bursts him down. Buyback from 343. That's going to be enough for Motivate to back again.
It's fair. They just go back, reset a bit, keep going for slow play.
Masaros, he's in. They've caught out Paulison on the Earth Spirit, but they got the Soulbind with the double stance, and now the Skewer RP back. It's not going to be good enough, though. There was just no follow-up damage. Paulison will commit the buyback. Motivate Trust, they smell blood in the water, though. They look pretty darn healthy. They don't need a reset yet as they go back in, but there's your Yule Scepter from Alacrity. It just won't matter, though. Fearless, he will wait out the Yules. Nizu, oh, a nice little skewer back with the shards. Jackie's still going to be alright, kick back into the Tier 4 towers. Now Masaros in with the core. Jackie, still so darn healthy with the Enrage, is going to try and fight back. In fact, they get Paulison. That'll be the tieback on the Earth Spirit. Your Dream going to avoid the X-Torrent. That's the mid-racks finally going down. MTG, they still have that Aegis. They're not going to back off yet. They even have the cheese available.
Yep, they have all the tools they need. They don't have long cooldowns, although.
And Jackie's right in. He does pop his BKB charge for that, and that may be enough for him to back out now. Alacrity, though, definitely wants to try and chase him some kills, and he's going to go for the backside onto Leonak, back in onto Jackie. Masaros, meanwhile, does jump in. A nice skewer back from Mizu. None of it makes a difference, though. Q. It's going to be targeted here from In Your Dream. Aegis does expire as well, so Jackie, no secondary life now, but he found In Your Dream on the troll. Chain him up, Soulbind is there, bashes immediately out onto the Magnus. He can't get the skewer off, he is trying his best, but he won't be able to get it in the end. Now In Your Dream, a big battle trance into the enraged Ursa. They do finally get Jackie. They defend the high ground successfully as now they try to punish the rest of Motivate Trust. Q will die, Fearless also being caught out. There goes Leonak. And Mizu will skewer Fearless back one last time. The only person to get out is going to be Masaros. And while they do lose one lane of barracks and one extra tier 3 tower, they are defending.
That they are. It's a long and tedious process for GXR, but they are finally getting the punishment off onto Motivate Trust. It's still not too bad for Motivate Trust. 19 to 39, 20k lead. They've got a lot of leeway here. GXR has to go through that mid tier 1 first before looking for the tier 2 mid. The side lanes would have been a viable option, but the creep waves are all sort of shoved in.
Masaros forced to pop the BKB to try and run from Alacrity. Still Alacrity wants to keep going, but has no mana for the chains left. In fact, never mind. He just regens it up. Another call out, but they've got the target. Get him once again.
Dire's middle tower is under
GXR, they could be on their way to a comeback. They are still very far behind. But with that last big team fight that occurred and essentially just committing a full team wipe with the axe kill, you never really know.
Yeah, they are. They've got some momentum back. I think the farm advantage you have here on Jackie is still substantial, but the troll's starting to close in on everyone else. In fact, they have at least managed to overtake Masaros. They are fairly close to Fearless's farm, which is good news. In Your Dream's trying to rush the Scotty next, so just more ways to try and kind of kite around the Ursa, get some slows off, prevent the Ursa from just running around doing what he wants. I think the Yule's plays coming through have been really important as well. Every single time Jackie's not pulled back, and ends up being really awkward for Motivate Trust. Like, he's stuck in the middle of everyone. He doesn't really want to be there. That should be Masaros' job, copying the hits from everyone else. And it's just a really awkward position. So I think as long as GXR keeps forcing Motivate Trust to play that conservative way on the high ground, they're always going to have that opportunity for punishment. Motivate Trust will have to really take care of how they come in. I'm looking at the build-up from Masaros. He went for the Ags build on the Axe. So he's got the additional Battle Hunger from the call. All targets will get the Battle Hunger, and it reduces their armor by 7 while giving Axe 7 armor per Battle Hunger hit. So, or per call hit with a Battle Hunger. So it's potent in that you get so much more armor on your Axe and a heck lot of DPS. I think you might want to consider the Ag Shard build-up now on the Axe. Go for the right-click build. Just kind of scale up from there. It is going to be the Sanj and Kaya next, or Kaya and Sanj, coming through for Masaros, which is the safer play. Now he's shifting around S and Y now. So going In Your Dream.
It kind of makes me want that voice line now that I know what it means. Sounds kind of cool. Yeah, might have to buy the boom one as well. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'll have a look straight after this game, suss it out.
Yeah, it's a sweet one. Oh, come on, boss. Where you going, boss? But unfortunate for IYD, the pause was from his side. So you should be asking Paulson where he was. Still, the on pause is there. Next Roche is still about a minute until we see that timer. So neither side has that to play for yet. And GXR, despite those wins, again, don't really have a lane to push. They take the mid-tier 1, their side lanes up top, and bot or 2 shoved out. Can't really go for a tier 2 yet. And that will give enough time for Motivate for us to just respawn in and start to consider how else to approach the high ground. Scotty is fully up on In Your Dream. So he's got the stats to play with. He's got the slow. He's got the reduction on lifesteal and regen, which is really big for the troll here because it looks like Jackie's trying to go for a Satanic, which would help the cause, as you saw what happened. In Your Dream just kind of healed up to full with his battle trance with no disarm on hand. whereas there was no lifesteal on Jackie earlier on. So that's sort of preempted already by the Scotty. We'll have to see. Jackie should still probably pick it up. He's just got to keep in mind now that perhaps that Satanic might not feel as good if the Scotty procs on him.
Certainly not. They'll bide their time a little bit here, Motivate. Next Roshan going to be so important, but it is going to be a minute 20 seconds away. There's your side device up now on Fearless, so a bit more control now on your Conquer. Alacrity going straight for the Refresher Orb to be able to have so many Remnants up. Very impactful once you get to that point. A lot of burst damage with those Remnants. They're going to go for a smoke here. Not quite. Nobody has a smoke.
Just moving as 5. Looks like they're trying to put In Your Dream in front as the bait, but not really. Maybe eyeing the next Roche. Still 40 seconds off, so still no option for that. Side of Motivate Trust are still playing in their own top jungle as well, so they're going to be able to preempt that movement into the pit, preempt any sort of smoke play that may come out here, and just still hold steady. Looks like Fearless is just trying to go for the Aeon Disc to have a bit of a combo breaker there, so he's not instantly picked off. He can still get the boat and X off for his team, provide some control, provide a boat buff, and it looks like the smoke play is coming from Motivate Trust instead.
A tool to teach.
Go. TG. 3-4-3 gonna break the smoke. Call is out. They've got Polisson, but he got his BKB off in time. They can get the Magnetize out. Still, they will continue the chase. Mizu immediately hexed up. Is not going to be able to RP. It's a triple kill out for Jackie. It is not great for the side of GXRs. Now, how do you even fight this Roshan?
It's tough. You really want one of your supports up there to follow up on the RP. Mizu buys back early, but they can't make their way to the pit. Just a massive risk to take with just 3 heroes up against 5. And of course, this still melts really fast to the side of Motivate because they've got that Ursa. So they get Aegis, Cheese, and a free Ag's Blessing coming out for Jackie now, which means lower cooldown and rage, usable through stuns. Jackie's going to have a very, very good time playing up front now.
Should. GXR still holding out, but it's a 30k net worth lead for MG Trust. So they might start slowly going high ground again. Those tier 4 items up first though. I just spent a bit of time farming those up first. GXR, they're still on their base. They've got a smoke, so they might commit that to try and get something going for themselves. Wow. MTG have also smoked up now. In Your Dream has been caught. Masteros trying to blow him up in time. Can they get it done? The Hex is there. He cannot battle trance. He could fight back, but he might need to do it ASAP, as they are losing everything on the side of GXR. Masteros gets the Grimstroke. RP is there. Mizu needs the skill back. Won't be able to get it. They've lost 3-4-3. Jackie's in, right in front of the fountain. The buybacks are there now, but they can't deal with the Ursa. There is too much in range as Masteros is in again with the call. He's got the big one, he's got the troll. Fearless with the Hex out, the control, the battle trance needs to come out in time. The skew are going to save the day, the horn toss, and now the battle trance. They get the Aegis, they'll get Masteros on the axe. Maybe this is it, maybe this is where they finally turn this game around, as now Jackie has been left in the Radiant base. But can they feed him? Can they take him out? It looks like they sure can, as another skew back from Mizu, trying to just bring more and more food in, but he's going to lose his own life for that. They'll get Jackie anyway. They'll get Q down. And it cost them quite a few buybacks, but they make the high ground defense work.
Yep, they hold on. Motivate Trust because they were rushing down from mid. They don't really take any more additional objectives. They don't manage to take the top racks. They don't manage to take the bot racks. So it's still down to even map control, which means GXR has an avenue now to play for. Motivate Trust. Without Aegis, without the cheeses on hand, it's going to feel awkward in the next few fights. It's really risky. You have your Ursa up front. No backup for a long time. They don't respect the Magnus single RP coming through with Mizu's buyback. Managing to get enough control. And the throughput with the Empower is now at the point where we're at 42 minutes in. These cores will hit hard. They've got the items to do it. They've got the durability to stand up front and fight. And Motivate Trust, well, they're going to have to wait for a bit. Wait for the response once more. Be patient. But that is more time for GXR to play this catch-up game and maybe find those items they need. Like the refresh on Alacrity is still a ways off, but he's got time to wait for it next. The Satanic for In Your Dream. Now that one is almost done. Yeah, just about 300 gold off from that. And once it's up, well, his lifesteal with Battle Trance up already, it's a lot of sustain that we've seen work against Motivate Trust. They still have nothing to mitigate that heal as well. So In Your Dream's just going to be a bit harder to kill off if he does manage to use his spells and items at the right time.
See if he can. Still a 27k deficit. Just one of those games where it just doesn't matter. So, Motivate starting to move back in. No, they're going to have to try and respond to this top side, but no, Fearless, he can just X himself back. It's a little easy kind of time, bring a hit for him. You know what would be quite nice though is if Fearless got his own Aghanim Scepter. I feel like the Torrent Storm would be pretty annoying right here for GXR. He hasn't gotten it up. And Mizu, Horn Toss, and the Skewer back. They've got the Kunkka. BKB up, Hex is there, onto In Your Dream now. Jackie jumping right in with the bashes, but it's not going to be enough. Fearless will still survive, however, Polison now going to be targeted. The Earth Spirit might just drop, and it looks like he will. In Your Dream, RP3 are going to be committed for that. Can they fight this one out? In Your Dream, he's going to try. He will get Leonak. He's trying to fight Jackie, and it looks like he's going to beat him out as well. With the Battle Trance, they'll take them down. The buybacks have been committed, though. MTG, they're coming back. It's 3 versus 5. Mizu, 4-star forward, Skewer back into Alacrity again. They want Fearless dead, but he will not die. He's going to run away again. Alacrity still alive somehow himself, will try to remnant back and does make it out. Masteros to drop. They'll buy back. MTG, it's still a 5 versus 3. They have committed all their buybacks. There are no buybacks left on this map. Meanwhile, Alacrity, he does buy the Refresher Orb now, and he's got his 5 Remnants back up. Can they defend 3v5?
I think they can. The issue is they don't have RP, so you're going to have to look for a big Horn Toss again from Mizu. But he's done it a couple of times now. As long as he keeps getting that one big target all the way to the back line, it's going to feel really awkward for Motivate Trust to kind of run up and help out. They are going to be able to still focus on the objectives, working on that last set of racks, so could at least see the Megas come through.
Another Horn Toss, Fearless. He has the Aeon Disc to try and survive through the initial onslaught. As now Masteros is in with the call. Jackie gonna try and help out onto the Troll. Battle Trance is back up. He will be able to get it off in time. In Your Dream, the man fight begins onto Jackie. If you can get the Ursa, you might be able to make the comeback. The Skewer back from Mizu as well. They hold them down into the tier 4 tower, and Jackie is gonna die. A dieback on the Ursa as they rush forward now. GXR, they'll keep going. Alacrity onto Q. Another dieback of the Snapfire if they could get it. And it looks like they will. Uh-oh. MTG, what have you done?
They opted to go for the throat. They missed. They end up stabbing themselves on their own arm. Now they're the ones bleeding out. And, well, Galaxy Racer, they've got a big opportunity. They can take the tier 2, they can go into the high ground, they can look for the tier 4s. No buybacks in the supports, no buyback on Jackie. You're going to have to fight for a minute 20 without Ursa and without the 2 supports somehow. At least Fearless has buyback, but I don't think Axe and Kunk alone can do enough. You can see Monsters, though, going for the creep cutting. So he's trying to prevent too many creeps from living true. And because there's no wave, it's going to be hard, although Alacrity's going to keep him away.
Go. Fearless is going to try and defend by himself. Mizzle again. The Horn Toss skewer back. They've got him. Fearless, he's going to BKB and try to run with the boat fleet. The bash on the range axes and now the RP. They know he's the only one that could have brought back. He's still going to try and survive somehow. But how do you? When you've been netted up by in your dream, you are going to drop. Masteros, he's trying to creep skip the best he can. He'll go for the BKB TP out. He's going to make it out. The mid racks, there are no creeps up. They'll get through the backdoor protection, but I don't feel like they'll have enough damage for the T4 towers without creeps around. So Masteros has saved the day for Motivate Trust. At the very least, GXR have evened out this game, and it's only a 4K net worth lead now. It's down from 30K.
That is just ridiculous. GXR is somehow going against all odds. I mean, this is the one thing, though. You go late game against Troll, Ember, Magnus. You have to remember, Magnus is one of the scariest late game heroes. It's like Enigma, right? Black Hole will just always be impactful. In this case, RP is always impactful. And Mizu stepped up to the plate with his Horn Toss play. So he's managing to get key heroes into the back, skewer them back, pick them off, get the 4v5. Looks like at the least they've stalled out long enough that Jackie's back in, but this time without the Kunkka, without the boat, it's very difficult to keep yourselves alive here.
And it is, John. Now GXR, they're going to move back in that die jungle and get that outpost back for themselves now. Motivate Trust. You've got to start wondering if you motivate. Like, what are we doing wrong here? How can we not make this win happen? Oh, wait, these kind of games, it starts to feel like you're going to get to the point where you're going to go past the 60-minute mark. Those tier 5 items might start popping up for either side.
So I think the big thing Motivate Trust need is they need to find a backline. I think they need a Snapfire Axe. Like, they need something like Kisses to really reach all the way back. Maybe try to catch out the Ember or someone, or Magnus, before he gets the skewer back. Because every time it's GXR initiating, it's GXR catching one out. We haven't been able to see Monsters do the damage he needs to. He does have the Ag shard up, but he didn't go really all in on attack speed, so not getting as many spins as he'd want. There is still the smoke play here from Motivate, though.
Spot out Leonak. Masteros is in with the call. 3-4-3, again going to be targeted. Aeon Disc is going to proc. Alacrity, meanwhile, in the backside. Got Leonak on the Elder Titan. Jackie, he's got Polison, but Polison is going to try and force stuff away. In Your Dream and Alacrity, though, still moving on to Leonak. Meanwhile, Mizu gets Fearless's courier, apparently, in the middle of all this, as Masteros is back in. He'll get 3-4-3, and Jackie does get Mizu, but the buybacks are going to be immediate. The Roshan is up. Neither team can allow that Roshan to go down to the other. And with Motivate not having as many buybacks, in fact they have none, it'll be very difficult for them to try and fight this Roshan. But maybe now with GXR committing their own buybacks, perhaps they can.
They can't allow it to go. Like, they have no choice. It's either they fight here and lose here, or they play it safe, then give 2 lives out to the Troll. Aegis Cheese, refresh plus an Ags, like double RP. It's just so much you have to worry about. So they need to keep eyes here. And GXR are the one, because they freshly expended buybacks as well, means they're also being rather cautious. And it looks like both sides might actually just avoid a rush for now, waiting for someone to make a move first. And Your Dream does weave his way in. So they will commit. Now the question is, can Motivate Trust find a way to punish this? And they're going to have to find an angle soon.
Give it a crack. Stomp, not going to be on target. Your Dream still going for that Roshan. Earthsplitter is going to fly through. They even get the boat fleet out. In fact, they X'd him back in. Torrent does connect. Another boat landing in Your Dream. He gets quite low. He does still have the ulti and Satanic. They'd love to start with Fearless. Still Jackie trying to stick the Roshan. He's got the Aegis. They've got the Aegis on the Ursa. Meanwhile, on the backside, Mizu, he committed the RP. He's going to refresh orb though. He can throw another one out. Jackie might lose his first life. He's still trying to run. No, going back in now. Onto In Your Dream. They want the troll, but they will lose the Aegis. Meanwhile, Mizu looking at him in the backside. Just being very patient. Holding onto the second RP, but no, they found him. They have found him. Masaros and Jackie once again catching out the mag without buyback. Still Alacrity and In Your Dream. Gonna go onto the Ursa. He'll refresh the Enrage. There's your call out. They'll get Alacrity, but he's gonna buy back. Remnant back in. Paulison buys back as well. Alacrity still trying to fight. They'll get Masaros. The Hex out from Fearless though. In Your Dream with the Battle Trance. He's still trying to fight, but Jackie's back in now. He'll get the Troll. The buybacks are back again. The Troll's coming back into the team fight. Paulison is still just gonna try and back off. He does not want to die back, and GXR will do the same. What a game number 3 we are watching, John.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to think about that. GXR are holding on so tight. Motivate Trust are not able to close out. But think about it. This matchup has no bearing at all. But they're playing like it's TI finals. I love it. They're just on the edge, pouring their hearts out, and GXR, they lose out the fight. They lose out the Roche. Jackie with that really impressive sneaky play in, managing to steal that away, and he took, I think, everything but cheese. So he had a refresh, he had free Ags upgrade on the deck. He sells his Ags to free up that item slot now, going for the MKP. And that could be when Jackie starts to get that consistent damage. Like, he's not going to have to worry about the evasion. He's not going to have to miss all the time in the middle. It should help even out the core matchup as they do start pushing onto the high ground. Respawn still in about half a minute. Ancient is exposed. GXR has to be super cautious in this fight.
Oh, they're going in, Jackie. He's not playing around with the Swift Blink. Is right in. They'll have to take the fight. There's no choice in this matter. Paulison, he'll get started with the Magnetize, but the BKBs are out immediately. It is now In Your Dream. He's going to try and find a target to get, but they are just throwing boats at him right now. Soulbind also going to be committed. Jackie will blink out. The respawns are coming up. Looks like Motivate are going to pay their respects to GXR. And I think you have to as well, especially with Mizu on the Magnus. He still has double RP. So even though he hasn't landed the biggest RPs this game, it only takes one.
Oh yeah. He just needs one to turn the tides now, as both sides are pretty much on the edge. GXR is on a scarier spot because they only have, well, they have no buybacks, and Motivate Trust have 3 on hand. So you've got to be very cautious here in GXR. Motivate Trust can look to keep forcing something out. They're going to hit their level 30 spike on Jackie soon as well. Well, I say soon, relatively soon. Could be big.
Pretty, don't go to that Remnant.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
He won't. He's going to just use the AoE to burn some of the creeps. 20k net worth lead, but I can't say that matters, because it doesn't. Not anymore.
5 minutes until tier 4 items, tier 5 items, so that could be spicy if the game lasts that long. You can start to see some cool plays. Maybe you see the Force Boots to free up an item slot. Maybe you see something like the Apex, or I think one of my favorites, really Ex Machina. Like, it's just a 25-second BKB. Because you refresh your BKB, its actual cooldown doesn't matter still.
Oh, RP's out. They've got the big one. They've got Jackie, but he has buyback available. They'll try to get the first life off him. Soulbind gonna hold them down. Leonak with the stomp out. In Your Dream still trying to chase Q down. He's dropping quite low in terms of HP. Now Polison's in. Earthsplitter connects. They've got the big one. They've got the troll with the RP again. In from Mizu to make sure In Your Dream does survive. And now he can get the battle trance off in time.
Oh,
Mizu's
no.
fine. In Your Dream goes down. Masaros, he's just dunking on everyone. It's all over.
Oh, man. Oh, man. What a series. What a game between Galaxy Racer and Motivate Trust. And this is what we were looking for from Galaxy Racer. Now, they didn't manage to win out. They took game 2 fairly well. Game 3 was a lot closer than the scoreboard would tell you, 33-60. Motivate Trust had to work for that closeout. They had to find the good positions. They had to keep forcing Galaxy Racer to be the one to slip up because Galaxy Racer, they bounce back in a big way. You can look at that graph. Like, look at that. Just bouncing up and down and almost going all the way to Galaxy Racer. But Motivate Trust managed to hold out in the end. So they stay undefeated in terms of series as they close out their lower div DPC run. They are going to be promoted. Big congratulations to Motivate Trust. Galaxy Racer, I mean, it kind of goes back to what Paulson said yesterday, right? He said, Motivate Trust, they're great players, but there are ways to get around them, and they showed that to us in Game 2 and even a little bit in Game 3, so I think they should still be relatively happy with the performance. Of course, you'd love a win, but they also get to keep their spot in the lower div, and they go out with a big bang there, Mike.
Yeah, I'd say they do. It's definitely a great series to end us off, and definitely a very epic one at that. Who have we got, John? Have we got an interview?
We've got Fearless in for our interview, jumping straight in. Hello, Fearless.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you doing, sir? Yeah, congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm shaking.
So are we, sir. So are we. So, crazy Game 3. How did it even get to this point, Fearless? Like, talk to me about Game 2. What happened in Game 2 for Motivate to lose that game and have to go to a Game 3?
Wait. I kind of forget what happened in Game 2. Wait. Oh, I play Let's Shack. Yeah, I mean, we did some mistake together. Like, we didn't play together much. Me and Ominai. It was like some kind of miscommunication. And then, yeah, things fucked up.
Yeah, it happens. I've got to ask you, Fearless. I see the Omni Knight coming through. Where did that come from? Because we rarely see you guys pick that before. Did it come from seeing Army Geniuses when you guys played against them in OEDL? Was that some of the inspiration, Wami playing it? And you guys were like, wow, this Omni Knight was really hard to play into. Or did you guys find it elsewhere? What's the reasoning behind the Omni Knight pick now?
Like, to be honest, I don't know. My coach just draft for me and for team. And we trust him.
All right, that's great to hear. Great trust in the coach. Now, DPC Lower Div is done. You guys are getting promoted. Congratulations. I set the TI. How are you guys feeling about it? Like, you saw how the upper div closed out. You reckon going into these qualifiers for the internationals, you guys have the biggest chance? You guys are, the favorites going in there?
I think we need to like work into some more scrim because like we play too much tournament lately. From now we will focus on our scrim and like find some more strategies for TI.
Oh, great! That's good to hear. Now, going back to it, for qualifiers, right? Like, you guys are eyeing the TI, but you have to go through assumedly regional qualifiers first. Is there any team from the upper div now that the season's over? Is there any team that you see that you want to beat? Not necessarily scared of, but you really want to beat to send a message to you?
In the regional qualifier?
Yeah, upcoming whenever that is. Yeah.
We would love to beat the Fnatic.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that says it all.
Execution also.
Execration also. There you go. They're on the list, huh? Fair enough. I want to go back to game number 3. Obviously, you said you were just kind of shaking after that game. You guys had something like a 35k net worth lead at like 25-30 minutes into the game. How did it all go wrong for you guys? Well, what happened for that comeback to start for GXR?
Like we want to try something new that we haven't done before, like the X mark for kill, X mark for hit tower, and then like we haven't done it. And
right.
It wasn't perfect. That's why they have a chance to come back.
I see. So you're basically practicing in game 3.
I mean, like we were having fun, like kill them, like the whole game, the whole 30 minutes game.
Well, with that, Fearless, one final question. You've obviously got a lot of fans out there of MG Trust. Do you have any words for them before we let you go, sir?
Buy my bundles, guys.
there you go. Buy the bundles. Where are the bundles?
Buy the bundle.
Where
I
are
don't
they?
know.
Where is it?
I don't know. It's coming. I only know it's coming, but I don't know when.
Okay.
Well, we'll
Fair
Maybe
buy a
next
bundle.
week
of
or
Fearless.
next 2 weeks.
All right, there you go. We'll buy one as well, Fearless. Don't you worry. We'll get one. We'll get one on our Dota accounts as well.
Yeah.
But with that, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on Upper Division and best of luck for TI qualifiers, sir. We will be watching.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
That was the lovely Fearless, of course. Always a pleasure talking to him. And John, if I may compliment the man, I'd say he has gotten better at interviews now as well. He doesn't sound as nervous. It sounds like he's more than happy to just have a conversation.
Yeah, he's completely fearless now, as
Yeah.
is in his name. So great to see. He's getting confident. Love it. By the way, I see some chatter in the chat. There is one more series. We are doing the tiebreakers right after, so make sure you stick around. We do have Army Geniuses versus Team Mystery up next, and this is to figure out who is out of the DPC and potentially out of regional qualifiers, having to play through close. We don't know how that will work yet. Play through opens, but I'm sure the DPC is going to tie in somehow to the TI regional qual, so you most definitely will want to keep your slot in for the journey to TI soon.
No, naturally so, and it should be a pretty hype series between these two as well to see who can pull off the victory, though, if I may, I've got to say Army Geniuses, in some other games we've been watching them, they have been looking very strong as of late. So, I think they might be looking to be the favorites going into this match, but let's leave it open, let's go in and see what happens for Game 1, which is apparently starting in about 14 minutes from now. So in roughly 14-15 minutes, we'll be back with game number 1 between Army Geniuses and Team Mystery. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final series of the night between Army Geniuses and Team Mystery, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. John, my apologies, I am slightly late. I thought we were going to be starting a bit later than we did, but apparently the draft has begun, and I'll be switching over to that in just a second. But how are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great. That last series went the long mile there. Motivated Trust staying undefeated. Of course, there were no stakes there, but there are big stakes here. AG versus Team Mystery tiebreaker for 7th to 8th, and you do not want to be in that lower spot, so you need to find that win to stay in the DPC, potentially save yourself the trouble of going through open qualifiers for TI, depending on, again, how exactly that will work out. But we'll see if either side can do it. Now, the last time these teams faced off against each other in the DPC Lower Div this season, it did go AG's way 2-0. So we'll see if they can maintain that. They already have a strong start in draft. Like, they do manage to pick up the Enchantress and the Timbersaw. Wami Timbersaw is one of his best heroes. Every single time he has it, he pops off. Now, Mystery do have the Magnus Ursa combo. Not only do they have the big Wombo combo with the RPs, we saw it in Game 3 a while ago from GXR, having a lot of work along with the Horn Toss, but the Ursa against Timbersaw can also be really nice. You don't care for reactive armor. You just kind of build up your Fury swipes and twack away at the Timb. So it is one way to kind of deal with that. And we'll have to see how else the draft develops. Team Mystery ticking through the reserve time. And I believe, for the first time in a while, we have Team Mystery's full roster. Ohio is back. So it's been a while since we've seen him in. But there he is. Mr. Ohio is back.
I missed Ohio. I was afraid that Ohio had been kicked or something, and I was like, no, not Ohio. Gotta love Ohio coming back in, and well, there we go. This might make all the difference here up against AG, and we'll see. Because again, Army Geniuses, before this series did begin, I was kind of talking to you about them. I don't know if it's just them versus Motivate Trust, but when they verse Motivate, they look like one of the best teams in SEA. And then against other teams, they kind of look a bit lackluster. So it's hard to know what's going to happen in this series. I would still argue, though, that AG should be somewhat of the favorites here if we were looking at betting odds, but we don't have any of those on us. So I don't exactly know. I would just predict that AG should be the slight favorites.
Yeah, I think historically they did 2-0 Mystery. They just won the OEDL Fall Invitational 3-0 against Motivate Trust. As you said, every time they play MG Trust, they look like the best team in C for whatever reason. Well, let's see if they can maintain that. I mean, Wami Timbersaw already starts off well. They go into this Ogre Magi, very safe support to have for Army Geniuses. Probably looking at the Enchantress pause 4 in that case. So Enchantress Timbersaw lane can be potent if you get the right creep on the Ench. The slows plus the Timbersaw running around is a lot of good damage early on. And the Ursa is, well, not the tankiest in lane, so you can kind of abuse that fact. We'll see how Team Mystery responds. It's a little bit of a question as to what they want to do with Magnus, whether or not that's, say, our Mercury hero here, or the Xiao Yu hero on the off lane. So it's sort of open as to what they want to do with that. They do have, I guess, the option for pause 4 Magnus, but that doesn't sound like the best of times. Mystery do go into the snap. So it's starting to look more like the Magnus is going to be the core, with the Snapfire going into that pause 4-5 roll. This is setting up for a good team fight. RP plus Kisses is really potent, as long as you can land a pretty decent RP. So Mystery are building up their own Wombo combo here.
Thank you very much. Always good to see people calling me handsome in the chat, John. I don't get called handsome very often, but I like to point it out when people do say it in the chat. Thank you for that. I kind of remember my own mother calling me handsome, John, so it makes me feel very special to hear it from random people in the chat, you know?
Yeah,
I know they're lying, but, you know, I can still kind of embrace it for a bit, just enjoy it while I'm still being told, you know? But before I have to log off and go back to the wife, and she'll give me that look like, oh, Tim again.
Yeah, it's enjoy it while you can, Mike, you know, while the series goes on. AG, they pick up that Luna to combine with their Ogre Magi. So they've got the natural steroid for the Luna. A lot of damage can fly through with the glaives, lots of flash farm with the steroid from the Ogre, kind of enabling you. You don't necessarily need a Mask of Madness now for the Luna, and the Ogre alone can provide quite a fair bit. So we'll see if they can get the space out for the Luna to really build up. We have seen the Luna go on and off. Sometimes it looks amazing. Other times it looks really weak if you don't have that item advantage. So we'll see if the Luna can hit that point where she definitely just overtakes in farm, especially compared to the Ursa. And Mystery now, they need to start hammering in their supports. Like Snapfire is still there. They're still Flex with a Magnus. They probably want to close out with their pause 5 here, unless they run Magnus 4, which again, it's super awkward. And they go with the Leshrac instead. So either Leshrac mid, Magnus mid, or Magnus off, Leshrac mid. Maybe a Leshrac support or Magnus support. It's sort of open to close out, but it's not an openness that I'm very happy with. I think when you've got your tree course lined up already, AG is going to be able to maybe read what to do about it. And Team Mystery don't have last pick overall. So AG will still see what you're planning to do anyway, and be able to pick something down mid that can match up quite well for Mamang Daya.
Absolutely. Final bans though to come out. See if these final banouts, these final picks change anything. Looks like AG are going to need some kind of mid laner. Unless you wanted to run the Timber mid, but obviously you've already pointed out Mamang Daya on the Timber. Going to feel pretty nice. AG. 5th ban, or rather 6th ban. Gonna have a think about it. Where did the Pango? Just focusing on... I guess Pango would have been a pos 4 in that kind of... if they had picked it up, so it makes enough sense.
Yeah, then you could still flex it in that way. I believe... Well, I can't recall seeing Ohio play it, but I'm sure he can in that role. I think what I'm more curious about is Mystery's ban. They take out Viper. There's nothing really to naturally break here. In fact, a Viper would work for them against the Timbersaw if they wanted to break. But obviously, they can't slot it in. I like that they do ban the Kunkka. We talked about it a bit when we saw the Kunkka come out for Motivate Trust. Mamang Daya is a very mean Kunkka. Probably one of the best in the region right now, not counting, say, Armel. So it's up there, that Kunkka, and they do take away one of his favorites. So we'll have to see AG offer something else here. But AG will have to ban out first. So still... This is where that flexibility from Mystery is making it confusing. It's hard to figure out what you need to ban, because the Leshrac could flex, the Magnus could flex, the Magnus could mid, the Leshrac could mid. Both of them can also go off lane, so it's super open. And they do opt to just keep banning these supports, so they take out the Tusk now, Mystery. They want to go for. If it is a support, it's looking like it might be our Ohio hero, unless he plays the Snap, so we'll have to see. Army Geniuses can really adjust their draft in that last pick now.
Yeah. See what Mystery can get done. This last pickup. Minute of reserve time left to make the decision. What are you laughing at, John? What is it?
I just saw that moment where you called yourself handsome.
Yes.
Chat just lit up and kept calling you handsome. So there you go, Mike. It's a circle of handsomeness.
See, I told you, Twitch chat has my back. You see that? They know. They can see in my... Look at these eyes, John. Look at the bags under these eyes. You don't think I've lived a hard life? The chat knows. The chat's just trying to make me feel a bit better.
That's fair enough. They do close out here with a Dark Willow for Mystery.
It's not easy being ugly,
They're trying
John.
to feel better as well.
It's not easy.
They're not ugly. Come on. It's not... You don't bait it like that. You've got the majestic beard. You've got the defined, chiseled face. What do you mean? You look like GH.
I'm just joking. Actually, that is true. I'm just joking, by the way. There's no real such thing as ugly anyway. It's just, whatever you find attractive out there is, good looking.
Yeah.
Army Geniuses.
Yeah.
Last pickup. We'll stop talking about looks, John. EG. 35 seconds left of reserve time.
They still need a mid here for Mamang Daya. Spirit Brothers are all in hand. Up against a Leshrac. I don't know what you're really worried about. Maybe they're considering a Mamang Daya TA. It sounds really bad into Lesh with the Luna around to share your jungle. So I don't think that's an option. Ember, Void, Storm could be decent to hold here from Team Mystery isn't the best. They go with Tiny instead, which is fair. Mamang Dai plays a mean Tiny. You can still hit your timings. It's a hero that will buy space out for your Luna. So it's a solid mid laner to have. Of course, Mercury can kind of work out the harassment there. Try to bully out the Tiny's melee range, but the Tiny has great burst damage as well. So it kind of works out evenly. Really interesting drafts from both sides. We'll have to see if a Mystery can overcome this Wami special. Like, it takes a lot of confidence to allow Wami to have his Timber Saw, because throughout a lot of different tournaments, Wami's Timb has been super stable no matter what.
That it has. Every time I see Wami on the Timber, I just know that AG is probably going to have a pretty good game. There are the counters, they have the Ursa, they have the Leshrac, they even have the Dark Willow to really just lock him down. And hell, even the Snapfire Mortimer's Kisses can be quite painful for the Timber, but Wami has proven over and over again that he is probably one of the better Timber players in the region. We'll see if they can make this work, as we are about to start game number 1 between AG and Team Mystery. But John, you know I've got to ask you the hard question, John. Everyone needs to know the answer to the hard question. Who came out with the better draft?
It's a toughie. Like, there's always the factor of Magnus, as we saw from GXR. They held out for a really long time just by having that threat of RP, by having the Horn Toss on hand. I think Mystery, I'm going to lean towards AG's draft rather than Mystery's, just because Wami Timbersaw is so good. It's very hard to play against. They've got this Luna, which I know DB is very comfy on that Luna. AG is one of the teams that constantly go back for that Luna every now and again, even until now. The spec from AG. I mean, Albion has Thunder Predators, which just goes Thunder Predator. It's like, what? What is that even?
I don't know, John. It does sound kind of funny, though. So these support packs are good. You know, even if the voice lines or the art styles you don't really like it, you know, it's worth just kind of supporting the teams if you can afford it. And it is nice to see pretty much every player actually going out and buying support packs from other teams rather than their own team. You know, just kind of saying, hey, I support you too, bro. You know, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's definitely. I just thought of I just thought of last night and seeing Fnatic. I'm sorry. I don't want the CEO to get me in trouble. No troubles here, sir.
Oh, goodness me. What is the matchup later on tonight, by the way? Neon versus who? T1, is it?
Yeah, it should be T1, which is pretty
boy.
spicy if you think about it, right?
That's the Ignition God versus Idol matchup. That's going to be amazing.
Yep, that's it. That's the spice. Ignition by Whitemon, of course, this excellent scent and song. Not a song you'd sing to anyone with sense, though, so don't mix that up, for sure.
What did you expect?
What is that in the mid lane? What is Rata? I'm assuming that's
I
how
know
it's
that's from
pronounced.
Boom. Yeah. I have no clue. I wish I knew. The only thing I know is Meo Kemana Boss. Great line, but I don't know anything else, unfortunately. If someone can fill us into what the Rata thing's about, that'd be great.
We'd appreciate
But
it.
yeah, I would love to know more. Still, they just break into the bounties. No excitement here. 2-for-2 trade. We'll have to see how the lanes break out. You are seeing UK work his way down. But to help out DB on the Luna Ogre Magi lane, very stable. They're going to be laning up against the Dark Willow of Ohio with Xiao Yu on the Magnus. So there's some potential here to be aggressive. If you land your Bramble, you could maybe look for a skewer play back towards the tower if it's close enough. But being that it's the long lane, it's a bit tougher for Magnus to do that. I'm sure UK and DB are going to do their best to just keep that creep wave pretty much close to their tower or on their side of the river. So it's going to be a bit trickier. Xiao Yu's just probably going to focus on last hits for the most part, and UK is just going to make that as painful as possible. Walking up with the Ignite, right-clicking down. It's an Ogre Magi. Way too tanky to trade with.
Absolutely. And Ohio's going to try his best to get a bit of harassment out, but the Ogre always going to be a bit of a problem. Although I say that, they do bring him back with the Shockwave. And we'll have a look at the other lanes too while we have a chance, John. Mid lane, Mamang Dai are going to be up against Mercury. The Tiny versus Leshrak matchup. For now, it is very even between the two. And this is one of those matchups where it could go either way. It may be based off who gets the first kill on each other. There is a very high likelihood that if one support does rotate mid, they are probably going to be able to find a kill.
Definitely. It's just really potent. You've got early spikes from both the Lesh and the Tiny. I think you're going to see Mamangaya just sneak over the bottle slightly faster, so that could play in his favor. He's going to have it up right around the 2-minute mark, so you could look to refill on the water rune immediately. And for Mercury, it's slightly longer. He still lacks 75 gold. So in that sense, these small timings can definitely swing favor to you early on, and you have to kind of watch that for Mercury. Yeah, Mamangaya doing a fantastic job in controlling so far, but the denies are piling up for Mercury, so if he gets even more, the XP slowdown can hurt the Tiny. Still gives us a chance to look at the side lanes while they're just busy farming up top.
Yep, Wayne ends up getting caught out. Looks like LYM will be the one to take the kill on the Enchantress. Wami on the Timber going to be very annoying to go up against with that Whirling Death as well. And the Whirling Death plus Impetus combo it's quite annoying to go into. The greatest part with this kind of duo is Wami will not need help very soon once he does hit that level 4 mark. Hell, maybe even right now at level 3. And LYM should eventually be able to rotate into the mid lane and start being a nuisance there.
Yeah, it's just really obnoxious. And this is something AG knows how to do with the Timbersaw, looking for those first blood opportunities. Sometimes they run it with Lion, Earth Spike into just the Chains combo. The damage output is something that a lot of teams underestimate. So you have to watch your spacing there. Ghost kind of struggling in last hits up against a Tim. And this is the one thing with Ursa versus Timbersaw. Early on in laning, like, you might feel confident for the Fury swipes, but you have to respect the burst output of Timbersaw. It's just a lot in that laning phase. You need some more levels on Ghost to feel comfy. And until that's done, well, you're always going to be a bit behind DB, and you have to worry about that, because Ursa for Flash Farm needs a Battle Fury. Ursa Luna only really needs, say, a Mask of Madness, if at all, because you already have the Ogre. You might not even need it.
A quiet time so far. One kill the way of Army Geniuses, but these drafts could take off at any moment. It's like the bot lane not going too badly right now for Mystery, I've got to say. Like, Zhao Yu's finding quite a bit of farm on that mag. Comparison, say the Timber Wami, who is just slightly behind by 2 CS now. But they are doing a decent enough job of kind of not allowing DB to have the freest of lanes. He is still getting his CS, but they're trying to make it as difficult as humanly possible. I suppose there's only so much you can do, especially when Zhao Yu doesn't really have the Empower up yet. You can't really go for those big denies on that CS, but can get some harassment out onto the Luna.
Yeah, it's slowing down the pace quite nicely. I think DB doesn't mind too much, as in the jungle it's where he really wants to kick off anyway, and he's not dying. I think Mystery might, want to look for those opportunities, but it's so hard when DB just plays it safe at the back, and it's always UK up front, so you might have to just settle with the Ogre when he oversteps.
UK, Curse Crown going to be out. Zhao Yu be able to close the gap along with the Brambles, and now the skewer right back into another. Very nice setup there from Ohio and Zhao Yu. Finally get rid of that pesky Ogre. Such a thorn in the backside of Mystery's top lane. Ghost,
Ooh.
barely surviving with his life intact. He did TP back to the tier 1 top tower, so he will get salved up by Wayne and he can return into the lane. But that's never really a good feeling, right? When your Ursa can't really take on the Timber. And it is at that point where Wami doesn't even have level 2 reactive armor. He just went level 1 and he's just being extremely aggressive on this hero. As now they're trying to LYM. It's definitely the easier kill, though I say that Wami's moving in now. The Shockwave connects as well, the chain's forward. Ghost, you need to run, sir. There is no running. They've got him, they've got another as well, Wayne. He's gonna drop, and this is why you don't give Wami the Timber. You can't let this man play this hero.
No, you absolutely can't. He's a beast on that Timb. Finds 2 kills, sets up. He loves playing these aggressive builds. He's got level 3 Timber Chain. He's just going to look to keep hammering that damage in. And Mystery's not going to have much to be able to do against that. Like, yeah, on paper, Ursa doesn't care for reactive, but what does it matter when there's no reactive in Wami anyway? He doesn't need that durability. He's just going to burst you down, and the Ursa takes some time to get durability up. So they lose their top tier 1 at 6.5 minutes. Wami's already applying that pressure. Ghost might have to dip into the jungle early. We're seeing the same build-up on this core as we saw in GXR in the last game. They're going for the defusal because they've got the Magnus with Empower. That does mean Ghost can show up earlier on to fight, but it also means that if you're going to farm, Xiaoyu's going to have to babysit you for a while to keep passing on some Empower to clear waves.
Ghost. Again, look at this. They're not giving him any space on this Ursa. Wami, he's diving. They got the Purge creep, so Ghost gets slowed up. He's still alright for now, but Wami's going to finish him off. Ohio cannot help. Not in time. This is not what you want to see. Your Ursa's died twice already. We're only 7 minutes into the game. He's not going to have much area to farm in if this keeps up. You're nowhere near taking down the bottom tier 1 tower. DB's keeping that safe. It's a very tough and awkward position here for Mystery.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I think they need to rely now on their Lesh. Mercury needs to look for an opportunity to push or take a fight. He's at level 8 on that Lesh rack. He's got the max level Edict. They could look to melt some heroes down if they manage to find the angle. I don't think you can really jump the Timb. So he's got the Hood of Defiance up, so even if you do focus him down, it's going to take longer than you'd like. And they are just trying to give Ghost space down mid. I mean, he's still level 4. He's trying to farm up the mid wave. You have to worry about Mamangai being left alone for such a long time. His blink timing is going to be pretty soon. I think by the 10-minute mark we should see it. Maybe even before. Probably before. And once that blink is up, the Tiny's going to be jumping all over the place with the Timbersaw and keep, stalling the game out to get their Luna up.
Now I am going to try and TP away. They aren't going to spot him out. It's, one of the beauties of the Enchantress is just making so much space for your team. Forcing rotations over, breaking smokes. And once you hit that level 6 mark, you become that much more difficult to actually kill off. LYM already doing some good work this first 8.5 minutes. Mystery, they're trying to find their footing right now. Ghost, he's kind of stuck in the jungle. 2.9k net worth, lower than his own offlane. He's going for the defusal build-up, but I think it's a matter of he doesn't really have a choice as to what kind of build-up he needs to go for. The Battle Fury would be just way too greedy, I guess. You've got the Empower anyway.
Yeah, he just needs to be able to fight and join in with that Empower. I think when you look at Xiaoyu's situation right now, with him being farm prioritized, I think that's actually better. Because once the blink is up, Xiaoyu can make space on the map happen. He can just join in with his Slash, look for a clump up on 2 heroes and get the damage off. However, up top...
He's got the Cursed Crown out, so Wami, he's not going to go for the dive. Still level 2 reactive armor, so you can't just go diving tier 2 towers. Meanwhile, Ghost is trying to clear a massive ancient stack. I say massive for the first 9 minutes of the game. It does feel quite big as Wami again. Top lane, he drops low again. It looks like he went for a dive onto Ohio. But the Bedlam came out and he couldn't really sustain the damage output. Meanwhile, LYM is doing standard Enchantress things. Just running across the map, being a real pain in the butt. And they can't kill him. They just can't catch him yet.
Yeah, and this is troublesome. This is where Mercury's spending his time up top. He's not finding kills. He's trying to trade farm. You've got the blink up now in Mamangdaya because he was left alone mid. You've got DB just playing the triangle a lot faster than the Urso can, even with the Empower. And DB's working his way towards the Yasha, probably going Manta here or SNY, kind of open as to what you'd want. Not going for the Mask of Madness because UK's around to give him Bloodlust anyway. So not really necessary in the grander scheme of things for DB to go for that farm accelerator, as you can kind of get it accelerated on his support if needed. Smoke out now, they want to use this blink. Oh, no.
Daya, toss up, Avalanche, it's enough. Ghost is gone. And there was only one place the Ursa could be. They knew it. They haven't seen him in his own jungle. They haven't seen him in the top lane, and they haven't seen him in the bot lane. They knew he had to be in that triangle somewhere. I guess you could just keep doing that. Like Mamang Daya with this early blink up. Why even stop?
Yeah, there is no really point to stopping. Like, you just play aggressive on this tiny, keep scouting around, just have a support on hand with you, and you can burst pretty much anyone at this point in the game. You're buying so much space out, you're denying so much map space that they're kind of clumped mid. They are smoked on mystery though.
G gonna be able to get that tier 1 mid tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Immediately enough of that. Mystery, they've smoked up, but I don't really know what they're going to be able to achieve with this. It does feel like they might be a little bit too far behind. Though I say that Xiao Yu with the blink and RP definitely could at least set up 1 kill. I blast out. You don't really want to commit RP onto UK, but it looks like they will have to, as Mystery does die to Mamang Daya, but they've got to in the Mortimer's Kisses. Mamang Daya dropping quite low does drop, and UK will probably go along with him. Meanwhile, it looks like Wommy's having a fight on the left side. LYM kills off Wayne, and somehow UK is still alive as he's running away with the Bloodlust. On the side, Ohio is going to be able to TP out, but he left Xiao Yu behind. Xiao Yu, he's going to have to die.
Oh my goodness.
Wommy's currently just... He's imitating, like, he's imitating Masteros or something from Game 3, John. Well, Wommy's just all over the place now.
Oh yeah, he just wants to run, kill. By the way, we figured out what rata means. It's like flat. It's like a wipe. So UK
what?
dropping that sticker, a wipe, like a team wipe. You got flattened. It's flat. So when he drops that sticker down, he sends a message to Team Mystery. And you saw that UK, he got the stun off. He stood still. I was like, oh my god. Just baiting in. He dodges out the skewer as well. You know you're frustrated if you're Xiao Yu. Your RP finds you a couple of kills, but it's not clean enough. It's still 8-2. AG's 4K up. Their Luna continues to free farm, and you're trying to free farm against a Luna. You don't have Battle Fury. You get Empower every now and again. It's still not as quick as a Luna's farm. Ghost's still trying to save up for the defusal. We'll have it soon. Maybe with that you can start fighting, but it feels like Ghost will need one more item on top. I think he's probably going to want a BKB. And he is queuing that up, so you have to wait for that first. And the side of AG will just keep pushing. They're going to look for that bot tier 1. There's no real opportunity here yet for Mystery while RP's down. They need to push themselves. Maybe find a tier 1 top or mid. They need to make something happen to buy some space here.
Tier 1 bottom tower not going to survive. Team Mystery, they are yet to get a tier 1 themselves. All towers are standing for AG, which makes it very, very difficult for Ghost to, again, find any space to farm. He has miraculously found his Diffusal Blade, which is definitely nice, but he will find out the hard way that his triangle is currently occupied by Wommy. So he's going to have to go farm at the bot lane by the tier 2 tower. He'll get a couple creeps for his trouble. That's about all he's going to get, though. It's mid lane. Avalanche, toss back. They've got Xiao Yu. He will try to skewer away. He's going to make it for now. RP not going to be committed yet, but the Fire Blast did cancel it off. Still Wommy is going to try and run. He's going to make it out for now as the Eclipse comes in. DB looking to turn it right back around. Kills off Ghost. Xiao Yu dies as well. Wommy, with the Chain and the Whirling Death, does get the kill. Onto Mercury they go.
Wommy.
Why not find another? Wommy right on the edge with that chain. We'll get a third as Wayne is going to try and run. But there is your chakra amount. And they'll give another to Mamang Daya.
Oh man, they're just going ham. AG diving deep. Wommy Timbersaw, man. He finds those long-range chains that you don't expect to land on the tree, and he always dies. He gets the kill on the back line. They get the punishment. No RP coming through from Mystery absolutely hurts. Xiao Yu has to commit. There is no way you take these fights without the RP flying out. They lose their mid tier 2. And they do still have the side lanes up. And with the Eclipse expended, DB is going to go back to farming. So there's some breathing room here for Mystery if they can catch some stragglers off. They will have to move pretty quick. They're still trying to find farm on every single core. Look at the itemization in Wommy though. Heaven's Halberd already up. It's they do have a way of handling the Ursa. Even with that defusal, you jump in, you get halberted up, you're not going to do damage. There is a smoke from Mystery though. They could go for the rush with this DD. That is very sneaky for them.
Definitely very sneaky. Let's see. Oh, Radiant scanned, but they're just off the mark. Right next to the Roshan pit, but not on the Roshan pit. They are making their way over. They might have a bit of an idea of what's going on here as Mercury now shows up. Wami, he's going to chain forward. Roshan's already so low. Ghost is going to be able to get the Aegis first, but they are going to lose Ohio in the process. Wami would love to deny off that Aegis straight away, but a big RP in. In fact, no, it was only on one. They only got UK with that. He's going to buy back immediately. Now they've killed off lane on the Snapfire. Ghost is dropping very, very low. He still has that Aegis, so might continue to fight back. Wami is keeping the backlines distracted as Mercury now is being focused. Meanwhile, DB has Eclipse up in 10 seconds. So if they can buy the time, he has that Luna ulti up very soon. In fact, now he has it. He just needs the mana. They'll move in. There's a big group up, a big skewer back, right into Ghost, but there's the Eclipse now coming out. How do you fight into this? The answer is you don't. Wayne will die back. Now they've got Ghost surrounded. They'll try for the Ursa. They've already got him the Aegis, and they'll get the real life. They really dragged it out long enough as UK, he's asking the hard questions, John.
Oh yeah, they ain't going anywhere. Mystery, they tried to sneak the Roche. It looked good. They were forced to buy back in the follow-up fight, so they lose their Ursa anyway. 7k, 16-5 here for AGS. They start to chip into that tier 2 top. And it's just so hard to fight in. It was perfectly timed from AG. They stall out long enough for the Eclipse, and DB just pops it on and gets all the kills in the world. And the funny thing is, our Luna, you know, she's at 10k net worth, but it's not like she has like one major item. She has SNY and Dragonlance, which are really nice at 18 minutes in. But she has so much more room to grow as well. So you really stand here worried for Ghost. He needs his BKB up. He only has the Mithril Hammer. Needs more time to farm. Xiao Yu, I mean, he tried with the RP, but if it's only the Ogre, you can't really build off of that. Like, he was trying to play it on the edge, like right at the edge of the AoE to try and catch the Luna. But unfortunately, if it doesn't land, you can't control up, then you can't follow up with your Leshrac there. So, falls a bit flat. They're going to have to rinse and wash it off, come back in, look for more opportunities to come back in. That's a bit funny because UK pinged pause please, but it was Mystery who paused. So interesting timing from UK. He's like he just knows what's happening for some reason.
I actually might need that voice line. Especially when I play in the SEA server. Like, you always get those guaranteed pauses throughout the game, and I need that voice line to ask the hard questions to these people. Where the hell are you going? Every game, there's at least 3 or 4 pauses in SCA. I'm so sick of it. Stop pausing.
You can't. It's in our blood, Mike. You gotta pause.
Yeah,
there you go. There's the go ahead.
I'm a nice guy too, John. I can't do that thing where you just unpause on people. I can't do it. I'll wait hours. Mamang Taya? Oh, nice defusal blade there from Ghost. Curse Crown is out. Mamang Taya gonna cop a lot of damage. Split Earth does connect as well. But now can they escape? Can they get themselves out without any casualties? That's a nice terrorize from Ohio to definitely help the cause. But here comes the big bad Wami. Ghost is gonna get stunned up. They'll lose their Ursa.
What is this? I came here for a battle.
It's not worth. I mean, you can make the argument that Tiny's worth more gold, but that's your carry Ursa you're going to be depending on going down like that. Meanwhile, DB, he's been freely just growing his own net worth.
Yeah, it's not worthwhile. I'm just going to say it. I don't think that's worthwhile at all. If you find the kill on Tiny and maybe trade your Leshrac, that's still worth it. But trading your Ursa, who's still not done with a BKB, still trying to catch up and farm, has to work the map with his team to find these opportunities. You're sacrificing farming time for a trade where you still die. It doesn't feel great for that pause, one. And DB is just going to be super glad. He's very close to finishing up his BKB fully. So next time the fight breaks out, he's going to be standing in the middle, not caring about a lot of control except for RP. So Xiao Yu just becomes more important in these team fights to line up those shots. And the side of AG, well, BKBs are going to be flying soon, even for Mamang Daya. He's close enough, just lacking 1.4k for the recipe. They find a double damage rune as well. And Mamang Daya with an Echo Saber with DD up. If he finds a good hero to burst down, they're gonna die to those 2 hits instantly. Just snap, gone.
Host. Mid lane being watched right now. UK unable to get in range for the fire blast. That BKB just is so important for Ghost this game. Have it up soon. DB gonna have his own BKB up very soon. In fact, he has it now. Straight into the butterfly next, it looks like. And obviously that evasion is gonna be very hard to get through for Ghost on this Ursa. You could kind of try to rely on the Empower Cleave and maybe just your Leshrac with the magic damage, but I have a feeling it's not going to be that easy for Mystery this game 1. Now, AG, they've smoked up. They go back into the dire triangle. Never mind that. Back into their own, perhaps. Wayne going to break the smoke. LYM, he knows, and poor old Wayne gonna try and scatter blast his way out of this. He'll cookie back towards them. He knew he was dead. May as well just kind of hold them back for a bit.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill to get with that smoke. They also popped the DD. Am I seeing this right? Look at Mamang Daya, look at the DD effect. Is it just on the ground instead of on the hero? Or is it just me?
Yes. Yes, there's
That
currently
is so strange.
electricity
On
coming
his,
out of his backside, yeah.
Backside.
Wammy.
Oh, Wammy?
Mercury. Oh, there's the avalanche toss. Mercury's gone. Ghost, he's going to try and fight. He still has that BKB up now. He'll enrage and try to get himself out of this one. And UK not going to get the fire blast in time.
Tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, that double damage is gone now. I was kind of enjoying that.
Such an awkward position. I think that's actually pretty busted. Like if your tiny pops DD and you can't see the effect in a snap's notice, like snap judgment, you won't know, right? Like it's just a tiny particle effect on his feet instead of the whole body. So could be a bit confusing there. I'm interested. Could never notice that. Maybe it's the cosmetic. Still, tier 2 bot taken for free. Last outer tower gone from Mystery. And they only have the high ground to play for. They are holding on to their top jungle, still farming up on Ghost, still holding on to that fresh BKB on the Ursa. The side of AG now, maybe have to wait for the next rush before going into the high ground themselves. Maybe look for a pickoff. They're still farming really well. And BKB up and DB straight to the butterfly next on our Luna. And once you have that, well, your Ursa is just going to tickle you. It's a lot of missed chances that can come out. It's going to hold off Ghost DPS. Quite a fair bit. He's still trying to save up for the Basher next, but he might want to start to consider that MKB just to ensure all his hits fly through in the end.
Mystery, are we smoking up? Ohio's holding one right now. They aren't very grouped up. They are indicating they want to smoke. Push out the mid lane first. But here comes the side of AG. They've got UK though. A nice skewer back from Xiao Yu. And Mamang Daya does not even give a crap. He's right in. Ohio and Wayne almost dying to that avalanche toss combo. Ghost has popped his BKB and he's going to commit to the fight. But who do you aim? Terrorize is there onto Wammy, but he got the chain forward. He's still got the chain forward. Mercury is trying to run. The Eclipse is there. It looks like they will only get Ohio for now. Wammy is still going on to Mercury though. He is not necessarily safe. Trying to run. Tree toss is there. Chain forward with the chakra. Wammy just showing off. He is just showing off.
More than 2 kills, but less than 4
Oh,
kills.
man.
He's
These
getting a
angles.
mid-air jump.
Yeah, these freaking angles from Wammy, he just finds him. Like such awkward angles for the chains to land, and he always gets. He's just on point. The coordination from AG is just showing up. This is the AG we know. This is the AG we see when they play against Motivate Trust, and we've always said it's a bit inconsistent. Sometimes they play other teams, it looks really flat. But at this match, with everything on the line, with your chance at DPC, your chance at maybe TI regional qualifiers on the line, they're stepping up to the plate in a big way. And Mystery, they're not quite out of it yet. They're still finding form and Ghost, but the gap between DB and everyone else is just growing wider and wider. DB's got about a 6k lead over the Ursa now at 17k total net worth. Butterfly is almost done here. Next Rosh in about a minute 40. That's probably what we're going to see AG prioritize before going into the high ground. There is a blink flying out for Ghost, and he is actually going for that MKB. So, kind of reads what the Luna wants to do. Skips the Basher, gets a mobility item to help out. And once the MKB is up, the Butterfly's not going to feel as great for DB, but it's still a long ways off. We still need to see Xiao Yu get a big RP. We haven't seen many of them. I think we've only seen, what, 2 RPs? 3 RPs this game? Not nearly as much as you'd expect, considering the cooldown of that spell, and, you know, maybe just want to get a pick off with it. So, a bit more conservative for Mystery. And that does mean they will have RP at least by the time the Rosh respawns. They're going to be ready for it. So they just need to find the angle and catch the backline somehow.
Question is how they're going to do it. I like the fact that LYM's going back for this holy locker on the Enchantress. It's something that has proven to be very powerful, because it not only amplifies your ridiculous nature's attendance heal, but being able to just kind of quickly buff someone up with that much HP and mana, it just feels good on a hero like Enchantress that doesn't do as much in the late game. So just being able to kind of sit back and stay alive and keep kind of giving that heal over is always going to be nice. Hell, you can even get the shards upgrade if you want. And while most people think it's quite bad, having the 3 attendants kind of flying around you constantly with a holy locket, it does kind of make you unkillable.
Yeah, it's just a lot of obnoxious healing, I think, that a lot of people will underestimate. And then just skyrockets when you actually pop the Nature's Attendance on. You are playing it a bit safe here on AG side. I'm looking at Mamangaya, he has a DD on, and it's actually flowing through his body. So it looks like it's that level 2 Grow that's a bit bugged with his cosmetic. They go into the Rosh as it does respawn. No vision out from Mystery to watch this Roshan happen, and they need to come in. This is their best time to fight. They've got RP for the Rosh pit, but they don't even know what's happening right now. Although the lines are drawn, but that's from AG.
Yeah, definitely doesn't help Mystery with those lines. I guess UK's kind of just letting the team know where they might be coming from. The truth of the matter is they are not coming anywhere. DB gets the Aegis Wammy, he'll take the cheese, and DB even got the shards upgrade now on the Luna. So you've got that cute kind of Lucent Beam with the Glaives plate. And with the Eye of Skadi, it's not a bad amount of damage, especially when you've got a 16k net worth lead. That Lucent Beam will start to get very annoying.
It's super annoying. The lower cooldown is always obnoxious, so the lower mana cost, and of course the attacks. Like, you just spam that spell out, and it bounces around, helps you push, helps you clear out creep waves, helps you get damage off. It's not fun. Play into that, and with a safety net of the Aegis, of course, you're going to be able to just run up there. Skadi up as well for stats, so not actually opting for the Butterfly first. This is the smarter play. It helps you just kite around the Ursa even more. And Mystery, well, they do have potent high ground defense with all their AoE. They just need to be able to pull it off.
Absolutely. Smoke up here, Mystery. Within LYM, he'll break the smoke. That's not the target they want. It'll just take way too long to try and get him down, and now Wammy immediately just charges in with the chain. Avalanche is going to be there, but no toss. Still, the Chakram is going to prove to be enough. And in we go. Tier 3 tower is now under siege by AG. Xiao Yu, a nice horn toss back into the skewer, but DB is going to just walk his way out of there. They can't burst him down. Now Mamangaya, a massive avalanche toss. Will kill off Wayne, but he's going to buy back. That's it. They got 2 buybacks out of that on the supports. They've still got the Aegis. I think DB wants to reset, and then they'll probably just go again. And he was TPing, but LYM says, no, I've got these attendants that I can heal you with. And they are terribly slow, John, but they'll get the job done.
They will get it done eventually. DB's going to be healthy once more. Gets a nice tier 3 item as well. Titan Sliver. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Right on time. base attack damage, magic resist, stat resist, everything a Luna could love. In fact, most boss ones could love. And they're just shutting out the map. Up top, though, Wami.
It's a nice little effect there with the flamethrower and the Yules. Bit of a fire tornado happening there with Wami. Meanwhile, AG looking back into that mid-tier 3 tower. Gonna get tossed back into the skewer. Brambles are there as well to block the way from UK. He's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough. And that might prove to be enough for AG to just back off a bit more and keep the farm up. Obviously, there's no real rush, and as they've learned, that skewer with the horn toss is pretty dangerous if Xiao Yu gets here. But never mind, they're going back in, John. They have not had enough yet. In fact, there's another skewer out. They've got Wami on the timber. Can they burst him down? A nice terrorize with the BKB. It was there in time. The cheese was eaten by Wami. He will survive. And now in the Eclipse, they will burst down Ohio. There goes Mercury. The buybacks are falling quite low for the side of Mystery, but they will commit onto Mercury as now. Ghost, I thought he was out already, but the truth is he has been caught again. An ultra kill out for DB as Xiao Yu goes for the RP, tries to get out, but there's your rampage out for DB as they get the GG call.
I almost got that in my
Finish it in style, they say.
Oh.
And Team Mystery, I'm going to be honest, John, the game wasn't even close.
No.
Very far apart. AG had it from the start, had it in mid-game, had it at the end. They had all their farming spikes. They were winning out their lanes. Their matchups were clean. Wami Timbersaw. There's a reason why you first phase ban the Timbersaw every time against AG. You never give that one out, and Wami, he had a spectacular. He went 6-0-16. Not many kills, but he never died. In fact, even LYM never died in the end. And DB never died. So 3 perfect games out from AG, just playing spectacularly well. In Mystery, they have to find that win in game 2, Mike. They have to correct their draft. They need to match the aggression. They go back for Magnus, but Ursa. But it takes too long for both off lane and safe lane to have to keep farming up. They need something more active, something more lane dominating, especially in the off lane for Xiao Yu. We'll see if they can correct that and take it to a game 3. But if they fall in game 2, they are out of the DPC for now.
It will be a very upsetting kind of side here if Mystery can't make this game 2 happen and force to a game 3. But AG, they're in the same position. They don't really want to go to a third game and risk it all. If they lose, then they're going out of the lower division and they'll be relegated out. So a lot on the line for both these two teams. We'll see if AG can 2-0 Mystery or whether Mystery can force to a game 3. But we are going to head to a short 10-minute break. And after the break, we'll be back with game number 2's draft. We'll see you soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of this best of 3 between Army Geniuses and Team Mystery. And it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great. You know, game one was a great showing from Army Geniuses. It's AG at their best. Oh my god.
Here we go. We're into the draft, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. And John, he has just seen a massive spider and obviously has freaked out. The Brood Mama is here for AG, and I believe we've seen this one before from them as well.
Oh yes, and this is another Wami special. So they banned out. Actually, it's funny. AG were the ones to ban out the Timbersaw, so I think Mystery should have known something was up. But the Brood slides through. They've got 2 bugs. They've got the Nyx and the Brood. This is disgusting. Maybe they take a Weaver as well to make it absolutely gross. But it's looking potent here from AG. Of course, for Mystery's end, I think they're looking at it all right. They go like, okay, we have ways to clear Spiderlings with a Magnus. We've got Mirana with Starfall as well. So we have some options there to stop the Spiderlings from being a nuisance. I think they could maybe even look at something like Jug. We've seen that be popular in response. To be fair, every time we see Jug against Broodmother, in AG's cases, it doesn't bother them. So I don't know if the Jug would actually be the solution there. See AG just blitzing through their bans. They took care of the Bristle, they took care of the Troll and the Axe, so no spin to win on those Spiderlings. Mystery, for their part, they take out some team fight, removing the Tidehunter, removing the Viper. I don't know why they take out the Tide. Like, that's already an offlane for Wami. I don't think Mamang Daya, we've seen him play it.
They might.
Maybe once. But it tends to be Wami's hero, though.
They may assume DB might play it in the safe lane. I think that was something we were seeing a bit of, the safe lane Broodmother popping out. So maybe they assume that it's too much of a flex pick and assume that maybe Wami's hero is still not here. That's what I'm assuming.
I think that's the one thing with the Brood now. It's just so flexible in lanes because of its new laning style that you can't really figure out just from that opening. So you can see Mystery, they're just digging into reserve time. AG have not dipped in at all. They're still at 210. Full reserve time to think about their picks next. And we'll have to see if Mystery can start to figure out what the Broodmother will do. Again, I think they've got a lot of options for cores still. With a Magnus on hand, something like the Jug can still work out really well. Maybe something like the PA with innate mobility would be nice. You always kind of worry about these heroes into Nyx. Jug has a bit of a better time there. They do ban the Morphling, so they might look at something that Morphling tends to hate, perhaps, or that you hates going into Morphling. Let's say Terrorblade is the one big one that you tend to think of when Morphling's banned. Gyrocopter as well. Gyrocopter gives them flak to hit the Spiderlings. Could be a good option here for Mystery.
Could be. They do want to try and pick it up now. We'll have a think about it. A long think about it, in fact. Only about 50 seconds reserve time left. You definitely want some way of clearing out these Spiderlings throughout this game. I say that you've already got the Shockwave plus Mirana Aghanim Scepter if you want to go down that route. That's definitely a way to do it. I'd still say it's probably safer to go for something else, like maybe a Grimstroke pickup would be nice here. Surprisingly, it has not been banned down, and Grimstroke can delete the Broodmother if he gets the right stroke of fade off. Maybe it's just not what they were intending to go for, but no, they'll pick up the Spirit Breaker, something very different.
In a way, it makes sense. You've got nice way of running through the Broodmother. You can always keep Vision up. You can keep Chase all the time. Once you maybe get your Ags, you can kind of get more utility out there as well. If you can farm it up, you don't tend to see Spirit Breakers get that much priority, unless it's with Morphling. Then both of them get Ags for just keeping the run around, but it's a bit tough for Spirit Breaker when you have Mirana Mag. Those heroes just get priority by their nature. AG, for their part, go Enchantress, so they've got that stable support duo on Nyx and Team Mystery do go into the PA Mag this time. So they've got a natural way of jumping in and out. You don't need to worry too much about kind of getting stuck and kited around here for the PA. You've always got the Phantom Strike to play with. And, of course, with the Desolator buildup, maybe you kind of bypass the Battle Fury, although in the PA's case, it feels like you always need the Battle Fury, just because you're never sure if your Magnus is always there. But I think you might be able to skip it this time, just because you need to play fast. You don't want to take it slow against a Broodmother. You have to be ready to face up against it. So maybe a Deso BKB rush could be how you play. The Magnus babysitting you with Empower is probably the fastest way for you to go around. That will sack your Magnus's item progression. I think we've seen Xiaoyu be happy enough with just Arcane Boots Blink to start playing around its team, so could be done. AG for their part, seeing the PA, needs some more burst. I don't think they have enough burst on hand to just stop a PA. Nyx is nice. Vendetta, Mana Burn, plus maybe a +1 can net you that kill, but I think they need something that can just melt the PA pre-BKB down mid, and they will go with a Kunkka. Oh my goodness. Mamang Dai is special, along with a Wami special. And this is a bit scary. Team Mystery, they let these heroes slide through.
It's very scary, and what's even scarier, John, it's the second time tonight we've seen Kunkka. Is the hero making a comeback or something that I don't know about? Who the hell knows? I would like it to happen, because I love the hero. Maybe when it's in professional hands, it's probably a lot better than when it's in my hands, though. In all fairness. So,
yeah, I think it's mainly Mamang Daya that I really see play. Like, again, when we saw that series for Motivate Trust, they were experimenting, and I really feel like they were taking inspiration from AG, just because that best of 3 just wiped them. Like, they really got wiped around the floor. The drafts were very different from AG, so they're trying to play around, see what makes it strong. But Mamang Daya just really plays that Kunkka on the edge. He knows his timings. He knows how active to be. There's very sensitive timings on a Kunkka. Once you drop off a bit, it feels really bad, right? Like, you kind of throw both and that's it if you don't have items. So you need to maintain that good momentum for yourself and keep buying out space for your team. And I don't know if the hero is really back. I mean, I love Kunkka as well, but the thing is I play Kunkka 4. And that's not good. It's not been good for a couple of years. I think I got a lot of angry messages from my friends, and I kept first picking Kunkka when it was already nerfed. Like, stop it. Stop it. It used to be good, now it's not. It's like, okay. But yeah, would love that hero back.
You are one of those rebellious kind of players, aren't you, John? You've just got to keep playing heroes that are bad over and over again. Just keep listening to MMR until you've learnt your lesson eventually. So, I enjoyed the Kunkka 4 a bit as well, John, but it's garbage.
Yeah, it is. But Mamang Daya makes the Kunkka core nice. So there is that. We'll have to see how Mystery responds. I'm guessing they'll still run the Xiaoyu Magnus off, so they should be able to one-up their mid matchup. AG does not have last pick this time, so they're going to have to show their full complement. Looks like they actually expect the Magnus mid, because they're banning out offlaners for Xiaoyu. Take care of the Pango and the Sand King. So all of these heroes that just pile onto your Brood and just delete Spiralings, they're preventing that. And for Mystery's part, they take care of some big cores that combine nice with the Kunkka. Terrorblade gone. Faces Void gone with Chrono, so no options to tie in that steady team fight. Wonder what they pick up for DB. Saw the Luna last time. Luna again. All right.
Fair enough.
That's your magic burst. Like, you can take care of the PA pre-BKB. She's not going to enjoy jumping onto the Luna. And the Luna herself can, natural butterfly carrier, which forces PA to go for MKB. Luna can also kind of build the MKB. Not too much of an issue. Kind of enjoys the attack speed still, so you kind of work into the PA quite nicely. Wondering how Mystery closes out. Like, they kind of went all in on the mag again. We saw that in game 1. We saw it from GXR in their game 3. It just doesn't feel great. And they go into Tiny up against the Kunkka. I mean, it's a nice bursty hero. You need to hit your blink timings here for Mercury and start running around.
I think the Tiny is much more about trying to get rid of LYM and potentially DB before he has the BKB up. Against Mamang Daya, I mean, we know the Kunkka's probably going to be a bit too tanky to actually burst through the Avalanche Toss, but yeah, I think it is going to be much more about, let's get rid of LYM, let's get this Enchantress out of the team fight. Maybe even if you can catch the Luna. Obviously, she is quite squishy early on. Overall, though, John, looking at both drafts, is there one you prefer more than the other?
Oh, yeah. It's not a hard question this morning, Mike. I'm leaning towards Army Geniuses. They've got the Wami Brood. They've got the Mamang Daya Kunkka. UK Nyx is also a mean beast, and we know what LYM does on his Ench. and DB had a fantastic Luna game. I think this is actually going to look even better. Like, Wami's Brood is just so disruptive. He goes for different builds. Sometimes he goes for that Orchid build-up that you tend to see from the mid. Last time around when he played it off in their grand finals, I believe he went something like Guardian Greaves, Pipe, sort of a sustaining Brood into the Ags, just be a massive nuisance up front. And he was still doing damage. And if I'm trying to recall, I think that was a Broodmother Kunkka game in their last game as well. So it's kind of what they ran before, and I worry about them having that comfort. Like, you could argue Mystery is going into comfort picks as well, with Magnus for Xiaoyu, Ghost in the PA combo, kind of smooth. Ohio and Mirana, we've seen him play that a lot. I just feel like if they miss a couple of those item spikes they need by, say, 15-minute mark, if they don't manage to make use of that early blink from Tiny, blow up the backline as you mentioned, they don't get that momentum, the map's going to be really hard to play into. You have to deal with a Brood all over the place. You have to deal with his Kunkka, who's just going to do a ton of damage and kind of prevent everyone from dying. And you can see last match's Brood, 9-0-11 for Wami. That's a bit scary.
Well, the viewers couldn't see that, John, because currently they can look at us. But yes, 9-0-11 was the last performance on the Broodmother for Wami. See if you can replicate it in game number 2. Of course, Team Mystery going to be quite desperate to get this win to try and force to a game 3. See if they can get that done here. By the way, to the lovely viewers watching, in case you hadn't had enough SEA Dota, assuming this series might end after this game, there is actually another series for the upper division starting, and it is going to be Neon versus T1, which I believe is scheduled for about 43 minutes from now. So that should be a very exciting matchup as well. And like I said, if this game ends and AG managed to pull off the 2-0, then basically we're going straight into the upper division, where we can watch T1 versus Neon, which should be pretty darn hype.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. Determines tiebreakers for Neon, whether or not they go or have a chance at the major or get a chance at being eliminated. Very, very big 50-50 there for Neon. Of course, you got to want to watch what Kuku and Whitemon have to say about their fellow Filipino players. Well, I say that, but Whitemon's Indonesian, but he's honorary Filipino now. So it's going to be a hype matchup for sure. But this is pretty hype as well. Wami Broodmother. Want to see what they do. Braves fly out, and UK just keeps sending a message out. Rata, every single time.
Always a Rata. Mystery. Wayne's thinking about going for a charge. He doesn't even have it scored up. He's just going to show up for a second and does decide better of going in. So there you go. A 2-for-2 trade to get things started. Very even. Wami is indeed going to go to the off lane with that Broodmother as well. So it looks like Mystery, they're not going to change their lanes up too much. Ghost will go down to the safe, or rather up to the safe lane. It shouldn't necessarily be the easiest lane in the world for Ghost, but at least this time around in the PA, you can kind of just snipe creeps with your dagger if the lane gets a bit too intense. But as long as Wami and LYM are both around, it's going to be very hard to contest this lane, I think, for Mystery.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun. Wayne, of course, wants to just come in close, get some right clicks off to try to proc the Greater Bash. But you are merely running up to one range support and one very tanky, or not tanky, but lots of regen on that offlaner for Wami. So even if he gets bashed up, he'll regen just fine. Should be a slower start. Ghost is still finding some decent CS, and so is Wami. You really have to watch out by level 3 for both sides. That's when you can start to play around on that Spirit Breaker, and when you can start to pressure a bit more on the Brood and Enchantress as well. So gonna have to wait that one out. Gives us a chance to look at that mid lane, where you've got Mamang Daya on his special Kunkka, up against Mercury on the Tiny. And so far, looking good for Mamang Daya. It's a melee matchup for the Kunkka. You always have a good time playing around the Tidebringer. Have to watch the toss back into tower, though. It's a lot of damage coming through from Mercury, but should hold steady for Mamang Daya. Bottle's already pretty much farmed up. Right in time for the 2-minute water rune. That is something you can enjoy, and you always have to respect the potential torrent into Tidebringer as well for Mercury. So it's a back and forth one, but should be a little bit easier for Kunkka, and Mercury has to watch his spacing just a tad bit there.
I think it's going to get much harder for Mercury as time goes on in this mid lane, but look back over to that bot lane now. Xiaoyu and Ohio going to be there up against DB and, of course, UK. And now, Zhao, you're going to try and run a similar kind of lane, get as many denies as you can up against DB. Did a decent enough job last game around. You've also got Ohio there on the Mirana, who might be a little bit more impactful than, say, the Dark Willow, at least in the laning phases. That's a nice little snipe there from UK. Gets the Sentry Ward, plus blocks the large camp again. It's going to be very annoying for Ohio, because now he has to buy another Sentry Ward to be able to be able to actually have that large camp spawn up.
Yeah, you're not really getting the EXP gain you'd want on Mirana. You're still securing the range creep very nicely. So you are still shoving in the wave, making it a bit awkward for DB to find that farm. However, since you're camping the lane, UK gets a free ride to snipe that bounty rune away. And that's just some additional gold you can play with. Holds back Mercury on bottle refill. He still has the water rune to play with.
Top lane, he was being chased down. Bit concerning, but even now they can't really kill him yet. He's still only level 2, but they just don't have the damage right now to actually get through the Enchantress HP. And now Wami is going to really punish Ghost for even thinking about coming close to the creep wave. And that's another thing. The insatiable hunger is going to make it somewhat impossible for the PA. Every time it's off cooldown, you could just run Ghost down, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, he's got to be careful when no wave is around or when his support's not around. He doesn't have good blink strike targets to get to safety. And it's just a bit risky, so he's going to have to stick by his tower, get that CS. He's lagging behind compared to DB. You can see Wayne trying to harass out LYM, but once Wami's in, this could be a bit scary.
Scary already. Wami is there. Insatiable Hunger popped. Wayne can try to charge away. He's going to charge the Broodmother, which may have basically sacrificed his own life, as now Wami will have his way with him. Meanwhile, LYM is still being chased down and does eventually die. But you gave Wami the first blood gold. While Ghost still gets himself a kill, I can't say it's worth.
No, it's definitely not. Like, you get a head start on the Broodmother once more, you build up, you don't really mind that trade. Down mid, there was a bit of excitement there. Murky was dropping Mom and Die a bit low.
Get him while you can. Mom and Die now quite low on bottle charges. Does have the double bracer though, and it really does make it impossible to try and burst him down with the Avalanche Toss. He's already got enough HP that even if you had the max Avalanche Toss, you probably still wouldn't have enough damage. So Mercury trying to harass him out, but ultimately I think Mamang Dai is going to be pretty safe as long as he doesn't overextend.
Yeah, and he's doing a fantastic job of stacking as well. He's doing that upper hitbox stack at the perfect time. That timing is really tight. He's just getting himself more resources to farm. Just outstanding. This is why you don't give Mamang Dai that. He just knows the edge that he can play on the Kunkka, and he is still holding that lane well. 5 CS advantage over Mercury. Mercury's walking home to refill, has to TP back in. Mamang Dai gets to soak up his camp, soak up the wave, and just keep building up on that Kunkka.
It is very impressive, that stacking mechanism. Bottom lane, UK. Looks like he may be caught out. Xiao Yu, he'll have a shockwave in a moment, but a nice impale out. Xiao Yu will still land the shockwave, but a fairy fire will mean he does not die. And now DB, go on and make sure he protects his Nyx Assassin. Does force a salve usage out for Xiao Yu as well, but Xiao Yu's coming back in. Still looking for UK, it seems like. But the Nyx Assassin looking much healthier now, is not going to be within kill range. Instead, mid lane, Mamang Dai, he's going to have some TPs coming in, but a charge is there. He got the boat out onto 2, and now Mercury's going to be focused down. LYM does get the slam off with the Hellbear Smasher, and eventually Mercury should just die unless... No, that's a big range Tidebringer hit. I didn't think it would reach that far, but I think it was just on the edge there for Mamang Dai.
Yeah, he just knows how to play on the edge. He stays in, he saw the charge, he was confident he'd deliver the boat buff. Now they force the supports to come in mid to stop the push, and that just frees up the side lanes. You're still getting great chip damage mid. You've got rune control, you snag away the bounty rune once more on UK. It's shaping up nicely for AG, despite, just 3 kills on the board at 6 minutes. It's not that fast, but the lane advantages they're getting already are pretty substantial. All the chorus of AG are up above in terms of CS right now. That force just can pile on. Because Ghost is having a bit of a struggle in that PA, that means that the flash farm for the PA is going to be slower. And again, he has to be babysat by Xiao Yu to get that Empower buff to keep up with farm pace compared to a Luna who has a
here we
very
go.
free lane indeed.
Look at the spiders, John. Charge out to try and help out Ghost, and it should be enough. LYM was coming in from the side as well. Meanwhile, Mercury does end up killing off UK. So they do get a Nyx Assassin on the bot side of the map. A nice little pickup there for Team Mystery. But this top lane, basically forfeit now. Wayne's trying to defend by himself. He'll need to go for a TP, but look at the damage. He will survive on about 50 HP.
Dire's
Make it back out to the fountain. While that's happening, Ghost, he tried to show up mid, but Mamangtaya, a Tidebringer here would do it.
Ooh.
He trusted his torrent to make sure it landed. Gets a Tidebringer off, and... well, there's a charge coming out, but I don't think they're going to go all the way. Wayne, he's going to run into UK instead. Gets a nice 17%, but that's about it.
And that's a lot of space. Wami just clears out the top tier 1. You're not in a position to trade towers yet. They are also invading the jungle. LOM sees the stacks, clears them out just by himself. Making moves onto DB though.
DB, not
Oh,
going to get
missed the
charged
toss.
back. They got the creep instead, but he is completely surrounded. He's going to try and skill up Eclipse and go for it. He needs to do it fast and does, but it's not going to be enough. Definitely a bit of a desperate attempt there from DB. Is LYM going to survive topside? Wayne is going to try and survive the Broodmother now, but definitely can't do that. Still a pretty big win there for Team Mystery, being able to pick off DB on the Luna. And of course, for Ghost, it does open up a bit of space on the bot side to get some farm up.
Yeah, some much needed space as well. Ghost only having the Orb of Corrosion, still saving up for the power treads, it looks like. And we'll have to see if they will commit for something outside the Battle Free, or if he will go for something like, say, Desolator, maybe an SNY if you're feeling creative on a PA, really open on the items. I think the big issue right now is that Xiao Yu is off to a slower start on this mag. Like, he is way behind bottom core, which means your blink timing is going to be delayed. And without the fast blink, your big team fights are not going to be coming out. All that pressure is going to be on Mercury to really line up with his own blink timing, and even his is still 1,000 gold away.
Ohio. Trying to harass out LYM out of this jungle. Mercury now is going to show up. Be a nice easy kill as they do get the charge off. Goes a Mercury. No blink, but he won't need it as Wayne's going to set up into the arrow. But Wami is still going to jump in. He will still get a trade. And a better one of that. He finds a pos 4 for a pos 5. Wayne's going to try and TP out. He will make it, but his courier will not.
there is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, it's not really worthwhile going for the Enchantress for your Mirana. It's the only kill they can really get, but it shows you how limited the options are here. And while all of this is happening, it's kind of the same story from game 1. DB is just left to free farm in his jungle, no congestion, no movements out from Mystery. They are just playing tag.
Yeah, this is what you want to do. Just never let Ghost have a good time. Impel out, can they finish the job? Yeah, they definitely can. Mamangtaya with the double damage rune is just hitting like a truck. I don't know if Mercury really wants to do this. He's going to try though. UK, he does end up dropping Mamangtaya. Gonna go for an X-Torrent onto Ohio. He'll be able to at least trade. You still lost your POS 1 PA, but you at least get something for it.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on
It's
board.
Dire should look
it's
to
still
their
pretty bad, but you know, you kind of mitigate that blow by giving kill to your Tiny, so it feels nice. Wami's just kind of using the space up top though to really push in, although Mercury almost burst down the Spiderlings. There weren't that many of them anyway. And Wami just keeps forcing out pressure. They are rotating now.
I don't know about diving this Dire jungle over and over again, but they're gonna try, and it looks like with Xiao Yu that was trying to bait forward the Broodmother.
Tip of the hunt.
She does not take the bait though. LYM will just drop. Xiao Yu doesn't even have enough points for the RP, so I thought maybe they were trying to bait into the RP, but that was not really the case. So they just really wanted the kill onto LYM.
They're just trying to relieve some pressure in the jungle. Trying to get some kills where they have vision. They've got that good ward in the top jungle to watch. They are sort of clumped up, but I don't think they can really go for a smoke play. They're just trying to secure that triangle area. Get some stable farm for Ghost. get the blink up in Xiao Yu, and then you could maybe play around. You have the blink up in Mercury. It just feels like the Tiny alone at this point, which is so weird. It's 12 minutes, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough by himself. Like, Mamang Daya has the armlet to toggle with. Wami is just very hard to chase down. You might be able to go for the sports, but they will smoke up. Want to reveal that blink anyway in a big way.
Well, they've got a sentry there for UK. Nice setup for Mercury. No arrow necessary for him on the Tiny.
Is no more.
But they lost their tier 2 top tower.
I guess.
And Xiao Yu's dropped. See, this is the problem. Like, they're finding UK on the Nyx and they're finding LYM on the Enchantress. But every time AG wants to find a kill, they always get a core.
Yeah, it makes these trades really unfavorable. Not only that, but they have to commit so many heroes for the rotation from Mystery that Wami just pushes in the top lane entirely. So now you can just focus on the jungle, maybe focus on different lanes if you want to. He's just got all the space in the world. He's forcing the movements out from the sports. He's forcing them to use their resources in that jungle to keep track. But he's not even staying there.
Step lively now.
See another TP out from our Spirit Breaker as Wami now has the Orchid up. Making it even more challenging to really step up to the Spider. Just created so much space. Like, we haven't talked about DB at all. He's just been farming up by himself. It's been a bit slower than last game. He did have that one death, but he's been in the jungle. He's been doing his job. The same can be said about Ghost, but Ghost is 2k behind the Luna. And even then, he's over 3k behind Mamang Daya on that mid Kunkka. So it's just, as soon as he shows the map on that PA, he's basically guaranteed to die. So Hyo will lose almost half his HP from that Tidebringer.
Yeah, Mamang Daya is a bit too big right now. He's got the Dawn Chep as well, so there's a little bit more strength and stat resist on hand for the Kunkka. And I like that Mamang Daya is just rushing to BKB. Once you have that up, you only have to worry about RP if Xiao Yu can land it.
Oh,
You have the blink up the mag though.
you get one. Wayne drops. He even loses his courier, but they've got a nice arrow that is set up and gets some form of a trade. Still Mamang Daya moving in so confidently with this armlet Sanj. Can he get it done though? LYM's going to show up. They've got the PA. Every time they just find the positive trade. They refuse to allow Mystery to have anything.
Yeah, they just widen lead. Look at the kill board. It's 9-8, but those 8 kills from Mystery, it's not impactful. It's all support kills, maybe 1 or 2 kills in the cores. Every single kill of AG have been in cores. In fact, if not all, then majority. They've got the 10k lead as well, because DB is much more efficient in the jungle. 10k at 15 is a massive amount of gold. That Mystery can't afford to be behind.
This will be a big kill if they can get it. They've got the RP to set up here, and they might need to commit as DB. They went for the skewer. There's your RP out now. Maybe they can still try to burst him down. Mamang Daya does finally drop it now. DB is going to try and run, but Ghost will clean him up. A double kill out. LYM with the TP is going to make it. Oh, it was a close call. Xiao Yu, he was very patient with that RP, and I thought it was going to work against him, but it does end up paying off.
Yeah, it's a massive kill to take. Finally getting the punishment on Mamang Daya and on DB. Really good gold injection coming through as well. So that will allow Ghost to basically finish up what seems to be his Deso, which is great news. He's got more damage on hand.
Oh, Mercury, he got caught out. Tries for the TP play. It's not going to be enough. And so, we're back into that same conversation, John. It's like, are you finding enough as Mystery? Because it just feels like they just continue to lose more valuable pieces as time goes on.
They need to keep killing DB and DB at the very least. Like, that's your big target. Feed off of the Luna. She's the most vulnerable core right now.
This will be a big one, John. Wami is completely surrounded. He goes after he's going to fight. He'll fight by himself, he says. UK will come in now with the Spike Carapace onto Ghost, but he does manage to Blink Strike away. Instead, they'll go on to Wayne, and Wayne, he has no charge yet. Maybe in 1 second as Wami is just kind of stuck in a tree right now. Wayne is still not charging away, but does eventually get it off, but it won't matter.
Oh, that looks silly. You saw that charge with the enchant on? He was just
running
kinda
man
stuck in
jump.
place.
Doing the running man.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. They find a kill. Definitely not the biggest here for AG, but it is still a nice kill to have to deny off that movement. They go into the Roche now. Double damage on DB. Simplifies this process. LYM stands to get slapped by Roche very slowly. And now you're going to have Aegis on hand. They're still keeping the hunt, though. Look at UK. He's still hunting.
He is. The Nyx Assassin. Ghost.
Dire's bottom
Oh, he's gonna make it just in time. Ghost must have been 0.1, 0.2 of a second away. Oh, Ghost has been left alone.
I'd say wicked sick.
Meanwhile, DB solo taking the Roshan. Oh, Ghost. He can't catch a break this PA. He
Nope.
just can't catch a break this game.
No, he's hunted down. He's prevented from farming. And he's the win condition of Mystery. Like, he's not farmed enough to get that done. They've sacrificed their Tiny and Magnus farm to try and enable that. It's still not enough. The side of AG continuously apply pressure. We need Aegis here on DB with his E-Blade. Interestingly enough, the E-Blade rush this time for DB coming out relatively soon, maybe within 5 minutes. They can keep looking at these objectives and keep looking to shut this game out. Mystery, as it approaches the high ground, that's where it can look pretty, right? But RP, you've got a lot of control in tight spots like that. They just need to keep stalling as best as possible to get some space out for the course to play catch-up. They have a lot of catching up to do.
Certainly do. Wami sees an outpost being taken, rushes in by himself, but they get the avalanche toss. It's a good start. Wami already very low. He needs to try and heal up, but he's going to be able to remove himself as now an RP. Xiao Yu setting up on the backside.
Oh,
Wami's
what?
still alive somehow, and now the Eclipse comes through with the boat.
Oh my god!
It lands on 4 heroes. Oh, AG.
Who had the RP? They had the RP? Didn't look like it. It looked like AG got them clumped up. UK got that big impale to set up the torrent and boat. I don't understand. Mystery, they clumped up. After their RP flew up, they just clumped up. Didn't respect Kunkka. Didn't respect Nyx. And they pay for it in a big way. They don't even find one. They couldn't kill Wami. Now their power's under siege, and with a Luna, these racks will just melt. It'll just bounce around.
That's what happens when you get Rata, John. It's a Rata after all. AG. Getting it done. Move up to the top lane.
Oh, they're going on.
Why the
No.
hell not?
DB?
They build so strong without the RP up. The X is there into the torrent, and that'll be your Magnus gone. Charge in from Wayne. He's trying to help. Arrow forward. They're going to commit the buybacks now. Wayne still trying, but the Guardian Greaves going to heal them all up as Mamang Daya. He's not done yet. He's got another boat to fly out. Mercury has to come back. He'll take the boat to the face. He is more than likely just going to die right in front of his fountain. This has got to be GG, but they'll commit more buybacks. They'll try. Ghost, he gets the Nyx Assassin. UK drops. He's gonna buy back.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Look at Mamang Dai with the BKB. It's a passive PKB. He's not using it, and he's still living true. It's just silly when you can see this happening. He just feels so confident.
Passive BKB indeed. Looks like they are gonna keep going for more. Ghost, lose half his HP to Wami. They've got a bit of a bug problem in their base now, John. We need an exterminator of some sort from the side of Mystery to sort this out. They're onto the tier 4 towers. Mystery really don't want to lose here, but it looks like they may not have a choice in the matter as Mercury's going to jump in for an avalanche toss. They have lost Ohio already. Wayne is trying to delay things. It's not going to work out in their favor. Another boat onto Mercury. That'll be a double kill for Mamangtaya. More buybacks Mercury. He will try, but the Ancient is under siege. The Ratas are everywhere as maybe a skewer back. No skewer, no RP. Just Eclipse flying in from DB. And that's it, they called, they've had enough. And that does mean that Army Geniuses will be back for the lower division in Season 3. And unfortunately for Team Mystery, they are out.
Yeah, it was a clean performance from AG, replicating what we saw in the lower div itself in main games. A 2-0 win for AG. Mystery looked a bit shaky. They went back to the Xiaoyu Magnus twice over. The Magnus off just feels so greedy. Like, it's way too greedy and off. I think mid lane is where we see it succeed the most. Just because you can be more active, you can dip into your camps in between waves, you can control up. You don't lose because there's always a bottle refill for you. But on the offlane, it just felt like they had way too much farm that had to go to Xiaoyu and Ghost in both games. And AG, they were allowed to get these special heroes, but they performed really well. And it looks like we've already got our interviewee in, Mike.
Wow. Who have we got, John?
We've got UK in with us. UK, hello.
Hello.
Hello, UK. Congratulations on your victory, sir. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling relief. I will stay on the season 3. It's good.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
That's what it's all about. Going into this series, did you feel like it was going to be a hard matchup, or were you guys quite confident that you were going to be able to pull off this 2-0?
I think we are quite confident, but because our previous result we won against them and we won our previous tournament, so we are feeling good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, how are you guys feeling? So you guys stay in for DPC. Are you guys thinking about TI now? You know, regional qualifiers coming out. Do we expect to see AG pull out all the stops there again and have a shot at it? Are you guys eyeing that as your objective here?
We will try. We'll try our best, but we don't set our goals like qualify to TI or something like that. Just enjoying the games, I think. Learning the games, by games.
Fair enough. Season's done here, UK. We've reached the end. I'm curious, out of all the opponents you've had in the lower div, is there any single opponent that you'd like to fight again in Season 3 and show up against? Like, is there anyone on your hit list for the upcoming season or qualifiers coming in?
I think I really want to play against the mid one and Trust again. They are a really strong team. We learn a lot from them, but they are going to upper division. So I think I'm not looking forward to anyone.
Yeah, all right. Confidence. Everyone else is just not worth it. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Fair enough. That's what I like to hear. I want to ask you. Obviously, season 1 and 2, it's been a bit rough for you guys. What do you think you guys are gonna? What do you guys think you need to work on the most before you get to season 3 of the lower division to try and get yourself up to the upper division?
We need to be more consistent, I think, and the stability in our team. Because I think we can beat anyone though.
Yeah.
I'm really confident, but we don't really have consistent playstyle or something like that. So we will work on that.
Right. I've got another question though. Like every time we see you guys against Motivate Trust, you guys either win out the series or you make it incredibly hard for them to beat yous. Has there been a lot of history between the two teams? Like you seem to know them very well when you go into a matchup with MGT.
We grew up together, to be exact, from
Right.
2018, I think. We play against each other a lot. We scream a lot. We play on the tournament a lot.
Wow.
That's why we knew each other very well.
That's a long time. My God, I didn't realize
Yeah.
it was that long. I thought maybe a year or two, but Jesus, that's crazy. Amazing.
Yeah,
Anything,
well,
anything
you guys
else,
look-
John?
Yeah, I just have one thing to say, sir. Mau kemana, bos?
Mau
That's
kemana,
it.
bos?
Congratulations. You guys did well. Fantastic performance, UK. Looking forward to the next season and qualifiers. Hopefully you guys do well there.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You have a good night, sir.
Yep, too.
Well, thank you. That was the lovely UK joining us. Obviously, quite a vibrant fellow, isn't he? He sounds
Yeah.
very confident. He knows the team's got potential, right? Like we've seen it so many times with Army Geniuses now. They're either really hot or they can be a little bit cold. But obviously, you just saw what they did to the side of Team Mystery. It didn't even feel close. So I have a lot of faith that this team is probably going to be one of the stronger teams in season 3, and they might even be able to get to that upper division. And you heard the man; he's not even excited for next season. He wanted MGT, he wanted to go after SMG. They're not going to be here; they're going to uppers, so he's not excited. He's just going to come in, try to clean up next season and make his way up to the upper division so he can get some revenge.
Yeah. Wish they could have done that, but we'll see how they do in season 3. They're looking really strong going into the end. But that's the end of the lower div. Now, Mike, we've got a little time. I wanted to give our viewers a little something, a little goodbye gift to close out our time here in the lower div. I watched Daenog. He gave a spectacular performance in Recorder. It inspired me to sing a little song for us, if you don't mind. Do you think we have time here? We've got 20 minutes.
This isn't scripted, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what he's up to. Go on, John. We do have exactly 20 minutes before the upper division is scheduled to start their first game. So you never know, John. They might chuck a white mon on you, and they might put you up. You might get the recording up. Oh, he's even got the guitar out. There you go.
Yeah.
What are you singing us, John?
I'm going to sing us a little Filipino song because that's all my voice can handle. Unfortunately, I have to kill the fan as well because, well, my strings. You can see I don't have a string cutter. So they're just kind of poking out. It would hit the fan blades. But let me go ahead. All right. Hopefully you guys don't get your ears bleeding. If they do bleed, you can go ahead and report us. I know. And hopefully we don't get copy strike for this. Just realized, didn't think about that one. But for all of you guys who stuck around for the whole season, this is for you guys. Wait. Oh, we're not.
You could have tuned your guitar before we finished the stream, John.
I should have. This will work.
Oh goodness, man! I don't know what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen. He's got his own mind, John X Fire. He likes to run the show whenever he gets the chance. And if PGL's watching, I apologize in advance if the song doesn't sound too good. But I've never heard you sing yet, John. So I'm very curious
You're in for a treat.
Am I really? All right.
Yeah, I'd say I'm decent. Say.
Okay.
I would say,
All right. Apart from that, I suppose while you're tuning your guitar, have you got it ready? Are you done?
Yeah, it's ready. So we'll sing you guys a song.
It's
a Filipino song. A lot of Filipinos know. Yeah, you'll just have to listen. This one is called Ang Huling Elbin. We're not gonna sing the whole thing. It's a bit long. We'll probably just do one chorus. Here it goes for you guys. Can you hear the guitar? Can you hear that? Yes, you can, right? No.
Barely.
No? All right. Turn it up a notch.
You really didn't test all this before we went live, John?
I tested it in my recording. And it recorded fine, but for some reason it's not working now. There you go. Is that loud enough?
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh, goodness.
Okay, let me turn this up. Let me see. The noise removal's off. All right. A little bit of a song for you boys. Ang Huling El Bimbo.
Oh, he's actually... John, you've died. Your mic's literally just gone.
Ah? Oh, give me one sec. I think it's
Oh, my
Discord. Right, I
goodness.
didn't set Discord.
Oh,
Right.
how embarrassing.
Okay,
How-
my input sensitivity was too. Okay, there you go. Can you hear this? It's barely audible, I know. You're gonna have to... That should be louder. You're gonna have to settle with this.
Do your song, John, for the love of God.
Alright, for God's sake. This is getting weird. Alright. Kamukha mo si para luma. Nung tayo ay magpapapag. At ang galing-galing mong sumaya. Pag-ibig mo siya. Ngunit ang pag-ibig ay magsayaw ng ibig mo. Nakakita, nakakarinig, nakakatinig, pag-ibig mo.
Oh goodness. All right, that's enough, John. We can barely hear you, sir. Your mic's not picking it
that's
up
a
properly.
shame.
You didn't set it up properly,
Oh
sir.
no. Oh no, what a way to close it out. Discord
Yeah.
doesn't like this.
No, and you.
Discord doesn't like this. Oh, that's a shame.
How
Oh
embarrassing.
well, guys.
Well, I was
Maybe
gonna-
in a LAN. You can't hear it now.
Yeah, maybe if we ever get invited to one after that, John. Thank you for sabotaging us forever.
Oh well.
Apart from that, is PGL live yet? We can go ahead and raid them because the upper division is about to begin. It was nice singing, from what I could hear, it was some nice singing. So I'll give you that. I just couldn't hear the guitar and the voice at the same time. So I think you need to get your stuff sorted before you do a live sing along.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
All right,
I swear all my settings fixed. Oh well.
It doesn't matter, John. Don't feel bad. You were singing very nicely. I'm sure maybe you could record it and post it up online and people could still enjoy it. Who knows? So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure casting the lower division. We might potentially be back for some more SCA. Who the hell knows? We'll wait and see. But for now, it is MLP Dota and the very embarrassed John X Fire. And we'll catch you guys next time.